This story takes place in Yangzhou City on May 20, 2024. Like in all MMORPG games and Manhwa, a huge purple portal suddenly opened in the sky. A loud announcement echoed, warning that another space rift had appeared above Yangzhou. Monsters emerged from the portal and began attacking the citizens. In response, a team of humans with superpowers, much like the Avengers, arrived to confront the monsters. They were the 3rd Division of the Korean Defense Force, known as Hunters. These hunters possessed abilities such as super strength, super speed, elemental control, and more. The hunters joined the battlefield and began eliminating the monsters with ease, quickly gaining the upper hand. However, the tide of the battle shifted when a gold-tier monster appeared, the Wolf King of the 6-eared wolf tribe. After killing a powerful hunter, it turned to the humans and declared, "These insignificant humans are still resisting? Wiping you out is only a matter of time." With those words, it joined the fray, slaughtering human soldiers like ants. Nothing survived in the path of its claws. The leader of the hunters was shocked, questioning whether this was a high-level portal. The Wolf King laughed and mockingly replied to the leader. It was too late for her to understand now, but before they could engage in a battle of life and death, someone with incredible speed suddenly appeared. It was a high-ranking official who ordered the 3rd Division Hunter Group to leave the battle to him and focus on handling the others. The new high-ranking officer was Mr. Wenyuan, and just seeing him there motivated all the hunters. Then, the battle between the Wolf King and Mr. Wenyuan began. After clearing the portal, the 3rd Division Hunter leader returned to report to her superior. She informed him that, with Mr. Wenyuan's help, they successfully defeated the invading 6-eared demon wolf tribe. Her superior praised her efforts, but expressed concern about the emergence of yet another new rift, and it was still only a C-Class 1. This marked the 6th rift in the past 10 years, which was alarming. At this rate, Jiangzhou wouldn't hold out much longer. However, this situation was beyond their control. The superior announced that starting this year, Wuda Martial Academy would exempt awakened individuals from cultural exams, and the academic admission score for martial artists had been cut in half. He then ordered the 3rd Division Hunter leader to visit the academy and check on their progress. Since then, the story shifts to the Martial Academy. As the bell rang and the first class was dismissed, a boy looked at his friend, who was lost in his daydreams, and asked, "Why weren't you paying attention again? If you fail to get into Wuda Academy because of low academic scores, won't that be embarrassing?" Still in his dream world, his friend replied, "How great would it be to sit next to a beauty like Yanran?" The one he was talking about was Lin Yanran, the top beauty of the academy. She had everyone's attention, but all of hers was focused on our protagonist, who was seated next to her. Yunran smiled at him and asked, "Since graduation is approaching soon, are you planning to go to the Literary Academy or Wuda Academy?" Our protagonist, Su Bai, who was engrossed in his books, replied, "I don't know." He explained that if he went to the Literary Academy, his grades were just average. Besides, he added, in these chaotic times, what use is there for foreign languages and advanced mathematics? And if I go to Wuda Academy, my family isn't well off enough to afford all the supplements. Plus, he had no special abilities or talents. Subai wondered to himself where he should go. He was frustrated, thinking, since I've crossed into another world, shouldn't there be some kind of fate-altering chance or awakened system? Yes, you heard that right. He was from another world, but he was starting to doubt whether he had even truly transmigrated. Yanran, with her gentle voice, called out to Subai, suggesting, "Why don't you join me in applying for the Literary Academy? I have a way to guarantee your admission." "What?" Subai asked in shock, his voice rising. Keep your voice down," Yanran said, glancing around. Just as she finished speaking, a system window suddenly popped up in front of Subai's eyes. He was stunned. "What is this? It just appeared out of nowhere," he muttered in shock. The system was bound to Subai as its host. The window displayed his stats. Species: ordinary. Initial stage level: 18. Age: 18. Physique: 4. Agility: 5. Mental strength: 5. It also revealed his trait: trainer. This meant that Subai could designate any living being as his trainee, and the system would automatically detect suitable candidates. His current trainable number was... Finally, the system unveiled his talent: evolution. This extraordinary ability allowed him to infinitely evolve all his contracted trainees, with no upper limit to level progression. It even enabled them to break through racial limits. Subai stared at the screen, overwhelmed. His ordinary life might not be so ordinary anymore. The hidden value and talent abilities of the trainee would provide feedback to the host. The higher the trainee's level, the greater the feedback ratio. Currently, the known levels were divided as follows: ordinary, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, laurel tier, mid-tier, and divine. Each level was further split into initial, intermediate, and advanced stages. Seeing this information, Subai realized that this system belonged to him. It was his. Yanran, noticing Subai staring blankly into the air, looked puzzled. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice filled with concern. Her reaction snapped him out of his thoughts. He quickly understood that no one else could see the system but him. Trying to appear normal, Subai grabbed Yanran's hand and reassured her, "I'm fine." Yanran blushed at his touch, but the boys in the class immediately erupted in anger. "Get your filthy hands off our goddess," they yelled in unison. "You're already sitting next to her, and now this? Have you no shame?" one of them shouted. A particularly furious boy stood up and pointed at Subai. "Subai, watch how I'll teach you a lesson." Before things could escalate, a super hot teacher entered the classroom and firmly stopped him. "Enough. Everyone, calm down," she said, her voice sharp but authoritative. The boys instantly fell silent, captivated by her presence. With the room finally quiet, the teacher smiled and addressed the class. "I have some good news to share. Jiangzhou Martial Academy just announced on their website that starting with your class, awakened individuals are exempt from cultural exams and can directly enroll in the academy. Furthermore, students with preliminary martial artist physiques will have their academic requirements reduced by half." Hearing the announcement, the entire class erupted in joy. Everyone jumped with happiness, cheering at the thought that they now had a much better chance of getting into Wude Academy. As the students began to leave, the teacher called out, "Anyone who has already awakened abilities or has a martial foundation, please come to my office to register." Hearing this, Subai thought to himself, "This is getting interesting. I've just awakened my abilities and now I'm already exempt from exams to enter Wuda Academy." Noticing Subai lost in thought, Yanran glanced at him curiously. Could he really be considering Wuda Academy? She wondered. The scene then shifted outside. Subai was walking home, blending in like an ordinary high school student. On the surface, he looked completely normal, but there was something about him that set him apart from everyone else. Subai was originally not world.he, had been transmigrated into this strange world 17 years ago. On September 18, 1906, a massive space rift suddenly appeared in the sky. From the rift emerged countless strange beasts, creatures unlike anything humanity had ever seen. Soon after, these ferocious beasts rampaged across the land, spreading chaos and destruction. Armies from various countries united to battle the alien creatures. After 3 grueling months, the beasts that had emerged from the rift were finally eliminated. However, the rift itself remained, and periodically new batches of alien beasts would pour out of it. In response, humanity decided to take proactive measures. Death squads were sent into the rifts to explore the mysterious phenomenon. What they discovered was a vast, boundless land beyond the rifts. Realizing that the rifts were the source of the alien beasts, the military forces of various countries decided to construct military bases within the rifts, their mission to defend humanity by stopping the beasts at their origin. Thus, a new era for humanity began. On March 6, 1907, the second sky rift appeared. On May 7, 1907, the third rift emerged, followed by the fourth and then the fifth. In the following century, humanity adapted to a world where sky rifts became a constant threat, marking a new chapter in human history. The number of rifts increased and their appearances became more frequent. Now, rifts have spread across the globe, each harboring different alien beast species. Scientists named the battlegrounds behind the sky rifts the battlefield of 10,000 races. Meanwhile, Earth's spiritual energy began to recover and humans gradually awakened martial abilities and supernatural powers. As the battles intensified, conventional weapons frequently failed on the battlefield, while the power of awakened individuals grew. Eventually, these individuals replaced traditional weapons as the dominant force. The war between humanity and the 10,000 races continues to this day. Judging from the reforms at Jiangzhou Martial Academy, Su Bai could feel that the situation in Jiangzhou had become quite dire. He thought to himself, since I've got this system now, I might as well use it to protect my family in this chaotic world. He knew that if he wanted to quickly enhance his strength, the fastest way would be through the military-supported martial academies. Lucky for him, he had awakened the trainer ability. With just one trained beast, he could get into the academy without taking the exam. Thinking about all of this, he headed home. His first step was to get into Wu Die Academy. Looking at his balance, he hoped that the 2,000 yuan he had saved over the years would be enough. When he entered a beast shop, there was no immediate reaction from the system. Su Bai was confused, as the system had said it would automatically detect something suitable for him, so why was there no response? The shop staff welcomed him and asked how she could help. Su Bai told her that he was a beast trainer and asked what kinds of beasts they had. Pointing to a black cat, the staff member said, "It's pretty ordinary but high-priced. It has the bloodline of a nether cat. It can easily reach the silver rank," the staff member said, selling for 36,000. Su Bai was shocked by how expensive one ordinary black cat was. The staff member then showed him a 4-eared dog. It has the bloodline of the 6-eared demon wolf, selling for just 33,000. One after another, she showed him many beasts, and with every beast, the price kept increasing. The staff member then turned to Su Bai, asking, "Which one do you think is best for you?" But when she turned around, Su Bai was nowhere to be found. He had left the shop thinking, "Are they robbing me? Just because it has a little beast bloodline, it's this expensive? And where's my system? Isn't there anything suitable for me here?" Disappointed, he returned home. Just as he entered, a system notification appeared detected a suitable beginner taming creature, little turtle. The system then asked him, "If you want to tame," Su Bai was surprised that the system was finally responding. When he saw the little turtle's name, he turned to look at his dad's pet turtle, wondering if the system was talking about it. Immediately, the turtle's information popped up. Beast name Little Turtle, level common. Initial stage bloodline traces of the Xuanwu turtle bloodline growth can grow infinitely, eventually slaying gods. Constitution, defense, spirit, speed, 2 ability turtle shell defense evolution method eating. Su Bai was shocked to see that his little turtle had profound, limitless growth, ultimately leading to the slaying of gods. He jumped in happiness, shouting, "Xuanwu bloodline, now that's more like it. How much would this be worth? I'm not trading it." No matter what, he was extremely happy. But his happiness didn't last long. Making so much noise, his sister Su Shuai came out of her room. When she saw him holding the little turtle like that, she angrily shouted, "Su Bai, what are you planning to do with little 8? That's Dad's treasure." Su Bai quickly let go of the turtle and told her that he hadn't done anything. Just as he let go of the turtle, it immediately jumped into the grocery bag. It ate all the food from the bag in an instant. Both Su Bai and his sister were shocked seeing this little glutton. Su Xie asked Su Bai, "Why is this turtle eating so much? We just fed it this morning." Seeing the turtle devouring the food, Su Bai remembered the system notification and understood that his little turtle's appetite had increased, possibly due to evolving. He told his sister that he was going to find it some more food. Half an hour later, Su Bai's mother and father came home. They were shocked by the condition of the house and asked Su Bai if it had been robbed. In just half an hour, the little turtle had eaten all the food from the house and was now chasing Su Xie for her last snack. Su Bai's father was too shocked and asked, "Is this our little turtle? Can turtles run this fast?" Su Bai then explained what was happening. The whole house had been turned upside down in just half an hour. This situation made Su Bai think that his mom and dad were already having a hard time as it was. He decided it would be better not to tell them that little 8 was a bottomless pit. He decided to figure this out on his own. On the other hand, after eating everything in the house, the little turtle finally stopped. Su Xie was very angry with it, but as the little turtle was satisfied, something unexpected happened. Suddenly, a huge robotic turtle form emerged from its body. Su Bai was shocked and asked, "Is this glutton finally full? Or is it about to awaken its bloodline?" The scene then shifts to the next day. Little Turtle's explosive growth came and went. But the Xuanwu bloodline still hadn't awakened, and Little Turtle had started eating even more. That's why Subai had come back to the pet shop again. As he entered, he saw that there were already 2 customers inside. When the shop staff saw Subai, she asked if he had decided on something. He told her that he wasn't here to buy this time. Moving closer to the staff member, he whispered, "I have exotic beast blood. Are you guys buying?" The staff member was shocked and asked him to confirm if he really had exotic beast blood. When one of the customers overheard the words beast blood, he immediately excused himself and walked over to Subai. The man was the boss of the shop. He told the staff member to leave it to him and go take care of something else. The boss then approached Subai and said, "Young man, come this way. Let's sit down and have a chat. You said you have exotic beast blood. Do you mind if I examine it?" Subai handed over the beast blood and said, "Go ahead." When the pet shop boss smelled the blood Subai gave him, he was shocked. "It's really exotic beast blood and high quality too," he exclaimed. The boss then asked, "How much do you want for it?" Subai thought for a moment. After all, it took a lot of effort to draw even that small amount of blood from Little Turtle. It had to be worth at least $100, right? But before Subai could say a $100, the shop owner offered him $1,000. "What, $1,000? Subai responded, shocked. Seeing Subai's reaction, the shop owner misunderstood, thinking Subai was angry about the low price. "I know how much it's really worth," the owner laughed, trying to ease the tension. "It's such a high-quality product. Of course it's worth $10,000. In shock, Subai shouted, "What? $10,000? The shop owner, once again, misunderstanding, thought Subai was upset about such a low offer and quickly raised the price to $15,000. Subai, stunned, covered his mouth in disbelief, thinking, "Who would have guessed that Little Turtle is so valuable? It's getting difficult to stop my smile from showing." Turning around to hide his excitement, Subai said, "Fine, it's a deal. If not for the fact that I need the money, I really wouldn't want to sell it at all." After sealing the deal, he left the shop. The shop owner personally walked him out, saying, "Take care, young friend. If you come across such good stuff again, you're always welcome to look for me," the shop owner called out as Subai walked away. Looking at his balance, Subai couldn't help but feel extremely happy. He never thought that exotic beast blood would be worth so much. 15,000 just fell into his lap like that. Little Turtle can be proud of itself this time. As he walked, Subai's phone suddenly rang. It was Teacher Lee. She told him that the results for cultural studies had just been released, and there was also an important... She asked him to please drop by the school that afternoon to fill out his application form and not to be late. Subai tried to ask Teacher Lee what the important announcement was, but she simply told him to come to school and find out. Subai waited for a response, but there was no reply. Well, it wasn't that she didn't reply. It was because of Subai's crappy phone, which had no signal, again. While talking, Subai didn't notice that he had walked into an alleyway. Suddenly, a system warning notification popped up in front of Subai, telling him that there were 3 people with great ill. They were currently within 10 meters, and he was advised to be cautious. Enemy 1's level beginner cultivator, enemy 2's level ordinary person, enemy 3's lev ordinary person. Subai was shocked when he saw the notification. When he turned around, he saw 3 men already standing behind him, each holding a weapon. Subai realized that he had been marked by thugs. The leader of the thugs was the same man Subai had seen in the pet shop talking to the shop owner. The thug leader sneered at Subai and ordered him to hand over his things. Judging from the attitude of the boss at the exotic pet shop, Subai was furious. Why am I so unlucky? He thought the thugs clearly believed he must have something valuable on him. He told them, "I went into the exotic pet shop to sell something, not to buy," but Subai had no intention of handing over any money. He thought, if it's just a beginner cultivator level, I do stand a chance. The thug leader sneered and demanded, "Just hand over the money." Then Subai, pretending to comply, said, "Fine, I'll hand over the money." He reached into his bag and pulled out Little Turtle, instructing it, "Retract into your shell." Immediately, Little Turtle withdrew into its shell, and with a swift motion, Subai threw it like a rock at the thug leader. The thug leader, furious, swung his baseball bat to defend against the unexpected attack. "You little bastard," he shouted, but before the thug leader tried to react, but Subai was faster. With a swift move, he kicked the thug leader in the balls, causing him to collapse to the ground in pain, unable to recover. The other thugs were stunned, their eyes wide as they saw their leader crumple in agony. Furious, they charged after Subai, shouting, "How dare you touch my boss!" Subai wasted no time and with Little Turtle still in his bag, sprinted away, the thugs hot on his heels. As they ran, Subai called out to Little Turtle, "Did the baseball bat hurt you?" Little Turtle replied, "It just felt itchy." Little Turtle couldn't speak human language, but Subai now understood its intentions. As the two thugs closed in, Subai quickly instructed Little Turtle to latch onto his fist without hesitation. Little Turtle attached itself, turning into an impromptu boxing glove. Subai swung, landing a powerful punch to one thug's face, sending him flying without pausing. He turned and slammed the other thug's face into the ground. The thug leader, still in pain, managed to stagger to his feet. "Little bastard, I'm gonna kill you," he shouted, his voice full of fury. Seeing the thug leader rise, Subai immediately ordered Little Turtle to retreat into its shell. In an instant, Little Turtle concealed itself and Subai, gathering all his strength, threw it at the thug leader with incredible force. The impact knocked the thug down in a single blow. After taking down all the thugs, Subai grabbed his bag and gave them one final warning. "Don't mess with me." However, just as he was about to leave, he noticed Little Turtle searching through the thug leader's belongings. It found a small bottle and eagerly began drinking from it. Seeing this, Subai rushed over to Little Turtle, shouting, "What are you eating? Did you find something good?" He quickly snatched the bottle from Little Turtle's hands to examine it. The bottle contained a QI blood potion, worth tens of thousands, a rare item that could help cultivators enhance their strength over a month, yet Little Turtle had consumed the entire bottle in one go. Subai grew worried, wondering if Little Turtle could even digest such a powerful potion. But his concern quickly turned to surprise, not because of Little Turtle, but because his own body suddenly began to glow as well. Subai felt a surge of power coursing through him, a strong sense of becoming stronger. He quickly checked his status window. To his amazement, he was now at the mid-stage of the ordinary level hunter rank. His level had increased, along with that of his tamed beast. His constitution had risen to 16, with the base attribute value at 10 points, and he had inherited 6 additional attribute points from his tamed beasts. Now he had 2 talents. The first was evolution. The tamed beast could undergo unlimited evolution, with no limit to its potential grade. Subai was astonished to see the remarkable effects of the QI blood potion. His attributes had increased so significantly, and he had even gained a new talent. He read through the details in his status window. The evolution talent meant his tamed beast could evolve without limits, even reaching the mythical grade. The higher the grade of the beast, the greater the attributes and talents inherited by Subai. The second talent, Turtle Skin Defense, consumed a certain amount of physical energy to activate. When triggered, a layer of turtle skin would cover Subai's body, significantly enhancing his defense. What amazed him even more was that while only he had leveled up, his little turtle had leveled up as well. The turtle's grade had reached the mid-stage ordinary level. The Xuanwu bloodline had not yet fully awakened, but once the beast reached the bronze grade, its bloodline would partially activate, greatly increasing its attributes. From its previous average attributes of 2, Little Turtle's stats had improved dramatically. Its constitution had reached 32, defense 38, and both agility and spirit were now 10. Little Turtle now had 2 talents. The first was Turtle Shell Defense, where its entire body would retract into its shell, forming a defensive posture that boosted its defense by 300%. However, while in this state, Little Turtle couldn't move or attack. The second talent was Turtle Skin Defense, which consumed a certain amount of physical energy and increased defense by 50% to 100%. Subai was stunned as he saw Little Turtle's body grow bigger and its attributes soar, reaching a constitution of 32 and defense of 38. He remembered learning in class that even high-stage ordinary grade power-type beasts usually had attributes around 30, so he couldn't imagine how strong Little Turtle would be once its bloodline fully awakened. Even without that, it was already incredibly powerful. Little Turtle was quite proud of its newfound strength. Subai picked it up and said, "All right, you've had your fill. Let's leave this place quickly." The scene then shifted to the school. Teacher Lee announced that the results for cultural studies had been released and she would be consolidating students' application intentions. She then made an important announcement: a special recruitment teacher from Wu University would be visiting the school to evaluate candidates with special abilities. Just like last year, there would be 2 guaranteed admission spots. While filling out the application, Yanren asked Su-bai if he had decided, asking if he was applying for Wen College or Wu University. Su-bai confidently responded that it was Wu University, stating that he must get in. Yanren was shocked and asked, Su-bai, didn't I tell you to apply for Wen College with me? Those who enter Wu University have to step into the battlefield. Do you know how dangerous that is? But Su-bai simply smiled and said, someone has to go to the battlefield, and that suits me just fine. Looking at Yanren, he added, the reason I'm going to the front lines is to protect someone important to me. Su-bai was talking about his family, but Yanren misunderstood, thinking, could it be that Su-bai is talking about me? Just then, a teacher approached Yanren and asked which academy she was applying to. Yanren didn't answer right away. Seeing her hesitation, Su-bai thought she probably hasn't awakened any special abilities and has never trained physically, so she'll most likely choose Wen College. After a moment of thought, Yanren told the teacher that she hadn't made up her mind yet and wanted to think about it a little longer. Teacher Lai then told the students that this was a crucial decision for each of them. She advised them to take their results home and discuss the matter with their parents. The final application intentions had to be submitted by midnight. After class, everyone returned home. Yanren, while taking a bath, called Su-bai blushing. She told him that she had decided to also apply to Wu University. Su-bai, who was cleaning his house, was surprised to hear that Yanren had chosen Wu University. He asked if she was joking. Yanren assured him that she had made up her mind and that she wanted to surprise him. While they were talking, Su-bai noticed Little Turtle stealing food again. He quickly told Yanren that he had something important to do and would talk to her later. As soon as he ended the call, he shouted at the good-for-nothing Little Turtle for eating so much. The scene then shifts to the next day. All the students gathered in the stadium. Teacher Li stood on stage and warmly welcomed military martial arts instructor Zhang, who was also the principal and a senior member of the school. Instructor Zhang stepped up to the stage and addressed the students. 1 year ago, 126 people entered this school. 65 of them are still alive. 2 years ago, 98 people entered and only 32 are still alive. 3 years ago, 86 people entered and just 11 of them are still alive. The students were shocked and frightened. Instructor Zhang explained that he wasn't saying this to scare them but to help them understand that being here was not something to be proud of. They would soon face numerous challenges, duty, responsibility, and danger. Instructor Zhang continued, you are here to protect your country. Wu Dai is a place where the strong are cultivated. Do you want to be among their ranks? Yes, all the students shouted in unison. Instructor Zhang smiled and said, very good. I look forward to your performances in the examination. After the speech, all the students began returning to their classes, but Teacher Lai called Su-bai over to stop him. Teacher Li and Instructor Zhang approached him. Su-bai, confused, asked if there was an issue. Instructor Zhang asked, are you Su-bai? Yes, that's me, Su-bai replied. Instructor Zhang then informed him that a space had been reserved for him at Wu Da. He told Su-bai to head there immediately and prepare for the entrance examination. Su-bai was shocked a broke guy like him had a reserve spot. Instructor Zhang confirmed and said, there's a vehicle waiting for you at the school entrance. Everyone around them was shocked by the news of Su-bai's reserve space. Some students murmured about favoritism, while others were jealous and wished they were in his shoes. Su-bai took the bus and arrived at Wu Da Academy with other students. Everyone was amazed to see the grandeur of the Wu Da Academy. An instructor was already waiting at the entrance and instructed the students to follow him. As they walked, the students noticed a massive rock pillar standing in the middle of the academy. The instructor explained that it was the school's motto. Su-bai was in awe of the grand symbol. The instructor then led them to collect their uniforms and took them to the dormitories. Upon arriving at the male dormitories, the instructor informed them that they could rest for a while and change into their uniforms. He added that someone would soon announce the time for the examination. Su-bai then went to his room, number 303, and as he approached, he heard a voice from inside saying, in the early stages of martial arts training, resources are the most important. Su-bai announced his arrival, but there was no response. Inside, there were 3 roommates. A red-haired boy, Han Jaigang, took out a bottle and proudly said, my father managed to purchase 3 drops of extremely rare monster blood from Yu Mountain. He had an experienced pharmacist turn it into 3 bottles of top-quality medicine. This isn't something you see every day. The other 2 boys were amazed, one asking, is this what a rare monster's blood looks like? I've never seen anything like that. The second boy added, I've bought similar products, but it's my first time seeing something like this. At that moment, Su-bai entered the room and introduced himself as the new occupant of dormitory 303. Han Gang looked up and said, "So you're Su-bai?" "Everyone's here." He then introduced the other two boys as Tao Jiajun and Fan Kon. Su-bai replied, "It's nice to meet you all." Han Gang smiled and reassured him, saying, "No need to be so polite, we're dorm mates." After all, he then asked Su-bai to take a look at the rare monster's blood. Proudly, Han Gang explained that his father had sent people all over the country to acquire it. When Su-bai heard Yu Mountain and 3 drops, he wondered if it could be the same blood he had sold to the pet shop owner. Curious, he asked Han Gang, "Such rare blood must have been expensive, right?" Han Gang shrugged and said, "Not really. Each drop only cost around 30,000, so not even 100,000 in total. It's practically spare change." Hearing that the rare monster blood had been sold for 90,000, Su-bai became furious. "That slimy bastard. I sold it for 30,000, and he sold it off for 100 damn middlemen," he muttered, fuming. While they were talking, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Students in the dormitory were going crazy after seeing a super beautiful girl downstairs. One guy commented, "I'm voting for her in this year's beauty contest. That figure, those legs, she's our goddess." When the warden of the men's dormitory saw the girl, he approached her and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "This is the men's dormitory." Su-bai's roommates were equally stunned by the girl's appearance. "Wu Da really is something. She's amazing," they murmured. "But why is she here?" The girl they were talking about was none other than Yanren, Su-bai's future fiancée. She told the warden, "I'm looking for Su-bai." The warden turned toward the dormitory and shouted, "Su-bai." The warden shouted, "If there's a Su-bai, come out. There's a pretty girl waiting for you downstairs." Hearing this, Han Jin and the others looked back in surprise, realizing that it was their roommate Su-bai the pretty girl was looking for. They were all stunned. How could the school's beauty be looking for him? It didn't make sense to them. Fan Kao commented, "Brother Su-bai might be more than he seems." When Su-bai went downstairs, Yanren complimented him, saying, "Su-bai, that uniform suits you." She moved closer to him and adjusted his clothes, adding, "Now you look even more handsome." Su-bai blushed, flustered by how close she was. As Yanren helped him adjust his clothes, all the boys in the dormitory became incredibly jealous, shouting, "Die, you bastard. Don't lay a finger on our goddess." Yanren then mentioned the reserve spot and asked, "You're not angry, right?" Su-bai told her, "I'm not angry, but I had planned to take the test myself." He gently patted her head and added, "Still, you did it for me, so thank you." Yanren laughed, saying, "I was worried you'd be angry, but instead you're thanking me." She then handed him a bag and said, "The entrance exam is the day after next. I prepared some pills for you." Su-bai was surprised and told Yanren that she had already helped him enough and should save those things for herself. However, Yanren ignored his protest, said goodbye, and ran away. Back at the dormitory, the other students were furious and exclaimed, "Who is this guy? Did he touch her head? Find out who he is. He's clearly fighting for her heart." When Su-bai returned to his room, Han Jin and the others began calling him brother with newfound respect, which surprised him. They started massaging him and asking about the mysterious girl. Who was that goddess, they inquired. Confused, Su-bai asked, "What goddess?" While massaging him, Jinjin said, "Brother, you're too humble. We're talking about the goddess you were just speaking to." Su-bai explained that they were high school classmates. Hearing this, Han Jin leaned in close and said, "Brother Su, since we're dormmates, I'm sure you could convince that goddess to bring some of her friends over." Su-bai hesitated to reply. Seeing his hesitation, Han Jin suggested, "Since it's Su-bai's first time meeting us, we should take him out for a good dinner and have a chat." Without waiting for Su-bai's response, they finalized the plan and told him to rest up and get ready to go out at night. Then they all left the room. Watching them decide everything on their own, Su-bai chuckled to himself and said, "These brothers are really interesting." He then picked up his bag and took out the little turtle, telling it to come out and get some fresh air. Afterward, he checked the bag Yanren had given him. Inside, he found a blood essence potion. The moment the little turtle saw the potion, its eyes lit up with excitement. Seeing the turtle's reaction, Su-bai laughed mischievously and asked, "Do you know what you need to do after eating this?" The little turtle, terrified by Su-bai's demonic expression, shrank back nervously. Later that evening, Su-bai and his 3 roommates went to a hotel together. Seeing the hotel, Su-bai asked Han Jin, "Don't you think coming to such a high-end place is a bit too much?" Han Jin laughed and replied, "Just focus on enjoying yourself and leave the rest to your brothers." Once they were seated in the room, Han Jin raised his glass and said, "I, Han Jin, feel extremely lucky to have met you brothers here at Wu Da, especially someone as amazing as Brother Su. A toast to all of you." Su-bai gestured for them to sit and said, "Since we're all dormmates, there's no need to be so formal." After everyone settled down, Subai told Han Jin, Lin Yanren and I were high school classmates, so I should be able to get her to introduce some of her friends. But we can talk about that in the future. Then Subai turned to Han Jin and said, actually, I need your help with something. Han Jin asked curiously, what do you need help with? Subai took out a vial of red blood potion and placed it on the table. It's not a big deal, really. I just have some rare monster blood, and I'd like you to help me. Both Jiajun and Fan Kao were shocked to see the potion. Looking at it, Jiajun remarked, Han Jin, Brother Su's monster blood seems to be of even better quality than yours. Han Jin examined the potion carefully and said to Subai, this blood is better than anything I've ever seen. Han Jin then took out his smartphone and said, this blood is way too rare. I'll call my father now and have him send someone over. Subai quickly interjected, there's no rush, let's have our meal first. But Han Jin had already dialed the number. When his father answered, he immediately started nagging, Little Jin, you've blown through your pocket money again. I sent you to Wuda to grow stronger, not waste your time and money. Han Jin cut him off and said, I'm not asking for money, Dad. This is serious. Han Jin continued, my classmate has 7 drops of precious, rare monster blood that he wants to sell. It's even better quality than the 3 drops you got last time. I couldn't decide on a price. What? 7 drops? His father exclaimed in shock. Are you sure it's better quality than what I got before? Han Jin replied confidently. Why don't you come and see for yourself? Hearing his son's certainty, his father said, all right, send me your address. I'll send Master Kao over immediately, Han Jin's father said. An hour later, Han Jin's father arrived with Master Kao. When Master Kao examined Subai's monster blood, he remarked in awe, this is simply exquisite. This is the purest monster blood I've ever seen, with the highest energy content. I could create incredible things with this. Han Jin's father, skeptical, asked, Master Cao, aren't you exaggerating a bit? Master Cao shook his head firmly, not at all. Even if I used the best equipment available, the value of this blood would only increase. Han Jin was amazed and exclaimed, damn! Brother Su, who knew your monster blood was this overpowered? Master Tao approached Subai with respect and said, young man, what's your price for this monster blood? Subai replied calmly, my friend said this blood can't be sold for money. It can only be exchanged for blood essence of equivalent value. Hearing this, Han Jin's father spoke up. Subai, since you're classmates with Little Jin and I'm your senior, I wouldn't dream of shortchanging you. I'll take it all and give you 14 bottles of blood essence in return. How does that sound? Han Jin's father asked Subai, agreed, and thanked him. Han Jin's father smiled and then asked, Subai, would you consider joining the Han family? We would provide you with resources for free. Subai thanked Han Jin's father for the generous offer, but replied, I'm not planning on joining any family for now. Han Jin's father frowned slightly and said, you should reconsider. He began to put pressure on Subai to change his mind. Suddenly, a loud voice came from outside. It was Yanran. She opened the door and said firmly, Subai already said he doesn't want to join any family, so no one is allowed to force him. Her anger was evident as she glared at Han Jin's father. Do you understand? She asked sharply. Subai was surprised to see Yanran there and asked, Yanran, why are you here? Yanran replied, I came to settle my own issues but didn't expect to run into you here. Seeing Yanran's attitude, Han Jin's father became angry, but before he could say anything, Master Chow stepped in to stop him. Recognizing Yanran, Master Chow leaned toward Han Jin's father and whispered about her background. Han Jin's father's expression changed instantly. Shocked and scared, he looked at Yanran with newfound respect and decided to back down. Han Jin's father immediately explained to Yanran, it's just a misunderstanding. Subai and my son are classmates and good friends. Hearing this, Yanran calmed down and turned to Subai, asking, are you heading back to school? Let's go together. Since Subai had finished his business, he agreed. He bid farewell to everyone and left with Yanran. As they were leaving, Han Jin called out from behind, "Yanran, I'm going back to school too." He was about to follow them, but his father stopped him. Han Jin's father said firmly, "Han Jin, focus on building a good relationship with Su Bai. The future of our Han family might rest in his hands, but as for Lin Yanran, make sure to maintain a very safe and respectful distance from her." Han Jin was stunned. He hadn't realized that both his brother Su and the goddess Yanran were truly that remarkable. 2 days later, at the military training field of Marshall University, all the freshmen gathered on the university ground. Instructor Zhang addressed the students, saying, "Over the next few days, all of you will participate in freshman special training. The location for this training is the battlefield of all races." Hearing this, the students were instantly filled with dread. Many murmured among themselves, asking if they were really going to train at such a dangerous place. "Failing the training is one thing," one student whispered, "but losing our lives is far worse." Instructor Zhang saying, "Don't worry, the area designated for this training has already been cleared by us, and the institutions will ensure your safety." He continued, "Next, you will be divided into classes of 50. Each class will be led by a bronze-level instructor who will act as your homeroom teacher. The homeroom teacher will assign you your training tasks. I wish all of you a victorious return." After the announcement, Yanran came running to Su Bai, her face glowing with excitement. She exclaimed, "Su Bai, did you hear that?" Yanran excitedly told Su Bai, "We've been assigned to the same class." Hearing this, Su Bai smiled and asked, "Did you arrange this on purpose?" While they were talking, a female instructor suddenly appeared and called out, "Class 8, gather up!" Class 8 was the group that included Yanran Su Bai and his roommates. The red-haired instructor introduced herself as Liao Yuxin, their special training instructor. All the boys in the group were in awe, going crazy over how stunningly beautiful she was. Instructor Liao addressed the students, saying, "I will be the one assigning all your training tasks. And your first task..." She paused for effect. The students were stunned into silence. Then a wave of shocked murmurs broke out. Instructor Liao continued in a calm, authoritative tone. "You have 1 day to write your wills. Be at the teleport plaza by 8 a.m. tomorrow. From there, we will depart for the battlefield of all races." Panic swept through the group. One student nervously asked, "Is there really a risk to our lives? I mean, I still want to carry on the family line." Another muttered in resignation, "Forget it. I'm going to write my will." One of the students sighed. "There's so much I need to leave for my parents." Hearing the instructor's words, Yanran turned to Su Bai and asked, "Do you have any plans?" Su Bai replied, "I don't have much to prepare, so I'll head back to the dorm first." While both Yanran and Su Bai remained calm and relaxed, Han Jin and the others were clearly worried. They were heading to the battlefield tomorrow, and there was still so much to get ready. When everyone returned to the dormitory, Han Jin called Su Bai and said, "Since we're heading to the battlefield tomorrow, I'm taking the boys out for a good time tonight." Han Jin invited Su Bai to join them, but Su Bai replied, "I have things to do, so I won't be joining. You guys go ahead and have fun." Han Jin understood and said, "All right." Just then, he noticed Su Bai's little turtle eating in a corner. He petted the little turtle and said, "Brother Su, your little pet turtle is something. Its shell is really tough." Su Bai chuckled and replied, "His name is Little 8, but he's a bit of a glutton." Little Turtle, hearing that, glared at Su Bai, clearly displeased at being called a glutton. After that, Han Jin and the other 2 roommates left the room. Meanwhile, Little Turtle finished his plate and looked up at Su Bai, asking for more. Su Bai smiled and said, "Oh, you little glutton. All you think about is eating. Fine. I'll let you eat as much as you want today, but once we're on the battlefield of all races, you'd better perform well." He gave Little Turtle more blood essence, and the turtle immediately drank it down. Subai laughed and said, "Slow down, no one's gonna take it from you." As he was feeding the little turtle, suddenly a system notification popped up congratulating him. Because his pet, little turtle, had leveled up to a high-ranked ordinary exotic beast, Subai's level had increased as well. As a result, he had gained a new talent for little turtle called Heavy Strike. Subai opened the status window and saw that his tamed beast, Little Turtle, was now classified as a high-rank ordinary exotic beast. Its attributes had increased. Little Turtle's physical strength was now 64, defense was 78, agility was 20, and mental strength was 20. It now had 3 talents: Turtle Shell Defense, Turtle Skin Defense, and Heavy Strike. The new Heavy Strike talent consumed a certain amount of stamina, but increased attack power by 100% to 200%. The more stamina consumed, the stronger the attack. After that, Subai checked his status window and saw that he had also leveled up to high-rank ordinary. His physical strength was at 28, with 15 being base strength and 13 points inherited from the beast. His agility was 19, and his mental strength was 34. He now had 3 talents: Infinite Evolution, Turtle Skin Defense, and Heavy Strike. The new talent, Heavy Strike, was the same as Little Turtle's and consumed stamina to enhance attack. Subai was surprised and admitted that the Blood Essence sure was effective. Little 8 leveled up again, and the stat boosts were insane. He looked at Little Turtle and said, "Nice Little 8. When we get to the battlefield of all races, let's go all out together." Now both Subai and his little turtle were ready for the battlefield the next day. All the students gathered in the field. The instructors reported to the chief instructor that all trainees were geared up and ready for battle. Chief instructor Zhang arrived and ordered a soldier to open teleport formation 1 and prepare to teleport. The teleportation formation opened, ready to send the students to the battlefield of 10,000 beasts. Seeing such a huge The students were all amazed by the teleportation formation, saying only Martial University has something like this. Yanren was very worried about Subai and told him to be careful once they were on the battlefield of all races. Subai reassured her, telling her not to worry and that they would complete the mission safely. They wished each other good luck and approached the teleportation formation. Instructor Yu suggested that they relax their bodies and get ready to teleport. One by one, all the students entered the teleportation formation and arrived at the military base. They were surprised to see the military base inside the battlefield of all races. The sight was epic, and they got there in just a few seconds. Instructor Yu stood in attention and asked Group 8 to quiet down. She apologized to Lieutenant Hunter, saying they were just rookies who hadn't seen much. The man standing in front of her introduced himself. The Deputy Lieutenant of Military Base F-269 introduced himself and told the students that they could call him Deputy Lieutenant or Sir. He continued, saying, "Here, I don't care if you're a student or an instructor. On my turf, you follow my orders." He then asked if they understood, and everyone shouted, "Understood, sir." Seeing the lieutenant, Han Jin commented, "So what if he's a deputy lieutenant? What's the big deal?" Subai told him to take a look at the scar on the lieutenant's face, which showed that he was an experienced officer. The lieutenant informed the students that they were lucky today because his team had just returned from a battle. The students' first task would be to clean the battlefield. While clearing, they would also need to eliminate some remaining phantom cats. The lieutenant explained that it was the perfect job for rookies like them to get their first taste of battlefield experience. With a serious expression, he added that eliminating the phantom cats would earn them military merit points. At the logistics department, they could exchange those merit points for blood vitality powder and various grades of body tempering elixirs to strengthen themselves. Hearing this, Jijun became excited and said, "Truly, fortune comes with risk." Upon learning that they could exchange military merit points for elixirs, Han Jin remarked, "No wonder so many risked their lives to come to the Myriad Clan's battlefield." Seeing their relaxed attitudes, the lieutenant smiled and said, "You little brats look eager to give it a try. Good. Move out immediately, follow me." Everyone got excited to hear that. While following the lieutenant, Subai thought to himself that he needed to gather enough military merit points to exchange for those elixirs. That way Little 8 would have a feast as well. The lieutenant first led them to some injured soldiers and explained that these were the wounded, just back from the battlefield. Seeing the injured soldiers, Jiajun asked if they had all been injured while dealing with the phantom cats. Han Jin replied, "No way. Aren't phantom cats the weakest beasts? How could they be so terrifying?" Seeing the injured soldiers, some students became very scared and screamed, "Even the weakest phantom cats are this dangerous? How am I going to survive and make it home?" "Enough chatter," Instructor Yu shouted. She asked them if they thought the Myriad Clan's battlefield was a playground. Since they enrolled at Wuda, they must always be prepared to face danger. Yanran, visibly scared after seeing the injured soldiers, asked Subai to stay close to him once they were on the battlefield. She didn't want anything to happen to him. Subai understood the danger and decided to stay vigilant on the Myriad Clan's battlefield. He told Yanran to be careful as well when they arrived at the gate. A soldier reported to the deputy commander that they were currently executing their assignment to guard the northern gate. Today we've killed 35 ferocious beasts that attacked the camp, the soldier reported. The lieutenant complimented them on their good work and ordered them to open the main gate, allowing the recruits to see what the Myriad Clan's battlefield truly was. At the deputy lieutenant's command, the soldiers opened the main gate. Instructor Yu told the students that with Deputy Commander Hunter leading the team, this was a rare opportunity. She urged them to perform well. "Understood, Instructor," everyone shouted. Seeing the students' energetic response, the lieutenant smiled and said, "Brats, you've all left your wills at the mail depot, right? Because from this moment on, you'll be constantly walking with death." When the main gate opened, the students saw soldiers fighting beasts. Han Jin, amazed, said, "Is this what a battlefield is like? How gruesome!" The soldiers fighting the beasts were part of the deputy lieutenant's team. Hearing the students' voices, a soldier looked back, saw their group, and approached. He saluted the captain and asked, "Why did you personally appear?" The lieutenant told him to stop talking and instructed him to assemble a team of soldiers to help protect the batch of students. The soldier replied, "Yes, sir," and left to gather the team. Instructor Yu explained to the students that next they would be heading to area F-260, a forest where most of the monsters had already been killed. Their mission was to retrieve monster cores from the Yumin cats there. After the explanation, the lieutenant stepped forward and shouted, "Rookies, are you ready?" "We're ready, sir," all the students replied in unison. Meanwhile, the soldiers gathered a strike force and were ordered to follow and protect the students. As they began moving, the leader of the strike team approached Instructor Yu and told her to relax, saying that clearing out a battlefield wasn't dangerous. He added that sending these newbies to the front lines would be like sending a bunch of nobodies, and he laughed, claiming it would be too wasteful. He then turned to Captain Fu and asked, "Why are you personally leading the team?" Captain Fu replied, "Strike team. Leader, you talk too much. Don't ask unnecessary questions," the captain snapped. Hearing this, the strike team leader stopped. Instructor Yu thanked Captain Fu for his help, to which Captain Fu replied, "It's nothing. These students are all warriors on the battlefield. It's my duty to protect them." Meanwhile, at Didu, the highest military command post in all of Long, a soldier rushed to report an urgent issue to a senior officer. He handed over the latest report from the battlefield of all races. "A large horde of monsters has broken through our defenses," he informed the officer. Currently, 12 powerful individuals from the Yumin Cats tribe, all of them golden ranked, are attacking 12 military camps to the southwest, ranging from Dun 128 to Dun 140, the soldier reported. The senior officer instructed him, "Ascertain the direction the monsters are moving and send word to the other camps to prepare for an attack." The new students of Wuda are entering the battlefield to practice their skills. They are Long's future and must be protected at all costs. Meanwhile, in Area F-269, the students had arrived at the battlefield they were tasked with clearing. Instructor Yu addressed them. When clearing a battlefield, time is of the essence. Every minute you spend here is another minute you are in danger. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately got to work. Subai and Yanran were together when Yanran told him the hides, blood, flesh, claws, and teeth of these Yumin cats can be used to make weapons and medicines. Hearing this, Subai replied, "No wonder so many people would risk coming to such a dangerous place. There are rare materials everywhere. My little turtle will be eating well again." Looking at his inventory, Subai added, "I'll collect a few more cores and exchange them for blood spirit essence. That way, Little Turtle will level up again." However, as he was checking his inventory, a sudden system warning notification popped up. The system informed him extreme danger detected. 164 Yoming cats are rapidly approaching and are obviously hostile. Distance from threat 3 kilometers. Threat location, Southwest Forest. The threat is rated as a 5-star high-level threat with a 4-star life-threatening risk. Please remain on guard. The last time he received a warning like this warning was issued for a beginner-level martial artist, but now it's a 5-star life-threatening issue. Seeing Subai like that, Yanran asked, "What's wrong?" Subai didn't say anything, and immediately ran toward Instructor Yu, who was perched on a tree. He urgently told her, "Instructor Yu, there's an issue. I sense a large horde of monsters moving toward us from the southwest." Hearing Subai, Instructor Yu looked toward the southwest, but she saw nothing there. She descended from the tree, her expression turning stern, as she said, "Subai, this is a battlefield, not a playground. Do you realize what would happen if you caused a panic?" Subai tried to explain, his voice earnest. "I'm not joking. There really is a horde of monsters heading this way." Hearing the commotion, Captain Fu approached. He looked at Subai angrily and said, "Subai, you claim you can sense monsters, but I can guarantee there are none within a 2-kilometer radius." Subai tried again to explain to Captain Fu, his tone serious. "There are over 100 Yoming cats, 3 kilometers away, and they're coming toward us." But Captain Fu still didn't believe him. Captain Fu asked Subai, "Are you saying your senses are sharper than mine?" Instructor Yu, sensing the rising tension, told Captain Fu, "Don't waste time on this. Subai may be overreacting since it's his first time on the battlefield." Despite their skepticism, Yanran stood by Subai. She turned to Captain Fu and said, "No one should make a judgment before the truth is confirmed." Left with no choice, Subai stepped forward, his voice earnest. "Please, believe me, the monsters are getting closer. I can tame monsters, which gives me an extraordinary sense for danger." Instructor Yu was taken aback by this revelation. "You have such a skill? Why wasn't it noted by the school?" Subai responded, "I was guaranteed a place at Wuda, so they didn't think it was necessary to document it." The students were shocked to hear that Subai had special abilities. One of them asked, "If Subai can tame monsters, why haven't we seen anything he's tamed?" Before anyone could respond, a loud sound came from the southwest. Some students came running, shouting that the Yuming cats were approaching. Instructor Yu quickly asked, "Are there really human cats coming?" The students confirmed it. An entire horde was headed their way. Captain Fu, hearing this, ordered everyone to form a defensive formation. He sent messengers to contact the base and request reinforcements. The messenger returned with troubling news. The surrounding camps are also under attack, so they can't send help. Instructor Yu turned to Captain Fu. "Are there really over 100 of them? Without reinforcements, these students can't possibly fight." Captain Fu drew his weapon and replied, "Subai's senses were correct. I can feel the horde rapidly approaching." He then turned to the strike team. "Prepare for battle." Captain Fu ordered, "Send 4 soldiers to protect these students." The strike team leader quickly followed his order. Subai protested, "I can fight. There's no need to protect me." But before he could say more, the Yuming cats, which were at the early bronze stage, appeared. The monsters immediately lunged to attack. Captain Fu and his soldiers began shooting at them, but their weapons barely slowed the beasts down. "Retaliate," Captain Fu commanded, "protect the students." However, the normal soldiers were no match for the Yuming cats. These creatures didn't even resemble typical cats, they were more like tigers in size and ferocity. Captain Fu and the instructors fought fiercely and managed to kill several of the Yuming cats, but they knew this battle would be far from over. "Stay in your defensive formation," Captain Fu ordered. "As long as we can withstand their initial attack, we'll be fine. We'll be able to beat them," Captain Fu shouted, his voice filled with determination. As the battle raged on, some of the Yuming cats managed to slip past the defenses and lunge toward the students. The strike team leader shouted, "Watch out." Seeing the monsters approaching, the students quickly raised their shields. In unison, they chanted with unwavering resolve, "By the honor burning in my chest, my country will never fall." As the students chanted, their bodysuits began to shine, and a magical formation started to form around them. But before the Yuming cats could reach the students, 2 figures at the back stepped forward and began shooting the monsters. The first was Zhang Mani, an early bronze stage hunter. She told her partner, Luo Yang, that he only needed to keep the monsters restrained while she would take care of shooting them down. Luo Yang, also an early Bronze Stage hunter, skillfully wielded his long sword, cutting through the monsters as they advanced. Luo Yang, seeing Zhang Manny in action, smirked and told her, "It's just a bunch of cats, nothing to be scared of. I'll handle them." Instructor Yu recognized the two students Zhang Manny, the deadly archer, and Luo Yang, whose divine strength was widely acknowledged. She couldn't help but comment, "This batch of students is impressive." Subai was amazed by their power and appearance, feeling somewhat inferior since his only weapon was Little Turtle. Watching Manny and Luo Yang in action, all the students were excited. Jiajin whispered, "This guy is seriously powerful. He looks even more formidable than Brother Su." The students' attention was fully on Manny and Luo Yang, and they didn't notice a soldier struggling with a monster nearby. Suddenly, a loud sound rang out from the forest. Everyone covered their ears, startled by the noise. When it stopped, a massive creature emerged from the woods, and to everyone's shock, all the Yuming cats immediately knelt before it. The monster that emerged from the forest was the king of the Yuming cats. It was a formidable creature at the middle silver stage with 45 constitution, 88 agility, and 43 spirit. Captain Fu was shocked to see the Cat King. He couldn't understand why such a powerful silver stage creature would appear here. He immediately ordered the messenger to contact the base and request reinforcements. Meanwhile, Manny and Luo Yang, unaware of the true strength of the creature, charged at the Cat King. Luo Yang leapt forward, sword drawn, while Manny supported him by restricting the monster's vision with her archery. However, when Instructor Yu saw them charging at the silver stage monster, fear gripped her, and she screamed, "Manny, Luo Yang, come back now." "This is a silver stage monster, not your plaything," Instructor Yu shouted, but it was already too late. The king of the Yuming cats made its move, striking with its claws. In one swift attack, it took down both Manny and Luo Yang. They fell to the ground, weapons lost, and lay helpless. Instructor Yu immediately shouted for them to come back, but Captain Fu, seeing the situation unfold, told her it was too late. He ordered his soldiers to provide cover fire. The king of the Yuming cats leaped again, aiming to strike at the soldiers before it could reach them. Something green and shining zipped through the air at incredible speed, hitting the Cat King squarely in the face, sending it flying. Everyone was confused, unsure of what just happened. The green object was Subai's Little Turtle. Shocked, the students began asking what it was. Instructor Yu quickly explained that it was Subai's beast, and Hanjai gang, recognizing it, immediately confirmed, "That's Subai's turtle." Subai stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Manny and Luo Yang to protect them. As expected, he said, "This entrance is still a bit awkward." He introduced himself as Beast Tamer Subai, with the Little Turtle as his beast. He then told Manny and Luo Yang to handle the smaller monsters while he dealt with the Cat King. The other students were stunned by the sight of Subai and his turtle. They couldn't believe that the Cat King had been knocked away by a turtle. Yanran was particularly happy to discover that the turtle was actually Subai's beast. As the king of the Yuming cats stood up, Subai commanded his little turtle to show the wild cat what it could do. With lightning speed, the little turtle charged at the king of the Yuming cats. Manny, watching in disbelief, asked, "How is Subai's turtle running so fast? Is that really still a turtle?" Captain Fu, still shooting Yuming cats, was equally surprised by the speed and power of the little turtle. He hadn't expected Subai to possess such strength. Instructor Yu, who was fighting beside Captain Fu, commented, "I didn't expect this either. Subai's beast taming is certainly unique." Captain Fu turned to the students and commanded, "Since Subai has already distracted the Cat King, you should attack and clear out the nether cats." At his command, the students immediately began to eliminate the remaining Yuming cats. Meanwhile, the king of the Yuming cats, enraged by the little turtle's attack, used demonic flames to strike it with its claws. The flames hit the little turtle's shell, but instead of being injured, the Cat King lost all its claws. The little turtle had used its shell defense, which increased its defense by 300%. Captain Fu was shocked to see a normal grade creature withstand the Silver Cat King's crushing claws. He was amazed by the little turtle's insane defense, but he knew this wasn't the time to be stunned. Now's not the time to be shocked, he thought. He immediately moved towards the king of the Yuming cats, ordering his soldiers to cover him. "While the Cat King is occupied, I'm going to finish it." As the king of the Yuming cats was distracted by the little turtle, Captain Fu sneaked up behind it. Aiming for its weak spot, the abdomen, he lunged with his fire sword, telling the beast, "Prepare to die." The king of Yuming cats screams in pain. It uses its tail and strikes Captain Fu, sending him flying. Captain Fu misses the opportunity to attack its abdomen. When he falls to the ground, he immediately charges at the king of Yuming cat, shouting, "Once more, beast! It's either you die or I live." Seeing Captain Fu charging at the king of Yuming cats, Subai tells Little Turtle to use its ultimate move. Hearing that, Little Turtle's body starts shining, and it begins spinning. Jiazhun and Fan Chao are confused, wondering what this ultimate move is, and why the turtle is spinning in place. While they are still confused, Subai runs towards the spinning Little Turtle. He had read in a book that the Cat King's weak spot is its abdomen. He kicks Little Turtle like a football, aiming at the Cat King's abdomen. Little Turtle shoots towards the Cat King like a bullet at high speed. Before the Cat King can injure Captain Fu, Little Turtle hits it in the abdomen with solid impact. The attack sends the Cat King flying far away. After hitting the Cat King, Little Turtle landed like a superhero. Captain Fu was shocked that Subai actually hit the weak spot. He moved farther to see if the Cat King would survive this. On the other hand, the Cat King was bleeding heavily, but somehow managed to stand up again. It roared very loudly, looking at the sky, and then fell. Finally, the Cat King died. Seeing the Cat King dead, everyone jumped in happiness. The Cat King had been defeated. Captain Fu, though very injured, asked in disbelief if they had really won. Yanran came running and hugged Subai tightly, saying, "Subai, you're amazing! You defeated the golden level Cat King!" Subai was surprised by the sudden hug from Yanran. Everyone gathered around Subai, praising him and saying he was incredible. Jiajun asked Subai where he got the turtle, saying he wanted one too. While they were busy talking, Little Turtle saw an opportunity and began searching the Cat King's body for something to eat. To its luck, it found a yellow beast core. It got very excited upon seeing the yellow stone and was about to eat it, but before it could, Subai noticed it. He shouted, asking Little Turtle what it was sneaking off to eat now. But before he could get there, Little Turtle ate the yellow beast core. Subai was angry, but suddenly a black shadow appeared in the sky. Seeing this, everyone became confused, asking, "What's that in the sky?" But Captain Fu immediately recognized it and told the others that it was dangerous. The Cat King's final howl had summoned its kind. Instructor Yu asked him if an even more dangerous beast could be approaching. On the other hand, at the base operations center, a soldier reported to the commander that, according to frontline energy wave analysis, F-169 base was detecting a large number of unknown level beasts. It had become very dangerous. This is the same base where Subai is. Suddenly, the commander received news that Hulin's daughter, Yanran, was among the group of trainee students at base F-2679. The person who told him this news was Wen Yuan. He asked the commander to provide immediate support. The commander immediately agreed, saying he would dispatch a scout company to escort Mr. Wen to the battlefield. Mr. Wen told the commander that he didn't need it, as he couldn't wait, and would head there himself. Before leaving, he turned to the commander and told him, "Within 20 minutes, I hope the reinforcements reach the battlefield." Hearing the 20-minute countdown, the commander told him that he was giving the order now. The commander was very nervous, thinking about the terrible situation, because he knew that if Hulin went mad, the entire Jiangzhou wouldn't be able to handle it. He immediately sent orders. On the other hand, at base F-269, after those black shadows covered the sky, suddenly a pair of red eyes appeared within them. Those eyes were looking at the group very angrily, and a loud voice came, calling them foolish humans, lowly species. Hearing that voice, Instructor Yu was too shocked and asked Captain Fu, "How is this possible? It can actually speak human language." Captain Fu was shocked himself. He said, "This is impossible. A beast that understands human language must be at least golden level and shouldn't appear here." He immediately ordered everyone to quickly form a defensive formation, placing the injured in the center. Suddenly, that black shadow fell on the ground beside the Cat King's dead body. From the shadows, a very angry voice came, saying, "Lowly species! How dare you slaughter my kind?" The shadow monster then started eating the Cat King's body. The students were shocked and disgusted seeing the monster eating the Cat King. When Captain Fu saw the monster, he said, "This is absolutely impossible. How could something like that appear in this area?" Suddenly, Subai received a warning notification from the system. The system warned Subai of extreme danger as a golden level beast was detected nearby. The system told him to please leave immediately as the lethal threat was rated 5 stars in extreme danger state. Subai was shocked to find that it was actually a golden level beast. The monster that emerged from the shadow was the Shadow Cat King. And it was even a mutated monster. It was a golden level monster with 272 constitution, 345 agility, and 275 mentality. After sustaining severe injuries, the Shadow Cat King entered a bloodthirsty berserk state, increasing its agility and attack by 100%, with a 50% reduction in defense. Liu Yang was shocked to find that it was a golden level beast and said, "Even our teacher probably hasn't faced one." Mani was too scared and fell to the ground saying, "I want to go home, I don't want to die." Seeing that reinforcements hadn't arrived, Captain Fu charged at the Shadow Cat King, ordering everyone to escort the wounded and retreat while he covered them. He jumped to attack, shouting, "Beast, I'll fight you to the death." But with just one swing of its hand, the Shadow Cat King sent Captain Fu flying. It then raised its claws to finish off the captain. Seeing that, Subai threw his little turtle, ordering it to protect Captain Fu. When the Shadow Cat King struck at Captain Fu, Little Turtle jumped in between and blocked the Shadow Cat King's attack with its shell defense. The Shadow Cat King was shocked by the turtle's exceptionally tough shell, but suddenly some deep scratches appeared on Little Turtle's shell and it started bleeding. Captain Fu was shocked and asked Little Turtle if it was okay. Seeing Little Turtle injured, Subai tried to go over, but before he could move, he also got injured and started bleeding from his mouth. He felt the same pain as Little Turtle. Yan Ran, standing beside him, was very shocked to see him and asked if he was injured. Instructor Yu, who was helping Captain Fu at the moment, was shocked to see Subai injured. She couldn't understand how he got hurt, as she didn't see the Shadow Cat King attack him. Seeing Subai, Captain Fu wondered if it was the animal trainer's same origin effect. Hearing that, Instructor Yu said, "It's impossible. I'll go check it out." Suddenly, a system notification appeared, telling Subai that because the tamed beast had fallen into a serious injury state, it triggered the tamer's talent same origin. Now, the host and the tamed beast share energy and share damage. Instructor Yu comes and checks Subai, but she doesn't find any external injuries on him. Shocked, she wonders, could it be that Subai really understood the origin of the legendary beast taming skill? In pain, Subai falls, but Yanren catches him before he hits the ground. She is very worried about Subai's condition. Subai sees the notification and understands what happened to him. He tells her that he is okay. Instructor Yu points her sword at the Shadow Cat King and says, "Subai is sharing the attack of the golden level Shadow Cat King with his tamed beast. Let's go support him." "Yes, we can't let him fight alone," all the students and soldiers shout together. Seeing everyone charging together, the Shadow Cat King smiles. Its eyes burn with anger and it calls them a bunch of ants. When all the students charged at the Shadow Cat King with Instructor Yu and Captain Fu, the Shadow Cat King took its shadow form to fight. It also sent one of its shadow minions towards Subai. Instructor Yu noticed it and asked Subai to be careful. When Yan Ran saw the shadow minion coming, she tried to protect Subai by taking the hit. But suddenly, there was a huge explosion, covering the ground with flames. Subai and Yan Ran were completely fine, as the shadow minion didn't reach them, and died. In that explosion, Yan Ran was too shocked, asking, "What just happened?" Seeing this, Subai smiles because the core crystal of the Silver Yuming Cat King has finally been absorbed. A system notification then appears, telling him that the little turtle has upgraded to bronze level Black Turtle. The Black Tortoise bloodline has been activated, and the Black Tortoise illusion can now be maintained for a short period of time. Little Turtle has gained a new talent called Turtle Gravity. As Little Turtle's bloodline is activated to 10%, all of its attributes have improved, and its talent has been enhanced. Now, Little Turtle's physical strength is 218, defense is 362, agility is 55, and spirit is 60. Its first talent is Black Turtle Barrier, which can gather the power of Little Turtle to form a defensive barrier, increasing defense by 300%. The second talent is Turtle Spirit Possession, which consumes a certain amount of physical energy to cover the whole body with Little Turtle's energy, enhancing attack power by 100% and defense power by 200%. The third talent is Turtle Gravity, which launches a skill at the designated target, causing the target to be pulled by gravity. After awakening the Black Turtle's bloodline, Subai's Little Turtle entered its spirit form. A huge beast, in the form of a spirit, emerged from the Little Turtle's body like a projection. Everyone was shocked to see the Little Turtle's spirit form. What would they want to do with it? Creatures of the night-stormed earth, what would they do with the Blue Turtle voice line? Instructor Yu asked if Subai's beast had evolved. Seeing the golden light emanating from the Little Turtle's body, Captain Fu wondered, could it be an epic beast tamer? On the other hand, after the Little Turtle's awakening, Subai also stood up. Yanran asked him if his injury had healed as well. Subai told her that he was fine. He then immediately pointed at the Shadow Cat King and ordered the Little Turtle to kill the beast for him. At his command, the Little Turtle's spirit swung its hand and struck the Shadow Cat King, sending it flying with just one attack. Everyone was amazed to see the Little Turtle's power. Captain Fu, shocked, said Subai's tamed beast is only at the initial bronze level, but it exudes such terrifying pressure. The bloodline level must be quite high. Luo Long could not believe his eyes. Subai, a bronze-level beast tamer, had knocked away the Shadow Cat King. After getting hit by the Little Turtle spirit, the Shadow Cat King went flying, but somehow managed to stop itself. Now it was very angry and roared loudly, releasing its shadow minions at the students, shouting, "I want you to die!" Seeing the Shadow Cat King going berserk, Captain Fu told everyone to watch out and retreat. He instructed them to split up and run away. The Shadow Cat King created tens of shadow minions, telling the humans, don't even think about running away. All the shadow minions charged. They avoided the Little Turtle and attacked the students and soldiers. Seeing this, Subai asked the Little Turtle to stop them. The Little Turtle immediately used its turtle gravity skill on the entire area. A golden light covered the whole space. Before the shadow minions could even attack the students, they froze in midair. Then the Little Turtle pulled all the shadow minions towards itself, opened its huge mouth, and sucked them all in. It then closed its mouth, killing all the shadow minions in one go. Subai told the Little Turtle not to show mercy and to explode. At his command, the Little Turtle opened its huge mouth, started collecting vast amounts of energy, and then shot a golden energy beam in the direction of the Shadow Cat King. In front of the Little Turtle's powerful energy beam, the Shadow Cat King didn't last a second and was vaporized. After a few minutes, Mr. Wen also arrived at the scene, but upon looking at the battlefield, he was shocked to see that everything was already over. There was a huge crack on the ground. Seeing this, Mr. Wen wondered, what on earth did they go through on such a tragic battlefield? On the other hand, after the fight, Captain Fu was commanding everyone to clean up the battlefield quickly. Mr. Wen immediately went to Yanran, who was collecting monster cores with Instructor Yu. Seeing that Yanran was fine, Mr. Wen let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Miss, I'm so glad you're okay." Yanran was a little surprised to see him. Instructor Yu was confused seeing Mr. Wen there and asked Yanran why he was here. Captain Fu immediately saluted Mr. Wen and introduced himself as Fu Lin, the Deputy Battalion Commander of F-269 Military Base. Since Mr. Wen was a higher-ranking officer than Captain Fu reported to Mr. Wen that in this battle, a squad of his troops cooperated with the instructors and students of Wuhan University and encountered a large group of nether cats. Over 800 nether cats were killed, including several bronze level ones, one silver level one, and one gold level one. The casualties are currently being counted and initial treatment is being provided to the seriously injured. Mr. Wen was surprised to hear that a gold-level beast had appeared. Looking at the crack on the ground, he said, "Captain Fu, you actually killed this gold-level monster? It's unbelievable." Pointing at Subai, Captain Fu reported to Mr. Wen that it was Subai and his trained animals who killed it. Hearing that, Mr. Wen turned to Subai and asked him if he had killed the Shadow Cat King. Subai acted modestly and told Mr. Wen that it was the deputy battalion commander, the instructors, and he who worked together to kill it. It wasn't just his work. Hearing Subai's reply, Mr. Wen was impressed. He patted Subai on the shoulder and asked, "Subai, after graduating from Wuhan University, are you interested in studying at Zhenzhou Fortress?" He added that although the beast tamer had fallen, he would personally guide him. Hearing that, Subai became happy and thanked Mr. Wen for his kindness, saying that he hadn't thought about it yet. While they were talking, Captain Fu came and reported to Mr. Wen that the battlefield had been cleared. He asked Mr. Wen to please give instructions. Mr. Wen instructed everyone to return to base. When they all returned to the base, in front of the teleportation formation, Captain Fu asked the instructors to count the number of people. He told the students to enter the portal in order and to go back and practice hard, saying they were the strongest class he had ever met. All the students thanked the deputy captain before leaving. While the students were leaving, Captain Fu told Instructor Yu that these children were very special, especially the one named Subai, who had a bright future. Instructor Yu agreed with him, saying, "As a freshman, she could not imagine what his future strength would be." Captain Fu smiled and said, "Instructor Yu, we'll meet again later. This time, I owe Subai a life." Instructor Yu told Captain Fu that he was too polite before leaving. One by one, everyone entered the teleportation formation and returned to Wuhan University. Subai and Yanran were together, and he was very happy to finally be back. Jinjian was very excited, shouting, "This trip was really thrilling!" When they returned to the university, they saw students standing right in front of them, holding banners to welcome the heroes of victory. All the teachers and students of Jiangzhou Wuhan University gathered to welcome the hero's victorious return. A teacher gives a bouquet of flowers to Luo Yong, saying, "Welcome home, hero." Luo Yong was surprised and told the teachers that the real hero is Subai, saying, "We are nothing. We are just cannon fodder." Other injured students came after Luo Yong and agreed with him, telling the teachers that it's good enough they could come back alive. If there weren't so many missing classmates around them, they would have suspected that today's experience was just a dream. Instructor Jian comes and pats Subai's back, saying, "I already know your situation on the battlefield. You are all heroes of Jiangsu Wuda. Your test scores this time will be the highest ever." Hearing about the assessment results, Subai gets very happy and says that now he just wants to go back to the dormitory, take a shower, and have a good sleep. All the students laugh and say that they all want to rest. In Subai's room, Jinjian asks others if they feel that the bed is extra soft tonight. Feng Chao laughs and tells him that he's been trapped by this bed. He turns to Han Jin and asks him that since they accomplished such a great feat this time, they should be credited with this military achievement, right? Han Jin laughs and asks him how many resources he can exchange for his limited military capabilities. He adds that since Brother Su killed the gold-level monster, Subai can exchange it for a bunch of cultivation resources. Suddenly, Han Jin remembers something, stands up and asks Subai what kind of turtle his is. He says he'll buy one to raise at home. If nothing else, he'd feel at ease watching the cuckold. While they were talking, Little Turtle was lost in his dream of a female turtle harem. The next day, in the early morning, someone continuously starts knocking on Subai's room door. Irritated by the sounds of knocking, Han Jin wakes up. He shouts, telling the person outside to stop knocking already. He's angry and wonders who could be knocking this early in the morning, but when he opens the door, he's shocked to see heaven outside his door. There were many girls standing in front of the door, holding gifts in their hands. A girl in glasses steps forward and says, "Juniors!" Pointing at Subai's bed, Fan Chao told the girls that his brother Subai went out for a run. He asked them if they knew his brother. Hearing that Subai wasn't there, the girls became very disappointed and asked Fan Chao why he didn't say so earlier. The purple-haired girl told him that everyone on campus knows Subai now. With a sad face, she said, "Too bad Subai doesn't know me." Jinjun also wakes up and is surprised to hear that his brother Sue is famous now. While leaving, the purple-haired girl told them to turn on the TV and take a look. She also took the breakfast box and gave it to Hanjin, saying, "Since Subai isn't here, I'll just take the breakfast back then." Hanjin and the other two were shocked to see how the girls changed after learning that Subai wasn't there. They all turned out to be gold diggers. On the other hand, Subai was running on the university's field. While he was taking note of his health, suddenly an important broadcast aired on Longqua's military channel. It attracted the attention of everyone in the stadium, and they all looked at the broadcasting screen. The announcement stated that yesterday, several provinces experienced large-scale attacks by ferocious beasts from the myriad races on myriad races behind human lines. Among the beasts attacking the bases, gold-tier combatants were present in each instance. Students from martial arts universities across provinces were massacred, with survival rates less than 1 in 100. During this campaign, the instructors and students of Zhangzhou Martial University fought valiantly. They slayed 1 gold-tier beast, 1 silver-tier beast, and numerous bronze-tier and ordinary-tier beasts. Among them, freshman Subai single-handedly held off a gold-tier beast. With the support of instructors and a bronze-tier expert from the military, he achieved the feat of cross-tier slaying, a complete victory across the board, with Jiangzhou Martial University standing as the sole victor. The news also showed Subai's photo on the screen and continued, saying that the Longguo military has decided to award all participating students and instructors from Jiangchu Martial University a collective second-class honor and a Great Wall silver medal. As for student Subai, for his outstanding contributions, he is awarded a first-class honor and a Great Wall gold medal. Subai was surprised and confused by the sudden awarding of the first-class honor. Everyone in the stadium was shocked to hear that Subai, a freshman, had achieved something so incredible. A guy, very jealous of Subai, said, "A Great Wall gold medal, something I could never achieve in my life, is given to a freshman." A girl, very impressed by Subai, shouted, "The Martial University is mighty. I really want to meet Subai." She asked others who was acquainted with Subai, saying she wanted to date him. Hearing them all, Subai realized that if he stood there, those crazy girls wouldn't let him escape. He covered his face, thinking it was better to sneak away quickly. Slowly, he made his way out of there and hid behind a wall. Where others could not see him, while he was taking a breath, suddenly his phone rang. It was Subai's sister, Sujia. She was very excited and told Subai that he was on TV. Subai was surprised that even people outside the university had received the news. He told his sister that he had already seen it. Sushia told him that their mom and dad wanted him to come home to celebrate. Subai knew his family's financial condition and asked, "Isn't that unnecessary?" Subai's mother and father were sitting beside Sushia and were very proud of him. His father told him that he had achieved such an honor, and now everyone in the neighborhood wanted to see him. Subai's mother told him that his third uncle's sister-in-law had just called, saying she wanted to introduce him to a girlfriend. Sushie told him that he better come back quickly, otherwise their front door was about to get kicked down by their neighbors. Hearing how happy they were, Subai said, "All right, the test just ended, and we have 2 days off. I'll pack up and come back to take a look." His sister was very happy and told him that since he was so famous now, their dad would grin in his sleep. Subai laughed and told her to hang up. Then, in the afternoon, Subai came back to his family's apartment. All the neighbors started calling Subai's father, saying, "Old Su, your family's hero is coming home. Come out and welcome him." Subai was shocked to see so many people standing in front of their house and asked them if all of them were waiting for him. The whole neighborhood had gathered there to welcome Subai. They started cheering that the great hero was back. A woman came up and asked Subai if he still remembered her, saying she held him when he was a kid. Subai was very surprised and asked, "Isn't everyone being way too enthusiastic?" Subai's family also came out. Sujie jumped to hug her hero brother. His mother and father were very happy to see him. Subai's father grabbed his hand and asked him to come home. While he was going, another woman asked Subai to come and eat at her house, saying she made seafood dumplings. Subai thanked her but told her that he was allergic to seafood. An old man came forward and asked Subai's father to bring Subai to his house, saying he had stewed turtle soup and invited them to have some together. Subai's father thanked everyone and told them that they had already prepared food at home. He added that he would bring Subai to visit each of them once he had rested. Subai told them that later on he would definitely visit all the uncles and aunties. Hearing that, an old auntie came forward and asked Subai's father to bring Subai over later, mentioning that her granddaughter was a university student in the city. They can meet there, but another uncle came forward and told that auntie that her granddaughter wasn't worthy of Subai. He said her granddaughter had just graduated this year, and he would introduce Subai to her. Subai's father didn't expect his neighbors to behave like that. Somehow, Subai and his family returned to their house. Subai was exhausted from dealing with all of them. He said that if he had known it would be like this, he would have snuck back after dark. Sushia told him that wouldn't work because Anchang had installed surveillance outside their house. She was just waiting for Subai to come back so she could introduce her granddaughter to him. Subai's father immediately walked towards the kitchen, telling them that he would cook personally today. His mother told Subai to take a rest first, saying that she and his dad would cook. She asked her daughter to come help out. Subai immediately threw his bag on the side of the sofa and sat down. He finally got a moment to catch his breath, but before he could rest, suddenly a system notification popped up in front of his eyes. The system detected a contractible creature, a little kitten, and asked Subai if he wished to tame the little kitten. Subai was surprised to see that notification. It was the Beast Master's intuition. Seeing his surprised expression, Sushia asked him what was happening. Subai asked his little sister if their family had gotten a cat. She pointed at a little cat eating food in the corner of the room and asked him if he meant Little White. Seeing the cat, Subai asked her if they couldn't have a more impressive one. Sushie pet the little cat and asked Subai what was not impressive about Little White. "It's so cute," she said. She told him that after he took Little 8, she found Little White on the road a few days ago, so she brought it home. Subai didn't argue with his sister and told her that it was cute if she said so. He thought that if his sister liked it so much, maybe he shouldn't tame it. But then the little cat's status window popped up in front of him. Tamed Beast Little Kitten Level 0 Ordinary. Initial stage bloodline contains traces of the White Tiger Sacred Beast bloodline growth potential infinite, with eventual god slaying capabilities. Current stats: Physical 1, Defense 1, Spirit 1. Its agility is 3 and its ability is Claw Strike, which increases attack speed and damage by 100%. Its evolution method is consumption. The system then asked Subai if he wished to tame the kitten. Subai was too shocked to see the little cat's status window, wondering, could this stray cat really have the White Tiger bloodline? The little cat looked at Subai with curiosity. Sushia told Subai that it seemed to like him. Subai clicked on the tame option, thinking he should tame it first and figure it out later. After taming the little cat, he turned to his sister and, while smiling, called her to discuss something. He told her that it was about the little cat because her brother is a beast master. Before Subai could finish what he was saying, Suja immediately declined. She took the little cat and said, "Brother, since you already took Little 8, don't think about taking Little White." Subai tried to convince her, saying they could negotiate on this. He asked her if she didn't want a laptop. Suzai ran with the little cat, telling Subai that it wouldn't do and that she wouldn't give Little White to him. A few minutes later, Subai's mother came with food and saw Subai chasing Suzia, who was running away with the little cat in her hand. Then, 2 days later, when Subai returned to the university, he had both Little Turtle and Little Cat with him. When the students of the university saw Subai, they immediately recognized him. Seeing the cat in Subai's backpack, a girl asked another, "Why does he have a cat in his bag? Is he a cat lover?" Inside Subai's bag, Little Turtle was very happy to be with Little Cat. It told Little Cat that this is Boss's school and that it would have her back from today. But Little Cat was very uncomfortable in that small bag and complained to Subai that Little Turtle was squishing her. However, Subai didn't understand what they were talking about. While he was walking, a boy spotted Subai and said, "Isn't that Subai, the one who got the gold medal?" Another boy replied, "Is that why, despite his average looks, so many girls are running to his dorm?" They were jealous of Subai's achievement. Hearing them, Subai thought, "Looks like I'll need to wear a mask when going out in the future." While he was walking, suddenly there was an announcement asking student Subai to please report to the principal's office immediately. Subai was surprised by the announcement, wondering what the principal could want with him. When he went to the principal's office, the principal told Subai that he was truly a man of Huaxia. Because of his excellent performance at the F-269 military base, the school had decided to reward him. The principal asked Subai what he would like. Subai said that he was really grateful to the school and also to the principal. Subai had always heard that their principal was a stingy man, so it would probably be tough even trying to get some food for little 8. He pretended to think hard and told the principal that he didn't want the school to go bankrupt over him. So how about 100 gold tier beast cores? The principal acted shocked after hearing 100 gold tier beast cores and said, "Subai, I don't have that many of them, even if you grind my bones to dust. Why don't you ask for the principal's position instead?" Subai then told the principal that he could settle for 100 silver tier ones instead. Hearing about the silver tier, the principal told him not to even think about it, saying he couldn't even get scraps with the amount of honor he had. Subai told the principal that he didn't want the gold medal or whatever. Could he have 50 silver tier beast cores instead? He tried to make the situation emotional, saying, "Principal, you know I bled for the school." But the principal didn't fall for that and said, "Subai, humans are humans. The strong in the human race have the responsibility and duty to protect the weak. When you saved those students, you were carrying out a duty as one of the strong ones." Subai was at a loss for words seeing the principal. He said, "Principal, please, no more yapping. Let's settle with 50 silver tier beast cores." The principal completely ignored his words and told him that the military and the school weren't going to give up on a genius like him. He took a deep breath and told Subai that this was the most he could do. He would let him have 10 bronze tier beast cores. Subai was shocked to hear that his reward was just 10 bronze tier. He immediately declined and asked for 20 bronze tier beast cores. The principal agreed to 15 and told him that it was final. Subai accepted the deal. The principal realized that Subai was trying to haggle with him, and Subai also realized that his principal was very cheap. The principal then turned around and told Subai that in addition to the rewards, there was a little something he needed to let Subai know. Surprised, Subai asked. The principal told Subai that he had been selected by the school as the representative from the first year and would participate in this year's 100 Schools tournament. Subai was confused to hear about the 100 Schools tournament and asked the principal if the reward thing was just a ruse. He said, "Principal, this is not very nice of you." The principal asked him not to put it that way. As a student of Jiangzhou Martial University, it was his duty to bring honor to the school. The principal asked Subai if he didn't want resources, saying that the tournament was very generous with rewards. Subai replied, "Principal, there must be lots of skilled people in the 100 Schools tournament. It'd be difficult to even get a rank, wouldn't it? It'll be hard work." Hearing that, the principal said, "How can the youth of today be scared of challenges?" He told Subai to go prepare and come to the training room tomorrow. Subai agreed and left. The principal looked outside the window and thought, it's getting more difficult to rope the youth today into things. On the other hand, while leaving, Subai thought of the tales of the principal being a sly old fox and realized that the gossip was definitely accurate. The next day, 10 students gathered in the practice hall. The principal told them that the 100 Schools tournament was hosted by the military, though the Ministry of Education had given them far fewer resources compared to better-known schools, such as the martial universities of Beijing and Shanghai. He was still sending them off with the hope that they would achieve better results. Then the principal started the roll call. First was third-year Hu Qing, who was a bronze middle tier awakened of the wood element. Second was Bai Ningbing, and then Xiong Tiangxiang. While the principal was calling their names, an annoyed guy said, "This is kind of unfair. Jiangzhou Martial University was founded later, so students here get much fewer resources than those going to famous schools." A girl standing behind agreed with him, saying, "I heard that our school has always ranked very low." The principal then called first year Subai's name last. He immediately responded, "I'm here." The principal told the students that there were 10 students representing the school in the tournament, and they were the top students in their respective years. The principal took out a paper and said he would make an announcement. He pointed at Subai and announced that this year, the leader of the team would be Subai. Subai was shocked to hear his name and asked the principal, "This is a mistake, right?" When the others heard Subai's name, they got angry. The principal told them that making Subai the team leader was a decision made by the school board after much discussion. An angry guy came forward and asked the principal, "Hu Qing is the strongest and most experienced out of all of them. How can a freshman be the team lead instead of him?" Others agreed with him. Another boy pointed at Hu Qing and said, "Subai is just at the initial tier of bronze, a whole tier behind Hu Qing. How can he lead us?" The principal got angry and asked them if they had seen the news these past 2 days. Subai is capable of defeating gold tier beasts. If any of you want to be the leader, you should go kill a gold tier beast right now and I will make the swap. Hearing about Subai defeating a gold tier beast, a boy laughed and said, "Who the hell knows how he did it? Might have just been luck." Another boy looked angrily at Subai and said he didn't believe it either. He challenged Subai right there for a fight. All the seniors were angry at Subai, saying they also wanted to challenge him. Subai tried to calm them down, telling them that he was not aware of this whole leader thing at all. Subai was angry at the principal because he was making Subai a target for everyone. The principal immediately walked away, saying, "That is all for today." He asked them to go get ready, as the tournament was less than 20 days away, and he looked forward to their performances. While the others were hearing the principal, Subai also ran away from there. Some students noticed and shouted, asking him, "Where are you going while running away?" Subai said, "Dear seniors, I'm in a hurry. I'll be going to my dorm now." Seeing Subai escape, a boy called him a coward, saying he didn't believe that Subai killed the gold tier beast at all. Another boy angrily said he would show Subai who's boss once the tournament started. On the other hand, Subai returned to his dormitory and called his little turtle, telling it that it was time to eat. Looking in his inventory, Subai said, "At least the old fart kept his word." He told the little turtle that there were 15 bronze tier beast cores, enough for it to level up. When Subai gave a beast core to the little turtle, the little cat tried to snatch it. Subai told the little cat not to rush because there was something for it too. He took out some blood essence and gave it to the little cat because its level was still too low. Seeing the little cat eat the blood essence, the little turtle made an innocent face, hoping to get some too. "It sure eats a lot," Subai said, giving it some. Another beast core. Subai was crying as he gave the third beast core to the little turtle because one bite cost hundreds of thousands of yuan. The little turtle ate it immediately and asked for more. Subai, still crying, asked it how much more it needed to eat to evolve. He poured all the beast cores into the little turtle's bowl and told it that these were the last ones. If it still didn't evolve, then he was going to feed everything to the little cat in the future. The little cat got happy to hear that. After eating the third beast core, the little turtle's body started shining again. Subai got a little scared seeing the golden light coming out of the little turtle's body. The whole university started shaking because of the little turtle's evolution. Everyone was confused, asking what happened. They wondered if it was an earthquake. A system notification came congratulating. Subai was thrilled because his mystic tortoise had leveled up to bronze middle tier. Subai's own level also increased. Currently, the little turtle's level is bronze middle stage. 30% of its Zhuanwu bloodline is activated, enhancing all its attributes and strengthening its talents. The little turtle's physique is 568, defense is 862, agility is 95, and spirit is 90. Subai was happy that the little turtle finally leveled up. While it didn't gain more talents, its stats and talent levels increased significantly. While Subai was looking at the little turtle's status window, another notification came, congratulating him because the little cat also leveled up to ordinary high tier and awakened. Subai's tamed beast, Little Kitten, is now an ordinary high-level beast. It contains traces of the White Tiger Sacred Beast bloodline with infinite growth potential and, eventually, god-slaying capabilities. Now its strength is 39, defense is 38, agility is 79, and spirit is 25. It also has 3 talents. The first talent is Claw Strike, which activates by consuming stamina, increasing attack speed and damage by 100%. The second talent is Bloodlust, which activates by consuming stamina, increasing attack by 100%, 500%. The graver the wounds, the higher the bonus. The third talent is Ghostly Haunting Step, which increases movement speed by 100%, 200%. The bonus increases as more vitality is consumed. Seeing the second notification, Subai jumped in. The next day, Subai went to the Jiangzhou Martial University library. He was surprised by the sheer size of the building. He remarked to the librarian that he hadn't expected Jiangzhou University's library to be so vast. The librarian explained to Subai that the library had been established even before the university was founded, serving as the cornerstone of Jiangzhou Martial University's heritage. While speaking with Subai, the librarian scanned his ID and was astonished. She hadn't expected a freshman to already have 180 credits. As a beast tamer, Subai asked her about books related to beast taming. The librarian pointed in a direction and informed Subai that the beast taming books he was looking for were over there. He was free to look up whatever information he needed. Subai thanked her and went to the beast taming section. He was a little surprised to see that there were actually quite a few books on beast taming. He thought it would take him a long time to go through all of them. While Su-bai was selecting his first book, he noticed a book written by Lo Fan. When he read the name, he felt that he had heard it somewhere before. Su-bai picked up the book, and while flipping through its pages, he noticed the beast taming skills described in it. The skills included Heavens and Earth Converge, the Undying Soul, Divine Weapons Gathered, Sacred Beasts Armed, the Roots of Grass and Trees, and Origin Confluence. Su-bai recognized the bibliophile Origin Confluence skill as he had already mastered it. He wondered what the Undying Soul and Sacred Beasts Armed might mean. While Su-bai was engrossed in reading the book, he didn't realize that he had already lost track of time. Nations noticed Su-bai coming out. These seniors noticed Su-bai coming out. These seniors were the same ones selected to compete in the university competition alongside Su-bai. Seeing him emerging from the beast taming section, one of the seniors mocked him, saying, "A beast tamer has no future, no matter how much they study." Su-bai didn't even notice them, as he was fully engrossed in the book he was reading. He was amazed by its contents and said to himself, "I didn't expect Senior Luo Fen to be so powerful." He created 3 divine skills: Origin Confluence, Sacred Beasts Armed, and the Undying Soul. He even single-handedly fought against the invasion of all the tribes. It's a pity he was eventually outnumbered and died on the battlefield. Even with just a brief look at the book, Su-bai was captivated by the extraordinary achievements of Luo Fan. Su-bai realized that he needed to read this book carefully, but suddenly something shocking happened. While Su-bai was reading, the book began to shine brightly. He was shocked and confused, unable to comprehend what was happening or why the book was floating. He even felt a strange force flowing into his body. After the book stopped shining, Su-bai went to the librarian. Showing her the book, he asked if he could borrow it. The librarian was surprised to see the book because it didn't have a classification label. She told Su-bai that it probably wasn't part of the library's collection. Su-bai insisted that it couldn't be true, as he had taken it directly from the bookshelf. The librarian decided to check and investigate further. The librarian tried to examine the contents of the book, but even after using all her strength, she couldn't open it. Frustrated, she wondered why she couldn't open the book. Su-bai was surprised to hear this and said, "That can't be right. I was just reading it a moment ago. Let me take a look." But when Su-bai tried to open the book, it opened immediately. Su-bai showed it to the librarian and said, "How is it possible that it couldn't be opened?" The librarian was equally confused and said, "Maybe something went wrong." She told Su-bai to keep the book and read it, adding that he could return it whenever he was done. Su-bai immediately took the book and asked the librarian if he could borrow it for as long as he wanted. The librarian agreed, and Su-bai was delighted to hear that. He thanked the librarian before leaving. After Su-bai left, the librarian called the university principal and informed him that the book they had left on the bookshelf had been taken by Su-bai. The principal was shocked and asked if Su-bai had actually managed to open the book. The librarian confirmed that it was true. She saw it with her own eyes. The first-year student Su-bai had opened the book. Hearing this, the principal became very happy. Looking up at the sky, he said, "Luo Fan, the person you've been waiting for has finally appeared after 100 years. If you, in the underworld, are aware of this, you must be very happy, right?" The scene then shifts to 2 weeks later, at the Marshall University's 100 Schools League. People started gathering at the stadium. A reporter informed the audience that the 100 Schools League was divided into 5 major battle zones: East, South, West, North, and Central. Each battle zone would produce 2 qualifying teams. The 8 Marshall Universities of Changsha Province had all gathered at Changsha Marshall University to compete. The stadium was packed, and tickets for this year's 100 Schools League were in high demand. University buses began to arrive, carrying the participants of the competition. A group of students from Fuquan mocked the students from Lonying Marshall University, saying, "Lonying Marshall University dares to show up? They're just here to get beaten." The Longjing Marshall University students retorted, "Who gets beaten is still up in the air. Just wait and see, you trash from Fuquan." All the students were highly competitive and full of spirit as they headed into the stadium. Meanwhile, the audience began to gather as the competition was about to start. At the seating area for Subai's Zhengzhou Martial University, Instructor Fu arrived and asked, "Is everyone here?" A senior replied, "Subai hasn't arrived yet, but everyone else is here." Another senior added, "Subai is our team captain. He wouldn't back out at the last minute." Just as he said that, a voice suddenly called out, "How could I back out at the last minute?" The one who said that was Subai. Instructor Fu was shocked to see him. It had only been a few days, but she could sense that Subai's strength had improved significantly. She told Subai that the match was about to start and that they needed to arrange their lineup. Subai reassured Instructor Fu, saying, "Don't worry, I've got it all planned out." Before the competition began, a host appeared on the big screen and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, teachers and students. Just a month ago, the myriad beast clans deployed large-scale forces to pin down the military's frontline capabilities. Meanwhile, smaller groups of vicious beasts bypassed the front lines to attack the rear military bases of several provinces. The Martial University students in the affected provinces were nearly wiped out by the myriad beast clans, with less than 1 in 100 surviving." The host asked, "Compatriots, shall we avenge this?" The entire audience shouted in unison, "We must avenge them! Kill all the vicious beasts! The human race must win!" Seeing the audience's energy, the host said, "Good. If our human race has this spirit, how can the vicious beasts not be destroyed? This is the very purpose of today's 100 Schools League. Now, I declare the official opening of the Jiangzhou Provincial League." The rules of the competition were then announced. As this is a team battle format, each team can have up to 5 participants in each match. The loser is eliminated and the winner advances to the next round. "The team with the last remaining participant wins," the host announced. He then proceeded with the random draw for the matchups. First match was between Longying Martial University and Xinmin. The second match was between Jiangzhou Martial University and Xinyun Martial University. The third match was between Fuchuan Martial University and Suchong Martial University. The fourth match was between Anyi Martial University and Zhongshu Martial University. The host called for participants from Longying Martial University and Xinmin Martial University to come to the field. Subai's seniors were a little surprised to see that they had actually drawn Qingyun Martial University. Instructor Fu was also concerned, as the fight between Longying and Xinmin had already begun, but their lineup hadn't been decided yet. While they were discussing, suddenly, the principal of Zhengzhou Martial University approached and asked Subai if he had arranged the lineup. Subai proudly told the principal that for the lineup, he would be the first to go. As for the remaining 4, they could figure it out themselves. Everyone was surprised to hear that and asked Subai if this was part of his strategy. One senior asked Subai, "Shouldn't we make targeted arrangements based on Sungshin Martial University's lineup?" Other seniors agreed and asked Subai, "If you go first and can't win, it would be an embarrassment for Jiangxiu Martial University." The seniors were very angry with Subai. Subai then addressed everyone. Subai reassured everyone not to worry, saying that he would not disappoint them. While they were talking, the principal noticed that in just a few days, Subai's level had increased significantly. The principal admitted that Subai's comprehension was truly impressive. The principal then whispered to Subai, advising him not to go too far and to at least leave some room for his seniors to shine. He added that if Subai offended them all, it would be difficult for him to get by in school in the future. Subai nodded, understanding the advice. Into rooms, the light grew. Meanwhile, the match between Longying Martial University and Xinmin Martial University had ended, with Xinmin Martial University emerging victorious. Seeing the fight, Instructor Fu remarked, "This year, Xinmin Martial University is incredibly strong. They defeated Longying so quickly." She then turned to Subai and wished him all the best, as it was his turn to take the stage. Subai acknowledged her and, as he walked toward the arena, told his seniors to watch closely. They didn't like his attitude and said, "Let's see how capable he is." When Subai stepped onto the arena, waifu Yunran started cheering for him. Subai's roommates were also there, cheering him on. to fight Subai, a red-haired student from Qingyun Martial University, entered the stage. When the red-haired student saw Subai, he immediately recognized him and said, "You must be that freshman who slayed the golden tier vicious beast, right?" Subai, a little annoyed by the title, admitted that it was indeed him. That red-haired guy was Qingyun Martial University's squad captain, Li Ling Feng, a mid-Ryong rank stone power user. Li Ling transformed his arms into stone and said to Subai, "Today I'll show you what true power is like." Subai completely ignored his warning and focused on taking out his little turtle from the bag. Li Ling was surprised to see the little turtle and asked Subai, "Is this your tamed beast?" He then laughed at Subai, saying, "Don't tell me you brought your household pet to the competition." Subai completely ignored him again and took out some food to eat, saying that he was in a bit of a rush this morning and hadn't had breakfast yet. When the audience saw Subai's little turtle, they too were confused, wondering why he brought a little turtle to the competition. A guy commented that Jiangzhou Martial University really doesn't have anyone worth mentioning anymore, so they are actually letting this kind of trash go on stage. Even Subai's seniors thought he was seriously underestimating his opponent. One senior asked the others, "Subai's opponent seems to be at the mid-bronze rank. Can he really handle this?" While they were all wondering about the little turtle, Instructor Fu was wondering why. Subai was eating peanuts and drinking cola on the stage. After taking out the little turtle, Subai sat down, opened a can of cola, and told the little turtle, "After eating so many beast cores, don't embarrass me." The little turtle moved forward and released a bright light from its body. Li Ling felt the power emanating from the little turtle and wondered, could this turtle really be his tamed beast? Subai's little turtle took its black tortoise form. This time it was a stable form, and the little turtle fully controlled the transformation. Li Ling was terrified upon seeing the little turtle's overwhelming form. The whole audience was shocked to see such a massive turtle. One guy remarked, "This turtle's one eye alone is as big as a basketball." Looking at the little turtle's armor, one man asked, "Is that its skin?" This is clearly armor, and it's actually shining like metal. Being able to project mass really did seal the deal for these stars, and the turtle became associable with the image of superpower and superhumanness. Turtle number 6, Van Haberman, age 23, escapes from an MJ science tower, where he concludes his mission by receiving powers of his own. You know, looking at the little turtle's claws and limbs, another man said, "No wonder Subai can kill a gold-rank beast. This turtle could crush anyone with a single slap." Yanran was very happy, knowing that her future husband Subai is now stronger. EYA's roommate Fan Chao was very shocked, wondering, when did Subai's little turtle get this big? While drinking cola, Subai ordered the little turtle to finish the fight quickly. At Subai's command, the little turtle swung its huge claws at Li Ling, who couldn't even react to the attack. With just one move, the little turtle sent Li Ling flying. He crashed to the ground with a solid impact. Although he didn't get injured, he used his stone power to turn his back into stone. But Li Ling was too shocked after seeing how massive the little turtle was. Subai told Li Ling to just hold on a little longer because he wanted to finish his cola before taking him down. Since Li Ling became very angry, he stood up, thinking it was just a sneak attack and that he must focus all his power. Li Ling said, "Subai, you think you're tough? Then let's see who's tougher." With that, Li Ling used his stone transformation and fully turned his body into stone. He jumped high into the sky and used his rock fist skill to attack the little turtle. But before his punch could even land, Subai's little turtle hit him with its claws and sent him flying off the field. Instructor Fu was shocked that the fight was over and Subai actually won. Subai's seniors were also very shocked, admitting that this turtle is too strong. The principal praised Subai, saying, "The younger generation is truly formidable." From the audience, a guy asked others, "Is the captain of Qingfu Martial University actually an idiot? How could he not dodge such a big slap? The speed doesn't even seem that fast." Another guy sitting beside him said, "Bro, it's clear you didn't study physics well. The speed of that turtle doesn't seem fast, but that's because it's so big." Amazed by the little turtle's power, a guy said, "Even a mid-tier bronze-level ability user can't stop Subai's turtle's attack. This turtle is unstoppable, a creature that can slay a golden-level fierce beast." How could it be so easy to deal with? Fan Chao was also very shocked because he knew that the little turtle wasn't this strong before. The host came on and announced that in the first match, Jiangzhou Martial University's Su Bai won. After that, the second contestant from Qingyun Martial University, Zhang Zhuan, came onto the stage. Zhang Zhuan was a mid-bronze rank blade user from Qinghun Martial University. She took out her blade and thought, I'll rely on speed to win, and I can't let that turtle get close to me. Thinking that, she charged at the little turtle with full speed, changing her direction repeatedly to confuse it. The host told the audience that Xuan was using her speed advantage, constantly staying outside the range of the giant turtle's attacks. Hearing that, the whole audience shouted, "Yes, that's how you fight. The guy who went up earlier was dumb." All simultaneously as the golem swung out of it, a Pokemon riding on the nature of a... Yan was thinking that as long as she found an opportunity, a strike will be enough to win. Instructor Fu was a little worried, seeing that Zhu had been dodging and looking for an opportunity, while the turtle couldn't hit her at all due to its speed. The seniors were also worried, thinking that Su Bai was still underestimating his opponent. They all were concerned for Su Bai, but Su Bai was enjoying his snack with cola. Zhuan moved to the right side of the little turtle. The little turtle attacked with full power, even destroying the ground. But Zhuan jumped into the air and dodged the turtle's attack. Landing on the ground, Zhuan said, "Su Bai, your turtle is really strong, but I can choose to directly deal with the beast Tamer." Saying that, she jumped to attack Su Bai, thinking it was too late for him to reverse the situation now. Su Bai was still drinking his cola. Instructor Fu got scared seeing that Xuan was about to attack Su Bai directly, and Yanran was also very worried, asking Su Bai to be careful. Lian strikes at Su Bai with her sword, saying, "Su Bai, you lost." But before her sword could even touch him, the little turtle hit her and sent her flying. The little turtle used its tail to attack, which Suen was unaware it could do. Seeing the little turtle's attack, the audience jumped in excitement, calling that move the turtle's divine tail swipe. Yanran also let out a sigh of relief as it was a close call. Subai's seniors were shocked to see that Subai won again, asking, "Isn't that too fast?" Both Instructor Fu and the principal admitted that Subai is really strong. Turtle Sense walked down the mountain and proceeded to find a resting place. She had just finished her meal, but on the way, Xuan lost her sword, so there was no point in fighting anymore. On the other hand, Shu also had the most beautiful eyes in the world, and Xuan also walked over to Xuan. She told the little turtle that it was too close to him, and then he told Xuan to hurry up and heal herself, as his little turtle's strike was a bit too harsh this time. Xuan was seriously injured, and some doctors took her off the stage on a stretcher. On the other hand, Subai returned to his turtle and said, "All right, I'm going to get serious now." He stood beside his little turtle and asked, "Who's coming up to challenge me next?" Has already defeated 2 members of the Qingyun Martial University squad. When the third opponent comes to fight, Subai's little turtle doesn't even give her any chance and hits her with its huge claws. The third opponent is defeated in just 1 move, without Subai even giving the little turtle any instructions. Subai starts to get bored and asks for the next opportunity, but even the 4th opponent is defeated easily by the little turtle. Subai doesn't even look at the opponent, starts taking self. After Subai's little turtle defeats the 5th opponent, the host comes onto the arena and announces that Jiangzhou Martial University's Subai wins. The whole audience is shocked, seeing that Subai from Jiangzhou Martial University ate peanuts the entire time, relying on a turtle to fight in the ring, and still won. They have never seen such an unbelieved consensus in their whole lives. All the girls became Subai's fans. Weifu Yanran was also very happy to see Subai win. Han Jin praised Subai for winning 5 separate hurdle meets. Fan Chao gave Subai a name, 1 Man 5 Wins. All the audience followed Subai and started calling him 1 Man 5 Wins, to which Fan Chao responded, "Chicken." While leaving the area, Subai felt very embarrassed when he heard what people were calling him. He wondered why it sounded so weird, as if he were being called a turtle. When Subai returned to his team, Instructor Fu patted his shoulder, telling him that he did well. The principal was also very happy to see that Subai single-handedly defeated the formidable King Shan Marshall University, bringing great honor to James Marshall University. Subai was shocked when she learned of the Subai. Thank you all for the prize. Then, the instructor turns to everyone and tells them to go rest for a bit because the morning matches are over. After the lunch break, they will continue with the 2nd round later. The principal tells all the students that during the league, the cafeteria is open to all contestants for free. Everyone can go and enjoy the food to replenish their energy. Subai gets very happy and immediately goes to the cafeteria with his little turtle. While Subai is eating and resting, all the other universities are planning their strategies. At Fuku Marshall University, Harris explains to his professors that if they will prepare themselves for the worst-case scenario, Fuku Marshall University will likely give them that. His bewildered mind wrapped itself in a cloud of fear. Subi raced for the vestibule and back down the raised stairs to the basement where the paramilitary officers were waiting. The principal points at a purple-haired boy named Maokai, telling him that if they really face Jianzhou Marshall University, Maokai has to handle Subi using his distance and use poison to take down Subi's turtles. Subi refuses to obey his orders and tries to rescue Subi, saying that when the time comes he will keep his distance and use poison to take down Subi's turtles. On the other hand, at Zinman Marshall University's lounge, Zinman University's principal asks his students not to be discouraged. He tells them that Subai is strong, but his weaknesses are also very obvious. Finding the right opportunity to bypass his turtle's defense line and then defeating Subai is the only way to win. A student named Li Feng comes forward saying, "The principal is right. If we face Subai this afternoon, I'll handle him." Actually, Zhang Xuan's strategy this morning was correct. It's just that she wasn't fast enough. Zinman University's principal agrees with Li Feng, since Li Feng is a speed-focused fighter with enhanced combat skills. Zinman University's principal tells him to find the right moment to attack Subai. After some time, the host comes onto the arena. He compliments the morning matches, saying they were truly exciting. The students demonstrated spirited determination and a tenacious, fearless spirit. The host tells the audience that the 2nd round of the competition will begin shortly, and now they will proceed with a random draw. All the teams start to gather in the arena. Seeing Jiangzhou Marshall University's team coming, a guy from the audience says, "I feel like the other members of Jiangzhou Marshall University don't even need to compete this time. Subai alone can defeat all the other schools." It's really great to have such a teammate. Hearing that, another guy from the audience laughs and tells the first guy not to get complacent, because this is still within the province, when facing Marshall Universities from other provinces. Jiangzhou Marshall University will still be beaten so badly that it won't be able to hold its head up. Students from Jiangzhou Marshall University. He agrees with him, because Jiangzhou Marshall University has always struggled to hold its heads up before, but now with Subai, they are even more irrelevant. While they were talking, the host announced the results of the 2nd round draw for the Provincial League. The first match was between Jiangzhou Marshall University and Zinman Marshall University. The second match was between Fuchuan Marshall University and Annie Marshall University. The third match was between Longying Marshall University and Qingyunyun Marshall University. And the fourth match was between Zichang Marshall University and Jiangsu Marshall University. The second round starts, and for the first match, Su Bai from Jiangzhou Marshall University and Li Feng from Zinman Marshall University come onto the arena. Seeing Su Bai coming into arena, Li Feng said, "As expected, Jiangzhou Marshall University have sent Su Bai to take the lead. Luckily, we've already prepared a strategy specifically for him." Li Feng starts stretching. When Su Bai, who was very relaxed, saw Li Feng stretching, he asked Li Feng to don't be so nervous, telling him that he just have to endure for a bit and it'll be over soon. The host gives signal and the match begins. Captain of Zinman Marshall University Li Feng was a high-level bronze rank hunter. He immediately get ready to attack, telling Su Bai to don't be too arrogant. Li Feng used his clear wind step skill and charged at the little turtle. He was so fast that it created an afterimage. When the little turtle tried to attack Li Feng, it could not touch Li Feng's afterimage, only his real body. Li Feng got behind the little turtle and, with all his power, kicked it. But his attack didn't deal any damage to the little turtle. Li Feng was surprised to see that he couldn't even break through the little turtle's defense. The little turtle used its tail to attack Li Feng, but he jumped and dodged the little turtle's tail. This continued. The little turtle tried to attack Li Feng, but Li Feng easily dodged its attack. The people in the audience were surprised to see that the little turtle was unable to hit Lai Feng. A guy laughed at the little turtle, asking others to look at how Subai's turtle seemed provoked by Li Feng and was angry, howling repeatedly. A girl asked her friend what would happen if Li Feng suddenly charged at Subai. Does he have any chance of winning? Her friend told her that Li Feng might actually have a chance because right now Li Feng is just bullying Subai's turtle for being so dim-witted. The girls who were cheering for Subai before now start cheering for Li Feng, shouting, "Come on, Li Feng." In the arena, Li Feng runs away from Little Turtle, provoking it to chase him. Subai's seniors immediately realize that Li Feng is trying to lure Little Turtle away from Subai. Instructor Fu starts to get worried, wondering what Subai is doing and why he isn't coming up with a solution. A senior looks closely and tells Instructor Fu that it seems like Subai is looking for something. Well, he was right. While Little Turtle was fighting with Lai Feng, Subai was looking for a cola in his bag because his lunch had been a bit salty. He was very carefree and started drinking cola in the middle of the fight. On the other hand, little by little, Li Feng was luring Little Turtle away from Subai. The whole audience started cheering for Li Feng. After creating quite a bit of distance between Little Turtle and Subai, Li Feng thought, at this distance, even a tail swipe won't work. But when he turned around to attack Subai, he was shocked to see that Subai was drinking cola. He got very angry and charged at Subai, shouting, "Subai, you're looking down on me too much!" Li Feng jumped to attack Subai, yelling that he would make him pay the price. But Subai didn't even look at him and simply called for his Little Turtle. Just as he called, a yellow light shot toward Li Feng. Before Li Feng could hit Subai, his body turned yellow and froze in midair. Li Feng was shocked. He couldn't understand what was going on or why he couldn't move. The yellow light came from Little Turtle's black tortoise illusion form. Subai ordered Little Turtle to stop playing around and to hurry up and finish. During the battle, Little Turtle brought Li Feng closer to itself and activated its black tortoise gravity ability. It then began gathering energy in its mouth. Seeing this, Li Feng grew frightened and nervously asked Subai to wait, wondering what Little Turtle was about to do. However, Subai's Little Turtle didn't stop. It unleashed a powerful energy beam from its mouth, which struck Li Feng and sent him flying into the stadium wall. The impact was so intense that it created a hole in the wall. The sheer power of Little Turtle's attack shocked the entire audience. Those who had been mocking it finally realized the truth. It wasn't that Li Feng was weak, but that Subai was overwhelmingly strong. One spectator even commented that if they were in Li Feng's place, they would surrender immediately. There was no way to fight someone as powerful as Subai. Seeing Li Feng's battered condition, a girl from his team turned to their principal and anxiously asked what they should do, as Li Feng was already gravely injured. Left with no other option, the principal of Shinmin Martial University decided to forfeit the match. A few minutes later, the host announced, "Unfortunately, due to the overwhelming strength of Subai from Jiangzhou Martial University, Shinmin Martial University has decided to forfeit the match." He then announced that the next university to face off against Jiangzhou Martial University would be Fuchuan Martial University. The audience was surprised to hear the announcement, wondering how Shinmin Martial University could forfeit without even fighting. However, deep down, they all understood that Subai was indeed too strong, so forfeiting was better than being humiliated in vain. Hearing that Shinmin had voluntarily forfeited, Instructor Fu said, "Subai can conserve his strength for Fuchuan now." Upon hearing this, one of Subai's seniors got annoyed and asked Instructor Fu, "Why does Subai even need to conserve his strength? He hasn't even moved a single muscle to fight." However, another senior chimed in, telling the others that the next fight would be interesting because the captain of Fuchuan was a poison tail user, which wouldn't be so easy to deal with. After a few minutes, Subai from Jiangzhou Martial University and Mao Kai from Fuchuan Martial University entered the arena. But just as the match began, Mao Kai asked Subai to wait, saying, "Let's not rush into the fight yet." Mao Kai, a mid-level bronze rank hunter, walked towards Subai with one hand hidden behind his back, saying, "Subai, I admit you're very strong, and I know I'm no match for you. So, how about we make a deal?" Subai, who was drinking cola, was surprised to hear this and asked Mao Kai what kind of deal he was talking about. Mao Kai walked a little closer to Subai and told him that he admitted he might not be a match for Subai in this round, but really wanted to discuss beast taming with him. Subai was very confused upon hearing that Mao Kai wanted to discuss beast taming during a match. He couldn't understand what Mao Kai was up to. Meanwhile, Mao Kai, still hiding one hand behind his back, was continuously mobilizing his poison elements. It didn't take long for Subai to realize what was going on. Mao Kai was trying to stall for time, because it takes a long time for Poison Tooth ability users to mobilize their elements. Subai immediately ordered his little turtle to attack. Seeing Little Turtle charging toward him, Mao Kai understood that Subai had realized his plan. However, it was too late. Mao Kai had already mobilized his poison elements. He unleashed a poison fog toward Little Turtle, confidently telling Subai that even a divine beast couldn't escape his poison fog. The fog quickly surrounded Little Turtle and began moving towards Subai. Seeing the poison fog approaching, Subai realized there was no way to dodge it. A senior from Subai's team panicked, exclaiming, "Subai is too careless. I heard that Mao Kai poisoned quite a few high-level beasts in the previous trials." Instructor Fu also panicked, asking what they should do. However, Subai's principal remained calm and reassured the others, saying, "Don't panic, the match isn't over yet." When the poison fog hit, Little Turtle immediately held its breath and closed his eyes. Little Turtle couldn't see inside the poison fog, but Mao Kai was unaffected. Smiling, he passed through Little Turtle easily, thinking, "Subai, let's see how long you can last in my poisoned fog. You were too careless. Once I release my poisonous fog, the match is over." As Mao Kai walked past Little Turtle, he saw Subai's shadow sitting on the ground. He realized that Subai was meditating to resist the poison fog. However, Subai wasn't just facing the poison fog. Mao Kai took out his poison claws and leapt high to attack Subai. But before his poison claws could even touch Subai, a shield appeared and blocked his attack. Subai smiled, noticing the sneak attack from behind in the poison fog, and said, "Mao Kai, too bad you ran into me." Mao Kai was shocked, wondering how this was possible. As a beast tamer, how could Subai withstand his full-powered poison claw attack in the poison fog? Subai's principal was stunned to see Subai using shared origin. A confused instructor Fu asked the principal, "What is shared origin?" The principal explained that it was a high-level beast tamer talent and was surprised to see that Subai could already transfer. The beast's defense was directed at himself in the arena after blocking Mao Kai's attack. Subai said, "Let's end this quickly because this poison fog stinks." Just as he said that, Little Turtle turned around and looked at Mao Kai. Upon seeing Little Turtle's red glowing eyes, Mao Kai became very scared because his location had been exposed. Little Turtle didn't even give Mao Kai a chance to react and attacked with its claws, sending him flying out of the arena. Seeing Subai win, Fan Kao jumped in happiness, shouting, "Brother Su is insane." He sent the poison ability user flying out of the poison fog. Waifu Yanran was also very happy, but seeing how powerful Subai had become, she said that she wouldn't let him get too far ahead of her. The whole audience started cheering for Subai and his turtle, calling him one man. 5 Wins the host then appeared on the big screen and announced that, since student Mao Kai of Fuchuan Martial University was unable to continue fighting, Fuchuan Martial University had chosen to forfeit. Therefore, the winner of this provincial league was Jiangzhou Martial University. After winning the competition, Subai was very happy and proud of his beast, Little Turtle. He patted the Little Turtle and said, "It's time to wrap up." When Subai came down from the arena, his principal praised him, telling him that he had brought honor to Jiangzhou Martial University this time. Well done. Hearing his principal's praise, Subai asked, "In that case, can I get some more medicine resources?" Hearing this, the principal understood that Subai was trying to take advantage of him again. But he wouldn't fall for it so easily. The principal tried to change the topic and pointed at Subai's seniors, telling them that, since Jiangzhou Martial University won the provincial league, the military would award them military merit points, which they could exchange for resources at the logistics department. Hearing that, an annoyed senior asked the principal, since they only sent out Subai, "Do military merit points have anything to do with us?" The principal was at a loss for words upon hearing that. He changed the topic again, saying, "In 3 days, we'll be heading to Luo City to participate in the All Warzone League. Do you have confidence?" Subai immediately replied that they did have confidence. Hearing that, the principal said, "Good." He turned around and added, "Since everyone's tired, Go back and have a good rest to prepare for the Warzone League in 3 days. Subai tried calling the principal again to ask him. Subai tried to ask about the resources, but the principal didn't even look back. While leaving, he told Subai that he was looking forward to seeing his outstanding performance in 3 days. Seeing the principal run away, Subai called him an old fox because he ran so fast when it came to resources. Then, after some time, it was broadcast on the news that the Provincial League of the 100 Schools League had now concluded. The top 3 were Imperial Capital Martial University, Magic City Martial University, and Great Wall Guard Martial University. Many talented individuals performed exceptionally well in this league, but the most dazzling of them all was Subai from Zhangjiangzhou Martial University, who won all 3 matches, 1 versus 5, securing the overall championship for Zhangzhou Province. Students of Zhangzhou Martial University were amazed to see that Subai was in the news again. Now those fangirls really wanted to meet him. Meanwhile, Subai went to his university's training room. He was happy to finally find a quiet place. He took out his little cat from his bag, telling it that he knew it was eager. But there would definitely be a chance for it to go on stage later. Subai exchanged his military merit points for 4 high-grade silver beast cores. He showed them to the little cat, telling it to eat them sparingly. He first gave 1 core to the little cat, and upon seeing the core, the little cat's eyes lit up, and it immediately ate the core. Just as little cat ate that core, its whole body started shining, releasing yellow energy from its body. Subai immediately received a system notification telling him that his ordinary high-grade common bronze rank cat had upgraded to a sharp gold white tiger. Little Cat's Sacred Beast White Tiger bloodline had been activated, and it acquired the Sharp Gold Gale talent. Subai was amazed to see that his little cat leveled up after eating just 1 core and that its White Tiger bloodline had been activated. Subai immediately gave the other 3 remaining beast cores to his little cat, telling it to eat a few more. Seeing the 3 more cores, little cat jumped in happiness and started eating them immediately. Subai told it to eat slowly, saying, "No one's going to steal them from you." Subai thought that after eating these, his little cat should be able to level up again, but after the little cat ate those 3 cores, it didn't change. Subai was very confused, seeing that his little cat ate all of them and there was no reaction. He wondered if those high-grade silver beast cores were fake, but suddenly, little cat's whole body started shining again in yellow light. This time, the light was 10 times stronger than the first time, and when the light stopped, Subai was too shocked to see his little cat. The little cat's body had completely transformed. It grew taller than Subai and looked even more amazing. Seeing that, Subai thought it was way cooler than Little Turtle's transformation. A notification came, telling Subai that his sharp gold white tiger had upgraded to intermediate bronze level. Immediately, Subai checked his little cat status window. Little cat had leveled up. To intermediate bronze level, its white tiger bloodline has been activated by 30%. Its attributes have greatly improved and its talent has been enhanced. Currently, its constitution is 158, defense is 105, agility is 295, and spirit is 60. Little cat has 3 talents. The first talent is sharp gold claws. It consumes a certain amount of physical energy to launch 100 attacks on a single enemy in a very short period of time. The first attack's power is 150% of the basic attack value, and after each attack, the amplitude of the next attack increases by 2%. The second talent is Sharp Gold Spirit. It consumes a certain amount of energy to cover the whole body with sharp gold energy. Each attack has a 200% tearing effect. It can be used in combination with Sharp Gold Claws to greatly increase the damage caused by Sharp Gold Claws. The third talent is Sharp Gold Ghost. It consumes a large amount of physical energy, causing movement speed and attack speed to increase by 300%. It can be used in combination with Sharp Gold Claws, allowing Sharp Gold Claws to complete 100 attacks instantly. Seeing Little Cat's status window, Subai became very happy, saying it was worth giving Little Cat 4 high-grade silver beast cores because these stats are insane. Subai petted the little cat, telling it that he was counting on it for the Warzone League. Little Cat became very happy to hear that and hugged Subai. Meanwhile, at the Imperial capital, where the Warzone League was going to be held in 3 days in a huge mansion, a man, while watching Subai's match on television, said, "This Subai is interesting. It seems he has a lot of secrets." The man ordered his subordinate to go and investigate Subai, saying maybe his turtle is even more ridiculous than Luo fans back then. His subordinate said yes and left. 3 days later, at the Lohe Martial University competition venue, teams from all over the country arrived for the competition. They were all amazed to see the venue, with many commenting, "As expected of Lohe Martial University." The competition venue was several times larger than others. When Subai and his team entered, they saw the entire audience cheering for Lohe Martial University to win the championship. Subai and his seniors were confused, seeing everyone supporting Lohe Martial University. The principal of Jiangzhou Martial University informed Subai and the others that Lohe Martial University was trying to intimidate them. While walking, Su-bai noticed an empty area and asked his principal, "Why is there an empty area over there?" The principal told Su-bai that only 9 martial universities were participating this time, and 1 university had voluntarily forfeited. Su-bai then asked the principal, "Since there are only 9 martial universities participating, doesn't that mean 1 university will have a bye during the random draw?" The principal confirmed, saying yes, and it all comes down to luck. Whoever gets the bye will advance directly to the next round. Hearing that it was all up to luck, Su-bai prayed to God that they wouldn't get the bye during the draw later, because he was counting on playing more matches to earn military contributions to feed those gluttons. He was referring to his turtle and cat. Su-bai's senior stepped forward and asked the principal to please allow him to participate this time, no matter what. Hearing that, the other seniors also approached the principal, requesting to participate as well. Su-bai was shocked to see that all of them wanted to participate. The principal laughed and reassured all the seniors, saying that this time everyone would have the opportunity to compete. As they walked toward their designated area, the principal told them to wait for Su-bai to draw lots first. A few minutes later, when the draw was complete, the host appeared on the big screen to announce the matchups. The first match was between Luohe Martial University and Fuchuan Martial University, followed by the university with the bye. This round is Jiangzhou Martial University. Su-bai was shocked to hear that because now he would have fewer chances to fight. Su-bai's principal laughed and told him that he was truly their lucky charm. Instructor Fu was also very happy, as they skipped the first round and went straight to the next. Only Su-bai was sad, thinking about how unlucky he was to draw the bye, as he wanted to compete. Then, after a few minutes, the first round matches began. Students from both Luohe Martial University and Fuquan Martial University entered the arena. When the match began, Fuquan Martial University's contestant struggled to hold on as Luohe Martial University's contestant pressed the attack. 2 hours later, all the matches concluded. The host appeared on the big screen, announcing that the first round quarterfinals had ended and that they would now announce the results of the second round draw. Shocked herself, the host announces that the university with a bye this round is still Jiangzhou Martial University. Hearing that, people in the audience were very shocked, asking, "What the hell is going on? Is there some kind of shady business happening?" One guy asked, "What kind of luck is this? Jiangzhou Martial University hasn't done anything, just sitting in the audience watching the matches." Another guy said, "I traveled all this way just to watch Su-bai sitting in the ring eating peanuts and drinking cola. A bye once is understandable, but why a second time?" A girl then suggested, could it be that Luohe Martial University is afraid of facing Su-bai directly, so they deliberately gave Jiangzhou Martial University a bye? Others in the audience agreed with the girl, saying that the competition system was unfair. How could such a strong competitor like Su-bai keep getting a bye? This is disrespectful to the opponents. Hearing the complaints from the audience, a representative from the military stepped forward to clarify that after a thorough inspection, there was no evidence of any bias or foul play by Jiangzhou Martial University, and the competition would continue. Hearing the announcement, Su-bai's principal became very happy, as this meant they had ranked 3rd in their competition zone. As long as they won one more match, they could participate in the final of the 5 major competition zones. On the other hand, Su-bai was shocked and asked, "How is it another bye? Can't they let me compete?" Then, 1 hour later, the host announced that the exciting moment was coming soon. The final match of this round's competition zone was about to begin. The next match was Jiangzhou Martial University versus Lanzhe Martial University. But even when it was Jiangzhou Martial University and Lanzhe Martial University, the people from Luohe Martial University were cheering for Luohe. On the other hand, when it was finally Jiangzhou Martial University's turn, all of Su-bai's seniors surrounded their principal, asking him to let them go first this time. The principal asked everyone to please calm down, saying, "Although we've been very lucky, we still can't be complacent." The principal pointed at Luo Yonghao and Bai Ningbing, telling them to go up first and second. After them, Wang Qingqing would go, followed by Hu Qingshu, and finally Su-bai would go last for the grand finale. Hearing the principal's fight order, all the seniors became very happy and excited, saying, "All right, principal, we'll definitely bring glory to the school." Only Su-bai was disappointed, because it seemed like there was no chance for him in this match. When the match began, Uchi Yoyoung-kyung went first into the arena. He tried to take on a bronze mid-level opponent with his bronze low-level strength, and in the end, he lost narrowly. Next, Bai Ningbing stepped onto the stage and immediately went into a berserk state, completely abandoning defense and fighting recklessly. He actually forced his opponent to retreat continuously, and Jiangzhou Martial University won. The next one was Wang Qingqing, the school beauty. She showed that her combat skills were no joke, using a soft whip technique that combined both offense and defense, sending her opponent flying out of the ring. Jiangzhou Martial University won another match. Instructor Fu was very happy to see that they had won again, because now they only needed to win one more match to win this round. Seeing the other students, Subai's principal felt like the strength of the other students had skyrocketed. He wondered, could it be that Subai had influenced them? On the other hand, Subai was crying inside because his seniors were taking all the military contributions. He wondered when it would finally be his turn. Then, for the next match, Hu Qingshu from Jiangzhou Martial University entered the arena. When he stepped in, he asked the two remaining students from Lanza Martial University to come together, saying it would save him time. Hearing this, the students of Lanza Martial University became very angry, telling Hu Qingshu not to get too cocky or he would lose miserably. But the host informed everyone that the competition rules allowed one person to challenge multiple opponents at the same time. Hearing that, both of the students from Lanze Martial University stepped onto the stage. Then, the match began. Just as the match started, Hu Qingshu closed his eyes and concentrated all his energy into one point. Immediately, a huge spiritual tree appeared behind Hu Qingshu. This was a Wood 2 supernatural ability. With one swing of his finger, Hu Qingshu shot the leaves of the massive spiritual tree towards the students of Lanze University. When the leaves touched the students, they cut their skin. Both students were surprised by the attack. One senior student told the other to be careful, saying, "These leaves are suspicious. Just hold on. Hu Qingshu's psychic power won't last much longer." Subai was surprised that a wood tube user was able to summon a millennium-old maple tree like this. He admitted that Hu Qingshu's psychic power was truly terrifying. Even Subai's principal was impressed, seeing that Qingshu's strength had increased again. The principal thought to himself that Hu Qingshu was truly living up to being from that family. People in the audience were also amazed by Jiangzhou Martial University's matches, saying, "The current batch of Jiangzhou University students is truly full of hidden talents. One dark horse after another keeps emerging." "Even senior Hu Qingshu is this strong?" a guy from the audience commented, "but I still think Subai is stronger. After all, his tamed beast has already defeated a golden ranged one." On the other hand, Hu Qingshu's leaf attack was getting stronger by the second. The two students from Lanze University were struggling in the middle of the leaf attack. They began to panic because there were no signs of weakening in Hu Qingshu's assault. To end the match, Hu Qingshu gathered hundreds of leaves together and shot them at the students of Lanze University to break through. In that attack, both students from Lanze University were sent flying, unable to defend themselves. They fell out of the arena and lost consciousness. The host announced that in this round's competition, Jiangzhou Martial University won. On the other hand, Lubohei Martial University also won their match. The host congratulated both Jiangzhou Martial University and Lubohei Martial University for advancing to the national finals. After winning, Hu Qingshu returned to his university's venue. The principal praised Hu Qingshu, telling him that his performance had surprised everyone. Hu Qingshu thanked his principal. The principal then told everyone that the real hero of this competition was still Subai. Subai was shocked to hear that he was considered a hero. He thought the principal was making fun of him for not being able to go on stage. The principal told everyone that if it weren't for Subai getting 2 consecutive buys in the draws, they wouldn't have won so easily. Everyone was at a loss for words. The principal then told them that since they were all exhausted, they should get some rest and be ready because 1 week from now, they would be heading to the national finals. He told the students that this time, in addition to the military contribution rewards earned by each student in the competition, the school would provide extra resources as training rewards. Subai was shocked to hear that because he was coming back empty-handed this time. He had to figure out how to gather some resources to feed those 2 gluttons. On the other hand, Subai's seniors became very happy hearing the principal's announcement and started cheering, saying, Long live the principal! Meanwhile, at the Lin family mansion in Waifu, Yan Ran was practicing with some robots when her uncle Wen came to tell her it was time to eat. Yan Ran, while practicing, kicked a robot and sent it flying. She then turned to her uncle and told him that she wasn't hungry yet and wanted to practice for another hour. Hearing that, Uncle Wen sighed because ever since Subai participated in the 100 Schools League, all Yan Ran did every day was watch Subai's matches and practice like crazy, completely ignoring the balance between work and rest. Suddenly, Yan Ran called out to her Uncle Wen, telling him that the pills he gave her were almost used up. She asked if he could help her ask her father for more, because she wanted to increase her strength as quickly as possible, Yan Ran said. Her uncle agreed and left, feeling very annoyed. He knew that many top families in the imperial capital had proposed marriages to Yan Ran, but she had rejected them all with a single word. Her uncle was worried, wondering what kind of potion Subai had given her. Then, 7 days later, Subai and his team arrived at Magic City. When they arrived at the university, all the seniors were amazed to see a huge golden university gate. Looking at the gate closely, one senior asked if the gate was made of solid gold because it was sparkling. Another senior commented, "This is just too luxurious." But Subai was not impressed by the gate. He said, "This gate alone must have cost billions. What a waste." The principal told Subai that it cost more than just billions. The materials alone cost 1.8 billion, not to mention that the gate was built in 1 day by 20 gold level and 5 platinum level experts working together. The principal then asked Subai to look at the motto of Magic City Martial Arts University and the Grand Gate. It's all meant to showcase the spirit that only the strong can protect the nation. While they were talking, a black-haired man came to welcome the students from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. The man greeted Principal Zhou and introduced himself as Jiang Ming, the vice president of the student council at Magic City Martial Arts University. Jiang welcomed them into Magic City Martial Arts University and asked them to please follow him. Principal Zhou said, "All right," and began following Jiang. While walking, one senior told another senior, "Magic City Martial Arts University sure knows how to put on airs. Their principal traveled all the way here in person, and they only sent a student council vice president to greet us." Another senior agreed, saying, "If it were someone from Imperial City Martial Arts University, their principal would come out personally to welcome us." While heading toward their rooms, Subai noticed a huge building on the campus and asked his principal, "What's that?" The principal told Subai, "That's the gravity adjustment training ground." Hearing that, Subai said, "If our academy had one of those, we could train at least 100 silver-level students every year." Subai's words hit the principal in the heart. After some time, everyone arrived at the hotel. Zhang told Subai and his team that this was the hotel where they would be staying and dining. Zhang explained that the first floor offered a 24-hour buffet, with all the ingredients being meat from ferocious beasts of various species, cooked by top chefs. It was very beneficial for enhancing a martial artist's blood energy, and there was no limit to how much they could eat. Subai asked Zhang again if it was really unlimited. Zhang replied. Hearing that, Subai jumped for joy and immediately ran toward the buffet, telling Little Turtle and Cat that they were in for a feast. Surprised by Subai's reaction, Zhang asked his principal if Subai was starving or something. One of the seniors told Zhang that they couldn't imagine. "How much can this turtle of Subai eat?" one senior asked. Another senior said to the others, "If Subai goes in, will there be anything left for us to eat?" Hearing that, all the seniors hurried to the buffet, or they would go hungry tonight. Seeing them like that, Zhang was at a loss for words. The principal laughed and said, "Young people, so full of energy." The next day, when Subai's team entered the competition venue, they were surprised by how big it was. One senior commented, "The competition venue at Magic City is really on another level. I've only ever seen such a large venue on TV." Subai's principal was already at the venue. He asked all his students to stop acting as if they had never seen the world before. The principal then explained the competition rules to them. He told them that this final tournament features martial arts universities from 13 schools. The Great Wall Guard's military academy, being directly under the military, automatically enters the top 4, so there will be no buys. Surprised, one senior asked the principal, "Why does the Great Wall Guard's military academy get a free pass to the top 4? Other seniors agreed, saying it's so unfair. the principal explained. It's because the Great Wall Guard's military academy is a military genius training base. You may not know, but it's the only martial arts university located on the front lines of the battlefield against the multiracial invaders. The seniors were shocked to hear about a military genius training base. Even Subai was surprised to hear about an academy located on the front lines of the battlefield, saying, "That's intense." The principal told them that's why the national finals are full of hidden talents. Never underestimate anyone. He decided to let Subai take the lead, with Hu Qingsu anchoring. The whole team understood. The team cheered, confident that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University would win. After some time, the host appeared on the big screen and asked all the teachers and students to please settle down because the 100-school competition finals were about to begin. She then announced the draw for the first round of matches. The first match was between Jiangzhou Martial Arts University and Yokohama Martial Arts University. The second match was between Imperial City Martial Arts University and East China Martial Arts University. The third match was between Magic City Martial Arts University and Nanjing Martial Arts University. These three matches would take place simultaneously. Seeing the draw, Subai's principal said their luck wasn't bad, as they didn't draw any of the top 3 universities in the first round. A senior commented that Yokohama Martial Arts University was about on par with them and asked the principal to let him go first. But before the principal could say anything, Subai intervened, saying he would go first. He wanted all the schools to know Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's attitude. Well, it was a straight lie because he just wanted to earn military merit for himself. Students from both universities entered the arena and the match began. As they entered, a student from Yokohama University immediately mocked Subai, saying, "Subai, your university made it to the finals, which is already impressive enough, but this is the end of the road for you." Subai completely ignored the student, opened his bag and took out the little turtle, telling it, "Let's finish this quickly." The little turtle emerged from the bag and immediately transformed into its second form, roaring loudly into the arena. New people in the audience were surprised to see that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University had actually sent a beast tamer to compete. Those who had seen the little turtle before were amazed to see it looked even bigger than before. Everyone was very excited, thinking this was going to be good. On the other hand, after seeing the size of the little turtle, the student from Yokohama Martial University became very scared. He said, "This is way too big, this has to be cheating, I don't accept this." But before he could finish his words, the little turtle hit the student and sent him flying out of the arena. The little turtle had already defeated the student, and Subai was still sitting in his chair, preparing to eat. Seeing the student defeated, Subai acted surprised and said, "You're that weak? I haven't even started eating my peanuts yet." The student from Yokohama Martial University thought that beast tamers were supposed to be. He told the girl that Subai's turtle has insane defense and strength, and it's definitely at the silver level. If someone had a beast like that, they would be crushing bronze-level martial artists like it's nothing. Meanwhile, in the arena, another student from Yokohama Martial University entered. Seeing Subai sitting on a stool and eating peanuts, the student became very angry and told Subai that he was humiliating them. She jumped towards Subai, shouting that she would make him pay, but Subai completely ignored her and continued reading his comic, saying, "This comic is really good." When the girl got near him, the little turtle shot an energy beam from its mouth and sent her flying. The host announced that Subai of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University won. Seeing that not only was Subai snacking on peanuts, but he also brought his own stool, a senior of Subai asked if this was the attitude he was talking about. Seeing this, Subai's principal sighed, saying that Subai really didn't know how to keep a low profile. Humiliating his opponent like this wasn't good. Now, how was he supposed to face Yokohama Martial University's principal, Chen, after this? The principal was saying that. But he was very happy inside. Hu Qingshu told his principal not to celebrate too early because Subai might meet a real challenge soon. He pointed at a different arena and asked the principal if that red-haired boy was the team captain from Imperial City Martial Arts University. The principal looked at that arena, where a red-haired boy from Imperial City Martial Arts University and a boy wearing a mask were fighting. The masked boy jumped to attack the red-haired boy, and when they collided, there was suddenly a huge explosion. When the smoke cleared, the masked boy was on the ground, and it was announced that Imperial City Martial Arts University won. The red-haired boy was a flame user. He apologized to his opponent, saying he had hit a little too hard. Seeing that, Subai's principal felt a little nervous, because the boy was a fire attribute martial artist and was at the peak of the silver level. Seeing a silver level fire attribute martial artist, Subai's seniors were shocked, asking, "Is this the terrifying strength of Imperial City Martial Arts University?" Wu Qingshu told the other seniors that if the Great Wall Guard's military academy doesn't step in, only Magic City Martial Arts University might be able to match them. While they were talking, Subai defeated another student from Yokohama Martial University. The host then announced on the big screen that Jiangzhou Martial Arts University had won the match. Subai and his little turtle were overjoyed upon hearing this. As he was celebrating, two people observed him from the side. One was the principal of Luohe Martial Arts University, and beside him stood Wang Ming-kun, a silver-rank student from his university. Ming-kun asked his principal for permission to handle Subai, confidently stating that he would make Jiangzhou Martial Arts University experience the feeling of 1 versus 5. The principal agreed and advised Ming-kun to use his speed to win, warning him not to engage directly with the turtle. Ming-kun laughed and reassured his principal not to worry. Then, the host announced that the next match would be between Jiangzhou Martial Arts University and Luohe Martial Arts University. Following the announcement, Wang Ming-kun entered the arena, signaling the start of the match. He walked toward the little turtle and mockingly told Subai that he had been lucky in the last round, but wouldn't be as fortunate this time. Subai, however, didn't argue. Instead, he sat in his chair, opened his bag, and took out a cola. He was slightly excited to see that his opponent this time was a silver-ranked wind attribute ability user. Smirking, he declared that he would show Subai the strength of a silver rank. With that, he merged with the wind and transformed into a tornado, launching an attack on the little turtle, aiming to take it out. However, to his shock, he realized that Earth's gravity couldn't lock on to the little turtle. Changing tactics, he abandoned the turtle and went after Subai instead, thinking he could eliminate him before he even had a chance to react. He swiftly moved behind Subai and unleashed a wind blade attack, shouting, "Goodbye, bronze brat." Yet Subai remained unfazed. He was still drinking his cola, completely unconcerned, more annoyed by the wind making it difficult for him to eat his peanuts than by the actual attack. Seeing Subai's lack of reaction, Ming-kun grew even angrier and launched multiple wind blades, declaring that he would make Subai's defeat swift and painless. The wind blades struck, destroying the ground where Subai was sitting. As Ming-kun landed, he sneered, "Subai, I might have hit a little too hard. Go rest and recover." He was convinced he had won. However, as the smoke cleared, Subai emerged completely unscathed. He had used his little turtle's golden shell skill to form a protective barrier just before Ming-kun's attack landed. Looking at Ming-kun, Subai casually asked, "What did you just say?" Ming-kun was stunned to see Subai using source synchronization. He couldn't believe that someone had actually mastered Lo Fan's divine technique. Finishing his cola, Subai finally got a little serious. He glanced at Ming-kun and said, "You're a wind attribute ability user, confident in your speed, huh?" He then turned to his little turtle and called it back into his bag. Opening his bag again, he took out his little cat, smirking as he told Ming-kun, "Since you want to play with speed, then let's play using speed." Subai told his little cat that it was her time to shine. Seeing the small cat, Ming-kun burst into laughter and mocked Subai, asking if he was foolish enough to bring his pet cat into the match. Many people in the audience, seeing Subai and his little cat for the first time, also started laughing, asking each other which university he was from. A girl in the audience informed them that he was from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University. She complimented Subai, saying he was interesting for bringing his pet cat, and added that the little cat was adorable. She wanted to raise one too. Meanwhile, Subai's senior students were confused, wondering what he was doing. Was he mocking his opponent? First a small stool, then a cola, and now a pet cat? Worried, one senior asked the others if this strategy would work, considering that Subai's opponent was a wind attribute ability user. However, the principal of Jiangzhou Martial Arts University remained calm. He could tell that the little cat was no ordinary feline. He told the senior students not to rush to conclusions and just watch, because that was no ordinary cat. Ming-kun, unaware of this, continued laughing. He asked Subai to just bring out the turtle again, but Subai ignored him completely. Instead, he told his little cat, "Don't hit too hard. This is just a match, not a battlefield." The moment he said that, the little cat transformed into her beast form and let out a deafening roar. It was so loud that Ming-kun instinctively covered his ears. Shocked, he wondered if the shadow he had just seen was his imagination. But when he looked at the little cat again, he was stunned. She had grown significantly larger and was now lunging toward him. The audience gasped in shock at the transformation. "That's no pet cat. That's clearly a big tiger. Maybe even a white tiger," a man exclaimed. And another person sitting beside him responded, "I've seen white tigers in zoos, but none of them are as big as Subai's cat." Subai's seniors were equally stunned. They watched in disbelief as the little cat transformed into a massive white tiger. They all began wondering whether this was Subai's second tamed beast. One of them, still in shock, turned to the principal and asked, "How is it possible for Subai to have two tamed beasts? Even for a silver rank beast tamer, taming a second beast is extremely difficult." The principal simply smiled and said, "It seems Subai has more secrets than we know." Meanwhile, in the arena, Ming-kun activated his super speed and struck the little cat's neck with a wind blade. His precision and speed were flawless, and the attack landed perfectly. However, when he turned to check on the little cat, he was shocked. The cat had vanished. "An afterimage?" he gasped. He couldn't believe it. How could that little cat be so fast? Subai's little cat began running around Ming-kun at super speed, leaving behind multiple afterimages. Ming-kun was in complete disbelief. "Impossible. I won't admit it. There's no way that little cat is faster than the wind." Frustrated, he turned towards Subai, who was casually sitting in the corner. "Forget the cat. As long as I defeat Subai, I win," he thought. Determined, Ming-kun charged at Subai at full speed. However, before he could reach him, the little cat was already there, blocking his path. She raised her massive paw to strike. Ming-kun was too stunned to react. "This is impossible," he shouted. But he had no time to dodge. In a single, powerful swipe, Subai's little cat sent Ming-kun flying out of the arena. Ming-kun hit the ground with a solid impact and lost consciousness. The host appeared on the big screen and announced, "Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's Subai wins." The audience was in shock. Subai, a mid-tier bronze rank, had just defeated a silver rank captain from a prestigious university. A man in the crowd commented, "That was almost complete domination. Is this even real?" A girl from Jiangzhou Martial Arts University asked, "Why does it feel like Subai's white tiger is even fiercer than his turtle? What's the deal with this big tiger?" Regardless of what the audience was thinking, one thing was clear. Subai had won, and the entire arena erupted in cheers. The judges panel, one judge turned to the others and asked, "I've never heard of this Subai guy before. What year is he at Jiangzhou Martial Arts University?" Another judge, seated nearby, commented, "Even the top students from elite universities in the capital and the army aren't this strong." He continued, "Jiangzhou Martial Arts University actually produced such a monster this year. They're about to rise in the rankings." Meanwhile, at the Imperial City Martial Arts University's rest area, a student from Imperial City Martial Arts University scoffed, "That Ming-kun from Luhui Martial Arts University is too weak." Looking at Subai on the screen, another student clenched his fists in anger and said, "That country bumpkin bringing two tame beasts to freeload on our tens of thousands worth of buffet? If we meet him, we won't let him off easy." The Imperial City Martial Arts University captain, Zixuan, laughed and told his teammates, "Subai is too cocky. If we face him in the semi-finals, beat him to a pulp." His teammates nodded in agreement, saying, "That country bumpkin needs to be taught a lesson." Back in the arena, Subai's little cat continued dominating her matches. She easily overpowered the second participant from Luohe Martial Arts University, completely crushing him. When the third participant entered the arena, the little cat sent him flying in just 2 seconds, winning the match instantly. The fourth opponent was an ice attribute user who quickly created an ice wall to block the little cat's attack. But his defense didn't last long. Her overwhelming strength shattered the wall, and Subai won the fourth match as well. After the match, the host appeared on the big screen and announced, Congratulations to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University for advancing to the top 4. The entire audience erupted in cheers. Jiangzhou Martial Arts University rises to the top, they chanted. Seeing Su Bai win and advance to the top 4, Jiangzhou Martial Arts University's principal was so overwhelmed with emotion that he started crying. Heaven has eyes. Our Jiangzhou Martial Arts University has finally made it to the top 4, he exclaimed. When Su Bai returned to his team, all his seniors praised him enthusiastically. One excited senior said, "Now let's see who dares to look down on Jiangzhou Martial Arts University." The principal rushed towards Su Bai, grabbing his hand. "Su Bai, you truly didn't let us down," he said with tears in his eyes. Then, with a proud smile, he added, "You are the greatest contributor to Jiangzhou Martial Arts University in centuries." Su Bai remained humble, responding, "It's my duty." The principal patted his shoulder and told him to sit down. Holding Su Bai's hand firmly, he said, "Making it to the top 4 completes our mission. This will be the most glorious page in our university's history." Turning to the other students, he declared, "Rest assured, your contributions to the university will be richly rewarded." Su Bai was shocked. "Wait, aren't there still the top 4 matches? How is the mission already completed?" he asked. It didn't take long for Su Bai to realize his old principal's true intentions. He was planning to give up and hand over the championship's billions of resources to another university. But Su Bai wouldn't accept that. The principal told Su Bai that their goal of securing a top 6 position and aiming for the top 4 had already been achieved. Then, looking at Su Bai, he asked, "You're not thinking of challenging the 3 top-tier universities, are you?" Su Bai's seniors were shocked upon hearing that he wanted to challenge the top-tier universities. Confused, Su Bai asked his principal, "Why can't I challenge them?" Without waiting for an answer, Su Bai immediately stood up and said, "Look at Madu Martial University. Just their gate alone cost 1.8 billion. Even if Jiangzhou Martial University becomes the 4th-ranked school, we wouldn't dare to be so extravagant." Turning to his seniors, he declared, "In my opinion, we should aim for 1st place and rebuild our university gate. We can't let down the expectations of the people of Jiangzhou. We must strive for the championship." Hearing Su Bai's words, the other seniors were inspired and told their principal, "Su Bai is right. We can't give up like this." One senior, looking at Su Bai, admitted, "Although I find you quite annoying, your performance proves you're a worthy captain." They all agreed that Su Bai would lead and arrange their strategy for the top 4 matches. Hearing their determination, the principal stood up and praised them, saying, "Your enthusiasm and courage are commendable." Then he instructed them, "Let's go back and rest. Prepare well for tomorrow's top 4 matches and strive for 1st place." With their principal's approval, all the students left. Watching them go, the principal sighed and thought to himself, "These kids are still young and impulsive. They actually want to challenge the 3 top-tier schools?" Meanwhile, at Dragon Nation's Supreme Military Command, a meeting was in progress. A secretary informed the marshal, "The 100 Universities League is about to enter the top 4 finals and is expected to conclude in 2 days. Meanwhile, the military preparations for the counterattack against the myriad races are complete. Our forces are gathered at the front lines, ready to launch the counterattack at any moment." Hearing this, the marshal nodded and said, "Good. Once the 100 Universities League concludes, the counterattack against the myriad races will officially begin. All students must also go to the battlefield to fight." At his command, all military personnel stood up, saluted, and shouted in unison, "To avenge the tens of thousands of students and mentors who died, those who offend Dragon Nation, no matter how far, will be punished." The next morning at Modu Hotel, in Su Bai's room, he was practicing his martial arts using a book he had obtained from the library. Meanwhile, Little Turtle and Little Cat were happily eating the food Su Bai had gotten for them from the hotel's buffet. As Su Bai trained, he suddenly floated in midair, and a huge surge of energy burst forth from his body. It was the activation of his holy beast armament. Just as it activated, Su Bai unexpectedly swapped places with Little Turtle. In an instant, Su Bai appeared where Little Turtle had been eating, and Little Turtle fell onto the sofa where Su Bai had been floating. Su Bai was shocked and couldn't understand what had just happened. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, Subai, you have successfully comprehended the Beast Tamer's exclusive talent skill, transposition, the system explained. With this transposition skill, within a range of 1 kilometer, the Beast Tamer and their tamed beast can swap positions, ignoring all restrictions. Still in shock, Subai turned to Little Turtle, who looked even more stunned than he was. Subai thought to himself, just now, Little Turtle and I instantly swapped positions. What kind of skill is this? But he didn't pay much attention to it, thinking, more skills won't hurt, and they might have unexpected effects on the battlefield. He picked up his bag and asked Little Turtle and Little Cat, "Let's go, we're going to challenge the 3 top-tier schools." Then he left for the competition. At the stadium, the host addressed the audience. After yesterday's intense battles, the 100 Universities League has finally entered the top 4 competition stage. She then introduced the first competing team, the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. She explained, the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy was originally a military base of the Great Wall Guardians, established in 1907. It was one of the first military bases erected on the Myriad Races battlefield. In its 94-year history, the Myriad Races have launched hundreds of campaigns against this academy, yet its students and mentors fought to the death, killing countless Myriad Race beasts and warriors. And today, it still stands tall. The motto of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is, "As long as the Myriad Races exist, the Great Wall will never fall." To this day, the strongest human, the only king-level expert, Mr. Ni Qing, serves as the honorary principal of the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. B says also why even the strongest warriors of the Myriad Races dare not set foot in the Academy's territory. Just as the host finished speaking, king-level expert Ni Qing entered the stage with his students. The host continued, "As the strongest martial arts university in Dragon Nation and humanity's frontline barrier, the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is truly unmatched." The entire audience erupted in amazement at the sight of the Academy's students and their formidable principal. A man in the audience exclaimed, "They say the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is a city of heroes. Every student there is a hero." Another spectator standing beside him nodded and said, "Modem Martial University and Capital Martial University are already so strong, and the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is even stronger. It's hard to imagine just how terrifying their strength must be." One spectator asked, "Did the host say the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy has only 5 team members? Don't they have substitutes?" A boy sitting beside him laughed and replied, "You're underestimating them. This is the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy. Do they even need substitutes?" Subai's perspective, watching the big screen, Subai's principal turned to him and said, "King-level expert Ni Qing is the bulwark of our human race. For Jiangzhou Martial University to fight against the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is already an honor." Seeing the legendary king-level expert, Subai felt a surge of motivation, thinking, when will I be able to become the bulwark of humanity like him? Competition draw announcement. The host appeared on the big screen, announcing, "The top 4 competition is about to begin." She then revealed the draw results. First match, Great Wall Guardian Military Academy vs. Capital Martial University. Second match, Modu Martial University vs. Jiangzhou Martial University. Seeing the matchups, the captain of Modu Martial University frowned in annoyance and muttered, "This is so boring. We're up against Jiangzhou Martial University, fighting such weaklings I can't even be bothered to make a move." A girl from their team mocked Jiangzhou Martial University, saying, "Our opponent is Jiangzhou Martial University? That trash? Winning against them won't even be glorious." Others from their team agreed, adding, "Jiangzhou Martial University is just a troublemaker. How do they even deserve to be in the top 4? A yellow-haired girl from their team turned to her captain and said, "Let me go this round. I'll take them all down in one go." The first match begins. While they were talking, the first match between Great Wall Guardian Military Academy and Capital Martial University began. The host addressed the audience. The first to take the stage for the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy is their captain, Han Zan, a Lord-level expert and the grandson of General Han Dang. The purple-gold armor he wears is forged from diamond-level cores. She wondered who Capital Martial University would send to face him. As Han Zhan entered the arena holding a huge spear blade, he challenged Wang Yang, the captain of Capital Martial University, saying, "Let's not waste time, let's settle this between us." He then asked Wang Yang, "Do you dare to fight me?" Seeing that Han Zhan had directly challenged Wang Yang, the entire audience erupted in excitement, wondering, quote, "Are Capital Martial University and the Great Wall Guardian Military Academy starting with a king vs. king match?" Unquote. The crowd began chanting, demanding a king vs. king match. The king vs. king match? Hearing the audience's demand, a guy from Capital Martial University suddenly jumped into the arena. It was Wang Yang, the captain of Capital Martial University, also a spearblade user. As soon as he entered, he mocked Han Zhan, saying, "Old Han, why make such a big deal out of this? I'm afraid you'll be a sore loser." The moment Wang Yang stepped into the arena, all the girls in the audience started cheering, shouting, "Wang Yang is our idol!" Su Bai's perspective. Watching the intense matchup, Su Bai's principal turned to him and said, "This match is heating up right from the start. Youth is truly wonderful." Hearing the girls cheer for Wang Yang, Su Bai frowned and asked his seniors, "Is Wang Yang really that handsome? I don't see it." Then he turned to his teammates and asked one of his seniors, Luol, "You go up first. Show the audience what we're made of." Shocked, Senior Luol hesitated and asked, "Can I really do it?" Back in the arena as they were talking, Han Zhan took his position and challenged Wang Yang once again, saying, "Let's start. I'll let you make the first move." Wang Yang accepted Han Zhang's challenge, and with lightning speed charged at Han Zhang, attacking with his spear. However, Han Zhang, standing still, effortlessly blocked Wang Yang's attack. The audience was surprised to see Han Zhang's diamond rank armor skill in action. They were shocked that he had developed it to such a high level. But Wang Yang was not about to stop. He continuously attacked Han Zhang from all directions, shouting, "Han Zhang, so what if your blood chi is high? So what if your armor is strong? I can still defeat you." Seeing them fight, Su Bai's principal told him, Wang Yang is an extreme agility and attack-type fighter. Coupled with the howling wind technique, it's almost impossible to see him. Su Bai agreed, commenting, "He is absolutely terrifying." Watching the intense battle, Su Bai thought to himself, "Is this the power of a mid-silver rank? How am I supposed to stand against them when I'm only a mid-bronze rank?" Meanwhile, in the arena, Wang Yang continued his relentless attacks, moving at incredible speed. But Han Zhang suddenly spotted an opening in his opponent's movements and smiled. Raising his spear high, he gathered an enormous amount of energy. He struck the ground with such force that it shattered the arena floor, sending powerful shockwaves in all directions. The shockwave hit Wang Yang as he dashed around, causing him to lose his balance and come to a sudden stop. Seeing Han Zhang's attack, a judge remarked, "This is Grand General Han's Sky Splitter Slash. I remember 3 years ago Grand General Han Dang used this very technique to kill a diamond rank enemy." The judge was shocked by the terrifying power of the attack, which had forced Wang Yang to halt. A commentator praised Han Zhang, telling the audience, Han Zhang actually used an extremely offensive combat technique as a control technique, an unthinkable strategy. Another commentator added, "Brilliant. Han Zhang truly deserves to be the top warrior of Military Martial University." While everyone was praising Han Zhang, Wang Yang stood up once again, refusing to go down so easily. Swinging his spear, he charged at Han Zhang with full force, aiming to end the match in a single decisive blow. Seeing Wang Yang's direct confrontation, Han Zhang told him, "You're going to lose." With that, he unleashed his most powerful move. A sudden explosion of flames erupted in the arena, even terrifying the audience. Han Zhang's attack was so powerful that Wang Yang couldn't even reach him. The sheer force of the strike shattered Wang Yang's spear, along with every bone in his body. Seeing Wang Yang's condition, the audience murmured in concern, some saying, "That was too harsh." The audience felt even worse upon realizing that Han Zhang had only struck Wang Yang with the back of his blade. If he had used the sharp edge, Wang Yang, the captain of Imperial Capital Martial University, would likely have been a corpse by now. Some people in the crowd were outraged, saying, "It's just a competition. Was it really necessary to go for the kill? It's a tournament. Why not show some restraint?" While the crowd murmured, Wang Yang slowly stood up again, using his spear for support. He praised Han Zhang, saying, "You are truly amazing." Then he officially admitted defeat. The host immediately announced, "Semi-partial first-round Great Wall Guard Martial University wins." It was Han Zhang's victory, but after delivering that final strike, his right hand was visibly shaking. Seeing Han Zhang's overwhelming power, Su Bai remarked, "It seems Great Wall Guard Martial University is really strong." At that moment, Su Bai's principal stepped forward and said, "Now that the first round is over, it's our turn." He then turned to a student named Luo Yang and asked, "Are you ready?" Luo Yang confidently replied, "I'm ready." Saying that, he entered the arena. The principal reminded, but Luo Yang, full of confidence, drew his longsword and reassured his principal, "Don't worry, I won't embarrass Jiangzhou Martial University." For the second round, Imperial City Martial Arts University sent out a black-haired boy named Zhang Leiqiao. As soon as Zhang stepped into the arena, the match began. Zhang was a dual-blade user. Upon entering, he drew his two blackened blades and laughed, saying, "This is going to be fun." He had the air of a lunatic, someone who looked down on his opponent. Licking his blade, he sneered at Luo Yang, "Little brother, how do you want me to play with you?" Hearing his mocking words, Luo Yang grew furious and charged at Zhang, shouting, "Bring it on!" With full force, he swung his sword at Zhang, but Zhang effortlessly dodged with a slight movement and taunted, "Is that all you've got?" Then, with incredible speed, Zhang moved in and slashed Luo multiple times with his dual blades. Cuts appeared all over Luo's body, but he refused to fall. Seeing this, Zhang laughed and said, "Little brother, let me write a few words on you." Saying that, he began carving into Luo's back with his blades. Laughing maniacally, he taunted, "I'm going to toy with you." Seeing Zhen's merciless attacks, one of Luo's teammates said, "This is going too far. This is pure humiliation." Another teammate turned to their principal and pleaded, "Please, let..." Luo Yang was about to be carried down, but Su Bai stopped them. He told his teammates, "Luo is defending his dignity, the dignity of Jiangzhou Martial University." In the arena, after relentlessly attacking, Zhang suddenly stopped and placed his blade against Luo's neck. "If you don't surrender, it'll only get worse. Aren't you afraid?" he taunted. But Luo, covered in cuts and too weak to even lift his sword, looked Zhang in the eyes and said, "Jiangzhou Martial University will never surrender." Hearing this, Zhang stabbed Luo with his blade and asked again, "Still refusing to surrender?" Luo coughed up blood but stubbornly replied, "I will never surrender." Zhang's eyes turned red with rage. He started striking Luo repeatedly like a madman who took pleasure in cutting others. Laughing, he sneered, "Let's see how long you can last." But Luo, gritting his teeth, continued taking the blows, repeating over and over, "I will never surrender." At last, Luo lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, someone in the audience muttered, "This is way too cruel. Does Zhang have no humanity?" A girl in the crowd asked, "Isn't this too much, torturing an opponent like this?" As Luo lay unconscious, the host finally announced, "Magic City Martial University Zhang Leiqiao wins the first match." Su Bai and his teammates rushed toward Luo to check on him. Furious, Su Bai glared at Magic City Martial University and shouted, "You've gone too far!" One of Su Bai's seniors stepped forward and carried Luo down in his arms. As Luo was taken away, another of Su Bai's seniors, Bai Ning, entered the arena. Turning to his principal, he declared, "I'm going next. I won't let Zhang act so arrogantly." Su Bai's principal warned him, "Be careful, don't fight Zhang head-on." Bai Ning, a skilled swordsman, nodded in determination. As Zhang entered the arena, he laughed and said, "Another one? But this one doesn't look very durable." Drawing his sword in anger, Ning snapped back, "You talk too much." The host immediately announced the start of the second round. The moment the match began, Ning charged at Zhang, shouting, "Zhang, I want your life!" He swung his sword with full force, but just like before, Zhang effortlessly dodged his attack. Realizing that Ning was truly ruthless and determined to kill him, Zhang swiftly moved and counterattacked, saying, "I won't give you the chance to strike." Both fighters continued their relentless assault, each aiming for the kill. Watching the brutal exchange, a spectator in the audience asked in shock, "Are they really just students? Is this what a battle between students looks like? This is insane." People in the crowd began to grow anxious. One person said, "They should call it a draw. If this keeps going, one of them's going to die." Another added, even from hundreds of meters away, I can smell the thick scent of blood. This is terrifying. Inside the arena, both Ning and Zhang suffered wounds from each other's blades. As Zhang started to bleed, a flicker of fear appeared in his eyes. Are you trying to die? He shouted at Ning. Despite his injuries, Ning gritted his teeth and replied, I told you, I want your life. He swung his sword toward Zhang's neck, but Zhang dodged at the last second and countered by slashing Ning's leg. Before Ning could react, Zhang moved behind him and attempted to strike with both blades. However, Ning blocked the attack just in time with his sword. Zhang smirked and taunted. You're just a lowly bronze rank from a trash martial university. Tightening his grip on his blades, he sneered. You're going to lose. Still struggling, Ning glared at Zhang and said, Have you forgotten? Jiangzhou Martial University never gives up. With those words, Ning did something unthinkable. He turned the tip of his own sword toward himself. Without hesitation, he stabbed through both himself and Zhang. Zhang's eyes widened in shock. Are you insane? You're killing yourself too. Ning laughed through the pain and said, This isn't enough to kill me. Pushing his sword even deeper, he gritted his teeth and declared, This is how Jiangzhou Martial University fights. Unlike you, Zhang. You only know how to bully the weak, Ning shouted. Go to hell. With that, he drove his sword forward. In pain and fear, Zhang screamed, Don't kill me! I don't want to die! Desperate, he turned to his principal and begged, Save me! Just as he cried out, a hand appeared from behind and stopped Ning's sword. It was the Imperial City Martial Arts University principal stepping in to rescue his student. He declared, Magic City Martial University concedes this match. The host, taken aback, quickly announced, Magic City Martial University has conceded the match. The Imperial City Martial Arts University principal then pulled the sword out of both Zhang and Ning's bodies. At that moment, Subai's principal rushed into the arena, catching Ning before he collapsed. Furious, he turned to his opponent's principal and demanded, Is this what your Magic City Martial University students are like? First, they humiliate their opponents in the arena, and then they beg for help when facing death? As he carried Zhang out of the arena, the Imperial City Martial Arts University principal sneered at Subai's principal and said, Don't think that just because you made it to the top 4, Jiangzhou Martial University is qualified to challenge Magic City Martial University. Just then, a doctor arrived, but instead of checking on Ning, who was more seriously injured, he attended to Zhang first. Seeing this, Subai's principal gritted his teeth in anger. Do you really think only your Magic City Martial University students are valuable? The lives of Jiangzhou Martial University students are just as precious. As the Imperial City Martial Arts University principal left, he coldly remarked, There's no point in arguing. Let's settle this on the stage. Fine, Subai's principal snapped. Turning to Subai, he ordered, Get on stage, beat them as hard as you can, make them pay for touching anyone from Jiangzhou Martial University. Hearing his principal's command, Subai immediately stepped into the arena. Leave it to me, I'll make them pay the price. Meanwhile, Subai's principal hurriedly left with Ning, laying him on a stretcher. He looked at Ning and said, You have brought glory to Jiangzhou Martial University. Other seniors gathered around, nodding with pride. We're proud of you, Ning. They urged him to take good care of himself, assuring him that Subai would definitely teach them a lesson. On the other hand, Imperial City Martial Arts University's captain, Cao Zixuan, approached his principal and asked, Let me go and take care of those good-for-nothings from Jiangzhou Martial University. But his principal shook his head. Don't be impatient, Zixuan. The championship is still waiting for you. In the arena, as Subai stepped into the arena, he declared loudly, I, Subai of Jiangzhou Martial University, hereby challenge Magic City Martial University. If they lose, I demand that they publicly apologize to Jiangzhou Martial University. He then shouted toward the opposing team, Magic City Martial University, do you dare to accept this challenge? The audience erupted in support. Make them apologize, someone shouted. We're counting on you, Subai. Show them what you've got. Excitement spread through the crowd and the atmosphere grew intense. A blogger covering the match asked his audience, Jiangzhou Martial University is openly challenging Magic City Martial University? Do you think they will apologize? Meanwhile, a journalist, watching the scene unfold, remarked, Jiangzhou Martial University is forcing a public apology from one of the nation's top schools. This is going to make headlines. Imperial City's response hearing Su Bai's demand. Imperial City Martial Arts University's Captain Zixuan scoff. You, from Jiangju Martial University, do you really think you're worthy of an apology? Another Imperial City student, Huang, stepped forward and turned to his principal. Let me go up and teach Su Bai a lesson, he said. I'll show Jiangzhou Martial University just how big the gap is between them and us. His principal nodded in approval. As Huang entered the arena, Su Bai smirked and asked, "So, are you here to apologize?" Tightening his fist, Huang laughed and said, "This so-called apology is nothing more than the moaning of the weak. Why should the strong apologize to the weak? Strength is power. Strength is the only truth." Hearing this, Su Bai turned to the host and demanded, "Let Magic City Martial University send another one up. Fighting one by one is too tiring and I'm in a hurry." Seeing that Magic City Martial University's captain, Cao Zixuan, had yet to enter the stage, some spectators started calling Su Bai arrogant. Cao Zixuan is on par with Wang Yang, Magic City Martial University's strongest student, one person remarked. A girl added, "Magic City Martial University is really overdoing it. How could Su Bai possibly defeat two of them?" Su Bai's provocation, on the other hand, when Imperial City Martial Arts University didn't respond to his demand, Su Bai mocked them, holding up his fingers and taunting Zixuan. "Then come up yourself," he sneered. Seeing Su Bai daring to provoke his team like this, Imperial City Martial Arts University's principal grew furious. "Zixuan," he ordered, "use your strength to show Jiangzhou Martial University that Magic City Martial University's dignity is not to be trampled on." Zixuan smirked. "All right." Without hesitation, he leapt into the arena. The battle begins. As soon as Zixuan landed, he drew his dual swords and said coldly, "Since Jiangzhou Martial University is so arrogant, we'll grant their request." At that moment, Zixuan unleashed his power. His red and blue swords shimmered and his entire body became engulfed in a powerful red and blue aura. He looked at Su Bai and scoffed, "Kid, I'll show you that boasting without strength is just asking for humiliation." A judge's revelation. As Zixuan's aura flared, a judge turned to the others and pointed at the dual swords in his hands. "Look closely," he said. "Those swords are made of millennium cold iron and molten scarlet iron. These two blades were forged from some of the rarest materials in existence." Another judge's eyes widened. "And the crystal cores in the hilts, they're from platinum-level myriad races experts." The other judges were stunned. The Seo family and Magic City Martial University must truly value Seo Zixuan. "Each of these swords is priceless," one judge then spoke in awe. "The God of Ice and Fire once graduated from Magic City Martial University. Before leaving, he passed down the strongest cultivation technique to them. Could it be that Seo Zixuan is cultivating that very technique?" As the audience buzzed with excitement, Zixuan, his aura still surging, turned to Su Bai and sneered, "Now, don't start making excuses." The battle escalates, accusing Magic City Martial University of bullying the weak. Zixuan gave Su Bai a chance to summon his tamed beasts. "You should call them out now," he warned, "otherwise you might not get another opportunity." Su Bai smirked. "Thanks for your kindness, but I'm enough to handle you all on my own. There's no need for tamed beasts." As he spoke, Su Bai unleashed his aura. Hearing this, Zixuan laughed mockingly. "A beast tamer who refuses to rely on his beasts? And you actually dare to fight us hand to hand?" A shocked senior turned to his principal. "How is Su Bai supposed to fight them like this?" The principal responded calmly, "Su Bai has activated shared origin." The fight begins in the arena. Seeing that Su Bai had no intention of summoning his beasts, Zixuan immediately charged at him, shouting, "Su Bai, you're too arrogant, you're courting death." Wang followed closely behind, sneering, "The weak should know their place." Seeing them rush at him, Su Bai smiled. "You two are really impatient." At that moment, he fully unleashed his aura. One by one, he activated Sharp Gold Spirit, Sharp Gold Ghost Shadow, and Earth Spirit Possession. With his body strengthened by all these buffs, Su Bai got ready to fight. Watching Zixuan and Huang approach, Su Bai declared, "I'll settle the score with all of you from Magic City Martial University." Just as Huang got close, Su Bai didn't even give him a chance to make a move. With a single devastating punch to the face, he sent Huang flying. A shocking display of power, Zixuan's eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? From the stands, a senior of Subai's exclaimed, Subai's speed has already reached the gold level. Another senior turned to him, frowning. How can a beast tamer's body be this strong? The first senior hesitated before another reminded him. Have you forgotten the combat power of the great master Luo Fan after he comprehended shared origin? Back then, he was nearly unstoppable. Hearing this, the first senior's expression darkened. Are you seriously comparing Subai to the great master Lu Fan? Isn't that an exaggeration? Subai's overwhelming strength in the arena, even Subai was momentarily surprised by his own power. He turned to Zixuan and asked, have you ever experienced true powerlessness? Hearing this, Zixuan gritted his teeth and raised both his fire and ice swords. I'll admit you have the qualifications to make me take you seriously, he growled, but that's all you've got? His eyes burned with determination as he pointed his sword at Subai. Prepare to die. With that, Zixuan unleashed a torrent of flames from his sword, sending them roaring towards Subai. But to his astonishment, the flames didn't even reach him. Subai shook his head. Is that all you've got? Before Zixuan could react, Subai vanished in a blur of speed. A second later, he reappeared right behind him. You're still too slow, he whispered, Huang's last stand. Meanwhile, Huang had managed to get back on his feet. He turned to Zixuan and shouted, let's attack him from both sides, but Zixuan realized the danger too late. Huang, be careful, he warned. However, it was already over. Subai whirled around with lightning speed and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on Huang. He didn't even give him a chance to react. After 7 brutal strikes, Huang started bleeding. Then, with a final devastating kick, Subai sent him flying once more. This time, Huang lost consciousness and collapsed to the ground. Subai stood over him and said coldly, these 7 attacks are payback for the 7 cuts you gave Luo. Zixuan's rage. Seeing Huang unconscious, Zixuan erupted in fury. He charged at Subai, roaring, Subai, come at me if you have the guts. Subai grinned as he watched Zixuan approach. I haven't had enough fun yet, he said. Angry at what Subai had done to Huang Zixuan, Zixuan became furious and charged at Subai, wielding both his fire and ice swords. He swung his swords, striking at Subai with flames and frost. However, when the attack reached Subai, he had already moved, leaving only an afterimage that was struck instead. Mocking Zixuan, Subai sneered, too disappointing. Using his super speed, Subai appeared behind Zixuan and taunted him. Is this all the strength the prodigies of Martial University have? Before Zixuan could react, Subai delivered a solid fire-infused punch that sent Zixuan flying through the air. While Zixuan soared, Subai gathered energy in his feet and mocked him again, saying, as Martial University's prodigy, why don't you fight back? You're just taking hits like this. With that, Subai leapt into the air and used both hands to launch a powerful attack. Seeing Subai charging with full force, Zixuan panicked and raised both swords to defend himself. Yet Subai didn't slow down. With overwhelming power, he punched Zixuan again, declaring, you're too boring. The impact of Subai's attack was devastating, unleashing an explosion that shook the entire stadium. When the smoke cleared, Subai stood triumphantly over Zixuan. Mocking him once more, Subai grinned, I love beating prodigies the most. As Subai pressed his foot against Zixuan's face, Zixuan's rage boiled over. Shouting, Subai, I'll kill you! He did something that surprised everyone. Flames erupted from his sword, engulfing his entire body. Subai quickly jumped back, but his shoes were scorched in the process. While extinguishing the flames, Subai mocked Zixuan again, saying, you don't have much skill, but you've got quite a temper. Meanwhile, Zixuan's anger spiraled out of control. Enraged, he unleashed his violent state fire, a technique that consumed his own body in flames. With a burst of fire tearing apart his clothes, Zixuan roared, vowing to kill Subai. Seeing this, one of Subai's seniors anxiously asked their principal, has Subai gone too far with his taunts? Could this attack from Zixuan be dangerous? The shocked principal replied, for Zixuan to use such a powerful move, he's lost control. With his body ablaze, Zixuan leapt into the air, screaming that he would take Subai's life. Seeing him charge forward, Subai didn't attempt to dodge. Instead, he smirked. Finally, something interesting. With full force, Zixuan struck at Subai, but his sword couldn't even touch him. Subai had activated his Great Wall Barrier, a defensive skill from his Little Turtle ability, which completely blocked Zixuan's attack. Shocked, Zixuan shouted, "Impossible! No one can block my twin swords." He then asked Subai, "Were you a turtle in your past life?" Laughing, Subai prepared to strike back. "Is that all you've got?" he sneered. Using his little cat's speed, Subai delivered a powerful punch to Zixuan's face, sending him flying back into the sky. The force of the impact knocked Zixuan's swords from his hands. With a heavy crash, Zixuan hit the ground, his swords landing far from him. The judges of the match were stunned. One of them exclaimed, "I can't believe Subai possesses such a terrifying killing move." Another judge added, "The most shocking part is that their fight actually cracked the golden level arena. This is the terror of the primordial flow." Watching Subai's powerful presence reminded the judges of Luofan from the past, and Subai is only at mid-bronze rank, one judge murmured. His talent? It might be even scarier than those from elite families. While the judges discussed this, Subai bent down and picked up Zixuan's swords. Examining them, he remarked, "These two swords look quite valuable." Seeing this, Zixuan, still dazed and fearful, shouted, "What are you doing? Put them down! Those are my twin swords!" But Subai wasn't going to let it go. He told Zixuan that after seeing how Imperial Martial University behaved, he knew they definitely wouldn't apologize or compensate for their actions. So, Subai declared that these two swords would be considered compensation from Imperial Martial University. Hearing this, Zixuan became furious. Like a beast, he lunged at Subai, shouting, "This is too much! I will kill you!" But Subai easily dodged Zixuan's attack and taunted him. "Do you still think you have the strength for that?" Without hesitation, Subai kicked Zixuan in the face, telling him he was overestimating himself. With just one solid kick, Subai broke Zixuan's nose and sent him flying. Subai was furious. How dare Imperial Martial University try to bully the students of Jiangzhou Martial University? Without giving Zixuan a chance to recover, Subai leapt at him once again. Zixuan barely managed to stand, but Subai relentlessly punched and kicked him, shouting that this was his punishment on behalf of Jiangzhou Martial University. The audience watched in shock as Zixuan lay helpless, unable to resist. They couldn't believe Subai's sheer dominance, speed, strength, technique. He had no apparent weakness. People started wondering if anyone in Martial University could even stand a chance against him. A girl in the crowd remarked, "I think only Han Zan might be able to match this monster Subai." Although some people felt bad for Zixuan's condition, their anger toward Imperial Martial University still burned strong. They cheered for Subai, hoping this would humble Imperial Martial University and curb their arrogance. The students of Jiangzhou Martial University erupted in joy, shouting, "See? This is the price of provoking Jiangzhou Martial University." In the arena, Subai finally stopped after venting his frustration. Once satisfied and calm, he stepped back. The host then announced, "This round's winner is Jiangzhou Martial University's Subai." After the match ended, Subai calmed down and suddenly noticed Han Zan staring at him. Subai had sensed Han Zan's watchful gaze from the beginning, like a hawk observing its prey. When Han Zan saw Subai looking back, he smiled and said, "Jiangzhou Subai, I'll be waiting for you." Subai didn't hear him clearly and began leaving the arena, still examining Zixuan's swords. He thought to himself that since Zixuan had been so anxious about them, these swords must be quite valuable. As Subai was leaving, someone suddenly stopped him. It was the Imperial Martial University principal. "The match is over," the principal said. "You should return Zixuan's weapons to Martial University." But Subai casually slung the swords onto his back and replied, "The referee just said the arena is the battlefield, so weapons seized on the battlefield don't have to be returned." He then smiled and added, "But I'm not unreasonable. If Imperial Martial University apologizes to Jiangzhou Martial University, apologizes to all the ordinary martial academies they've bullied, and compensates for medical expenses and mental distress, then I'll return these swords." Hearing Subai's demands, the contestants of the competition erupted in support, shouting that Martial University had gone too far and must apologize. The crowd's chants grew louder, demanding Imperial Martial University to apologize. Outraged, the Imperial Martial University principal barked, "This is outrageous." But Subai didn't back down. He calmly asked, "Isn't this the survival of the fittest philosophy that your martial university believes in? I'm just treating you the same way you treat others." Hearing that, Subai's principal became excited and shouted, "Subai, well said. Let's see how Martial University saves face this time. Let's see if they dare to act arrogant again." Hearing this, Imperial Martial University's principal, a diamond rank hunter, became furious and unleashed his powerful aura. Enraged, he walked towards Subai, declaring that today he would teach this immature brat a lesson. Seeing the Imperial University principal release his aura, Subai's principal grew worried and urged Subai to move away quickly. Meanwhile, the military university principal, who was also a diamond rank warrior, became furious when he saw the Imperial University principal about to attack a student. In the arena, Subai began to back away, shocked by the overwhelming power of a diamond rank warrior. So this is the explosive power of a diamond rank. It's so strong, he thought. But before the Imperial University principal could strike, the military university principal and Subai's principal leapt into the arena. The military university principal confronted the Imperial University principal, asking, "As a dignified martial university principal and a diamond rank expert, don't you feel ashamed unleashing your full power on a student?" Still enraged, the Imperial University principal barked back, "This is Magic City. Martial University has autonomy here, so military university shouldn't interfere." Hearing this, Subai's principal became furious and warned, "If you dare harm a Zhengzhou Martial University student, I'll fight you to the death." While they were arguing, a sudden bolt of lightning struck between them. Instantly, all the principals withdrew their auras and turned to look at the source. They saw a white-haired man floating in the sky. Zhao Yi, a Lord-level expert ranked 6th among the most powerful individuals. Seeing him, the Imperial University principal grew nervous and backed away, addressing him anxiously, "Elder Zhao." Elder Zhao descended to the ground, disappointment evident in his expression. "It's only been a few years since I left Imperial Martial University," Elder Zhao said sternly, "and you've already turned it into this chaotic mess." His gaze sharpened as he added, "To think you'd even attack a junior, what face do you have? What face do you have to remain the principal of Imperial Martial University when such outstanding talents are emerging from the younger generation?" The Imperial University principal stood silent, unable to respond in front of Elder Zhao. Turning to Subai, Elder Zhao said, "Young man from Zhangzhou Martial University, I watched your match. You were very impressive." On behalf of Imperial Martial University, Elder Zhao apologized to all martial arts institutions. Subai was surprised to see a Lord-level hunter apologizing to him. He told Elder Zhao, "You're too kind." Elder Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Our school's motto at Imperial Martial University is that only the strong can protect the peace of the nation. The strongest should be like the great Lo Fan. Possessing supreme power yet failing to protect peace is a grave mistake." Elder Zhao continued, "In recent years, Imperial Martial University has neglected the responsibility and duty that those who cultivate strength should uphold, and that's a serious failure. In this match, Imperial Martial University lost to Jiangzhou Martial University without a doubt, so those two swords will rightfully belong to Subai." Hearing this, Subai and the others were overjoyed. The Military Martial University principal praised Elder Zhao, saying, "Your generosity is truly admirable, Mr. Zhao." Suddenly, Subai respectfully thanked Elder Zhao, saying, "As a junior, I'm grateful for your teachings." But the Imperial Martial University principal still didn't want to let go of those swords and tried to say something to Elder Zhao. However, without listening to him, Elder Zhao interrupted and told the Imperial Martial University principal, "With such an impatient temperament, you can't be the principal of Imperial Martial University, you should just be an instructor." Saying that, Elder Zhao left the arena. Then, the host appeared on the big screen and announced that the school would repair the arena and the finals of the league would begin in 1 hour. Hearing this, the entire audience became very excited, saying, "Zhangzhou Martial University is really making people see them in a new light this year, and Subai is probably the dark horse of this year's league." On the other hand, after their victory, Subai and his principal left the arena. All of Subai's seniors praised him, saying he had done well and restored the dignity of Jiangzhou Martial University. They were all proud of him. Feeling embarrassed, Subai asked everyone not to praise him too much, admitting that he had been terrified just now. Subai's principal was also very happy. Seeing that even Elder Zhao had appeared, he proudly said that today, Jiangzhou Martial University could finally hold its head high. While they were talking, one of Subai's seniors approached and informed their principal that the next match would be against Great Wall Guard Martial University. Hearing that, Subai's principal told Subai to take a rest, saying, "It's already unexpected that we've made it to the finals, so now we should just do our best." Hearing this, Subai smiled and told his principal, "There's no need to rest." He then asked, "Since I've won glory for Jiangzhou Martial University today, do you think I could get some rewards?" Subai's principal chuckled and said, "You little rascal, you really know how to take advantage of a situation. I have 2 high-grade silver beast cores here. I'll personally give them to you." Hearing this, Subai thanked his principal, promising that he would definitely perform well. 1 hour later, the host announced, the highly anticipated 100 Schools League Finals is about to officially begin. The whole audience erupted in excitement. Some people cheered for Han Zan, while others shouted that Jiangzhou Martial University would win. Moments later, Han Zan from Great Wall Guard Martial University and Subai from Jiangzhou Martial University entered the arena. Holding his long spear, Han Zan looked at Subai and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Let's have one match to decide the victor. What do you say?" Subai immediately agreed, saying, "That's exactly what I was thinking." Knowing that Han Zan was very powerful, Subai asked his system to help him scout Han Zan's attributes. Immediately, a system notification window popped up in front of Subai, displaying Han Zan's information. Han Zan is currently an early silver stage hunter with a constitution of 316, but his actual constitution is unknown. His agility is 216, but his actual agility is also unknown. His spirit is 96. After analyzing the data, the system warned Subai to be extremely cautious. Seeing Hanjan's stats, Subai muttered, "As expected. Hanjan, your strength is extraordinary." But while Subai was still examining the status window, Hanjan suddenly charged at him, shouting, "Subai, what are you waiting for? Fight me like a warrior!" Seeing Hanjan rushing in with such force, Subai unleashed his power by activating Sharp Metal Spirit, Sharp Metal Phantom, and Earth Spirit Possession skills. After buffing himself, Subai got ready to attack, telling Han Zan that he would now show his true power. Han Zan moved quickly and struck at Subai with his spear, but using his incredible speed, Subai dodged the strikes and attacked from all directions, taunting Han Zan to show his full power. Subai continued to evade while landing hits on Han Zan. However, Subai was surprised to see that Han Zan was matching his speed. This was exactly what Subai had expected. Han Zan wasn't being straightforward. He had actually been holding back during his fight with Wang Yang. Even the judges were surprised. Han Zan hadn't displayed this level of speed when he fought Wang Yang last time. They quickly realized that Han Zan had been hiding his true strength even in that match. One judge commented, "I previously thought Han Zhan's speed was his weakness, but looking at him now, it's clear that he has no weaknesses in speed, power, or defense. Han Zhan is truly an unrivaled force among the younger generation." Another judge added, "Unless Han Zhan is overwhelmed by someone with far superior cultivation, there's no chance of victory. It seems Jiangzhou Martial University will only reach second place. Subai can't possibly be Han Zhan's match." Ignoring their words, Subai attempted to punch Han Zhan, but to his surprise, Han Zhan easily dodged his punch and mockingly said, "That's still far from enough." Han Zhan then used this opportunity to launch a counterattack, but Subai quickly backed away, putting some distance between them. Subai praised Han Zhan, saying, "As expected of a man who's fought on the Myriad Races battlefield completely without weaknesses." But then Subai smiled while dodging Han Zhan's spear and confidently told him, "You definitely won't be able to dodge my next move." Subai warned Han Zhan to prepare for his most vicious attack. Not powerful, but extremely fatal to the body. To everyone's shock, Subai aimed a punch directly at Han Zhan's vital area. The audience erupted in laughter, with some shouting that Subai's move was dirty and despicable. yet effective. Some people cheered for Subai, calling him awesome and saying they admired no one but him. Others were outraged, questioning whether such an attack was against the rules. However, some spectators defended Subai, saying, "What rules?" The deputy commander said this is a real battle. Winning is all that matters. After being hit in such a vulnerable spot, Hanjan's whole body froze. Trembling in pain, he asked Subai, "Why resort to such a shameless attack?" Subai laughed and replied, "The arena is like a battlefield." Taking advantage of Hanzan's weakened state, Subai leapt forward to strike again. Hanzan tried to block with his hands, but Subai's punch was so strong that it sent Hanzan flying. This made Hanzan angry. He stood up and warned Subai, "Now, I'm getting serious." Hanzan released his aura and raised his spear, declaring, "I've tested this move many times. You won't be able to dodge it either." With that, Hanzan swung his spear, unleashing hundreds of powerful energy strikes at Subai. The attacks were too fast and too numerous for Subai to dodge. Realizing this, Subai put his sword away and said, "Since I can't dodge it, let's clash." Meanwhile, the judges were stunned to see that Hanzan had actually mastered this technique, Grand General Han's signature move. One judge recalled, 3 years ago, Grand General Han annihilated thousands of fierce beasts in an instant. Among those enemies were a diamond rank and several platinum rank warriors from other races. On the other hand, in the arena, to defend against Hanzan's attack, Subai activated his Great Wall barrier. However, when Hanzan's continuous strikes hit Subai's barrier, it started to crack. While using his full energy to maintain the barrier, Subai realized that Hanzan was truly going for the kill. Unfortunately, Subai's energy wasn't enough, and his barrier was ultimately destroyed, sending him flying across the arena. After breaking Subai's barrier, Hanzan pointed his spear at him and demanded, "Show me your full power, Subai. I don't believe you're this weak." When Subai fell, a senior from his team anxiously asked the principal if Subai had lost. The worried principal replied, "No one could withstand such a powerful attack." But to their surprise, Subai stood up once again. Reaching into his bag, Subai unzipped it and said to Hanzan, "You forced me to do this." Raising his arm, Subai called out to his little turtle and little cat, asking them to come out and help him defeat Hanzan. Both Little Turtle and Little Cat emerged from the bag and activated their ancient beast forms. Seeing this, Hanzan smirked and said, "Very good, Subai, you've finally shown your full power." Subai activated his energy once again, and together with Little Turtle and Little Cat, he charged at Hanzan, shouting, "Old Han, you're finished." Subai attempted to kick Hanzan first, but Hanzan swiftly dodged the attack. Next, Little Cat leaped forward, striking with its claws. Hanzan blocked the attack with his spear, but Subai's assault didn't end there. While Hanzan was busy defending against Little Cat, Little Turtle launched a powerful strike. The impact was so intense that Hanzan's armor cracked and shattered, sending him flying. Half of Hanzan's gold-grade body armor was now destroyed, but once again, Hanzan stood up. Subai warned him, "Don't be stubborn. There's no shame in admitting defeat." However, Hanzan refused to give up. Gripping his spear with his other hand, he released a surge of energy and said, "I didn't want to use this move. I still can't fully control this power, but now I have no choice." With that, Hanzan unleashed his full power. The purple energy radiating from his body surged so fiercely that it reached the stadium ceiling. Subai was shocked by Hanzan's power and asked, "Is he even human?" Feeling a hint of fear, Subai wondered if this was really gold rank power. It was far too terrifying. Suddenly, a system warning notification appeared in front of Subai, alerting him that his opponent was extremely dangerous. As Hanzan's eyes turned purple, he laughed ominously and declared, "Subai, you're destined to lose this round." Previously, we saw that Hanzan unleashed his gold tier aura. Just as he did, a system warning notification popped up in front of Subai, informing him that his opponent was in extreme danger. Meanwhile, Hanzan's eyes turned purple. He laughed and told Subai that he was destined to lose this round. The audience was not pleased when the judges stated that everything below gold is an ant. However, a man from the crowd explained to the others that the gold rank is the watershed of true experts, and that Hanzan was likely at the peak of gold rank. In contrast, Subai was only bronze ranked, so no matter how strong he was, he couldn't compete with a gold-ranked opponent. Inside the arena, Hanzan, having fully unleashed his aura, shouted at Subai, declaring that he wouldn't be able to withstand his final blow. With that, Hanzan struck at Subai with full power. His attack was so powerful and immense that it reached the stadium ceiling. Seeing the massive strike, Subai immediately realized that he couldn't withstand the blow that was about to hit him. At that moment, he remembered the new transposition skill he had unlocked just a day before. Without hesitation, he turned to Little Turtle, calling for its help. Acting quickly, Subai activated the transposition skill, swapping positions with Little Turtle. Now, in Subai's previous position, Little Turtle took the full force of Hanzan's aura strike. As the attack landed, a massive explosion erupted, shocking the entire audience. However, after swapping places, Subai remained completely unharmed. He didn't waste any time, and in the middle of that explosion, he asked Little Cat to attach Hanzan because he would definitely be exhausted now. The judges were shocked seeing Subai swap places with his Little Turtle, asking what is this spatial ability. They could not become their eyes because this is the ability that Platinum rank can barely touch. They all start to wonder if Subai is really bronze. A judge asked other if could this be the characteristic of shared origin? But a senior judge immediately decided there that explaining that shifting position, this is the heaven rank technique and Subai actually modified it, that judge wondered that could Subai's talent be comparable to the great? Luo Fan, the students who participated in this tournament were too shocked. Seeing the power of Hanzan asking, is this really a gold rank league? A worried student of Magic University said that this match is going to tear down their Magic Martial University. Meanwhile, in the arena, as the smoke of the explosion start to clear, the host said that it looks like the winner has been decided. And just as he said, when the smoke cleared, Subai was still standing and Hanzan was under Subai's Little Turtle lying on the ground. Hanzan admitted his defeat, telling Subai that in this match he won. Hearing that Subai loudly saying, "Old Han, you're a pervert," the host was quite shocked, seeing that Subai won because most of the people didn't saw Subai swapping places with his Little Turtle eye at the last second. While collecting his composure, the host announces that the champion of this league is Zhengzhou Martial University's Subai. Hearing that, all Subai seniors jumped in happiness while crying, "Subai's principal, get on his knees," saying, "Great! I didn't misjudge you, Subai." The whole audience start cheer for Subai, saying he is the strongest of the younger generation. He is invincible. People start to call him champion. This match was live telecasted at the Jiangzhou Martial University. Students of the Jiangzhou Martial University get very excited seeing that Subai really won this match. Subai's roommate who were in the audience start shouting that Brother Su is too awesome. Waifu Yanran was also there, and she gets very happy seeing Subai, saying he is the best. In the Su family's living room, Subai's sister jumped with joy upon seeing that her brother had won and was now the champion. She excitedly called out to their father, "Dad, look, quickly, Subai won. He's the national champion." Subai's father burst into tears upon seeing his son's victory and realizing that he had become the national champion. Meanwhile, in the arena, just as Subai was about to leave, a swarm of reporters suddenly surrounded him from all directions. Some asked if he had anything to say to his opponent, Hanzan, while others questioned him about his future plans now that he was the 100 Schools League champion. Exhausted from the intense fight, Subai was not particularly happy to see the reporters rushing toward him all at once. Fortunately, his principal came to his rescue, asking the reporters to make way as Subai needed to rest. He assured them that their questions would be answered later. The principal somehow managed to escort Subai away from the crowd and helped him down from the arena. While walking, he told Subai that he had consumed too much energy and should return to the hotel to rest. He reassured him, saying, "I'll handle the rest." Filled with excitement, the principal then added with a grin, "Subai, you've made a fortune after this battle. We're rich now." The military's resource rewards now belonged entirely to Subai. Hearing his principal's words, Subai immediately got excited and asked, "Principal, how much is it?" The principal replied, "At least 600 million. Hearing that, Subai's jaw dropped in shock. Overwhelmed with excitement, he asked his principal to let go of him, exclaiming, "The match isn't over yet. I want to fight 10 more Han-Jans." Sometime later, at Magic City Hotel, the Dragon Kingdom military channel reported that the 100 Schools League had recently concluded. The students from various martial universities had showcased their impressive talents to the world through this prestigious competition. Among them, the most remarkable was the overall champion of this year's 100 Schools League, Su Bai, from Jiangzhou Martial University. In recognition of Su Bai's brave and fearless performance on stage, Su Bai was specially awarded a first-class merit, a Great Wall Honor Medal, and 60,000 military merits. The military expressed their hope that other martial university students would learn from Su Bai and that, no matter how strong the enemy was, they must always have the spirit to fight until the end. The new 100 schools ranking list was also announced. First place, Zhangzhou Martial University. The military will invest 50 billion yuan annually. Second place, Great Wall Guards University. The military will invest 50 billion yuan annually. Third place, Imperial Capital Military University. The military will invest 20 billion yuan annually. Fourth place, Madu Military University. The military will invest 10 billion yuan annually. With this, Su Bai, the heaven-sent prodigy, both wise and brave, and the successor of Luo Fan, has attracted worldwide attention. The Dragon Kingdom's official news report stated that all current Beast Tamer and Esper students from martial universities across the nation were submitting transfer applications. It was expected that Jiangzhou Martial University would soon become the national training base for Beast Tamers and Espers. Even among the common people, admiration for Su Bai had reached new heights. A children's rhyme about him had begun spreading across the internet. With the 100 Schools League officially concluded and Su Bai of Jiangzhou Martial University crowned the champion, people everywhere began to sing his praises. Su Bai proudly stated that he was truly amazing for taking on various martial arts schools single-handedly. However, a man in the crowd told others that he had heard Su Bai was seriously injured and had barely made it through the battle. Hearing this, the others became worried and immediately asked the man if he was telling the truth and where Su Bai was now. While everyone was worried about Su Bai, he was actually taking a long nap in his hotel room. Little Turtle and Little Cat were also sleeping beside him. After a long rest, Su Bai finally woke up and asked, "Why have I been sleeping for so long?" Before he could fully grasp the situation, one of his seniors, Manny, entered his room carrying some food. Seeing that Su Bai was awake, she smiled and told him, "The principal didn't let us wake you up." Shocked, Su Bai immediately pulled the blanket over himself and asked Manny, "Why are you here?" Manny replied, "The principal said that once you wake up, we'll all head back to Jiangzhou Martial University together. A special car is already waiting for us downstairs." As Manny placed the food on the table, Su Bai tried to stand up and said, "Okay, I'll get ready so we can go back to school. But before we leave, I want to take Little Turtle and Little Cat to the Magic City Martial University buffet for another feast." Hearing that, Manny laughed and said, "This time Magic City Martial University is really going to suffer." Sometime later, at Jiangzhou Martial University, when the bus carrying Su Bai and the others returned to the school, a huge crowd had already gathered to welcome him. Pointing at the university's main gate, the principal asked Su Bai, "Didn't you say before that you don't like the gate of our Jiangzhou Martial University?" He then continued, "Well, since you requested it, we're going to change it. This year, we haven't just been allocated 1.8 billion, we've been given 50 billion yuan. Su Bai was amazed to hear that their university's new gate would be even more imposing than Magic City Martial University's. While he was still processing this news, Su Bai stepped off the bus. Just as he did, the entire crowd surged forward to welcome their hero's victorious return. Everyone cheered loudly, shouting, "A top university should have the grandeur of a top university." Sometime later, Jiangzhou Martial University hosted an award ceremony. Principal Jin stepped onto the stage and addressed the students. As you've all heard, in this year's 100 Schools League, Jiangzhou Martial University has won the championship. Su Bai thought for a moment before telling the principal, "I think the key difference between us and the top universities is cultivation resources, so I suggest we hire alchemists to refine potions for us. This will help bridge the gap in students' cultivation resources." The entire crowd agreed with him. Su Bai then handed the mic back to the principal and said, That's all I wanted to say. I hope that in the future we can all work together to revitalize Jiangzhou Martial University. Hearing this, the crowd praised him, saying, Student Subai is truly worthy of being the overall champion of the 100 Schools League, a role model for our Jiangzhou Martial University. Sometime later, at the principal's office, the principal handed Subai the medal he had received after winning the tournament. While giving him the medal, the principal said, Back when you earned your first Great Wall Gold medal, I knew you would accomplish great things in the future. Hearing this, Subai blushed as Zira replied, This is what I should do. Then he suddenly mentioned the money, saying, By the way, principal, I haven't forgotten about the 500 million you owe me. Shocked, the principal asked, Wasn't it 50 million? How did it become 500 million? Subai smirked and said, I earned 50 billion for the school. Compared to that, is 500 million really a lot? The principal was completely stunned. Subai really had the nerve to ask for so much? The principal sighed and told him, including what he owed Subai, the principal firmly stated, I can only give you at most 100 million. He then added, I will transfer 10,000 military merits to you. The school's logistics officer hasn't left yet, so you can go directly to him to exchange them for resources. Subai was shocked to hear that he was only getting 100 million. He asked the principal, Are you treating me like a beggar after everything I've sacrificed for the school? But the principal ignored him and kicked him out of the office. Frustrated, Subai shouted, You're ungrateful, you're biting the hand that feeds you, you're kicking away the ladder. However, the principal didn't argue and simply said, You must be tired, so go back and rest early. Then he immediately closed the door. Seeing this, Subai became even angrier and muttered, You're too cruel. Still fuming, he headed back to his room, saying to himself, A gentleman waits 10 years for revenge. Despite his frustration, he decided to take the 100 million, thinking it should be enough for Little Turtle and Cat to level up for now. A few days later, many girls arrived at Subai's dormitory, carrying gifts. They excitedly asked, Is this student Subai's dorm room? We want to see him. However, the dorm head shook his head and told them, You've got the wrong place. Subai wasn't in the dorm anymore. Well, in his room, he was lying on his bed, feeding Little Turtle and Little Cat. He told them, Eat slowly and don't choke. I've bought you a huge amount of high-grade food. He praised them, saying, Both of you performed well in the league, so keep up the good work. But before he could finish his words, a bright light suddenly appeared beneath his bed. Subai was shocked to see that Little Turtle had leveled up. A system notification popped up, informing Subai that Little Turtle had upgraded to the first level of Silver, evolving into the Earth Spirit Turtle. The Black Tortoise bloodline had now activated to 40%, and it had gained a new talent, Power of Natural Elements, the Origin of Earth. At the same time, Subai's level increased to Silver Primary Stage, while Little Turtle reached Silver Beginner level. With the Zhuanwu bloodline activation at 40%, Subai's inheritable attribute ratio increased to 40%, and his Earth Gravity talent was strengthened. Currently, Little Turtle's stats were as follows. Constitution, 738, Defense, 862, Agility, 120. Spirit, 120. It now possessed 4 talents, with the first one being Earth Wall. It can gather the power of the earth to form a defensive posture, increasing defense by 500%. The second talent is Earth Spirit Possession. It consumes a certain amount of physical energy to fully cover itself with Earth Element energy, enhancing attack power by 100% to 200%, and defense power by 200% to 300%. The third talent is Gravity. It consumes a certain amount of physical energy to activate a powerful gravitational field within a 3-kilometer radius. Little Turtle's fourth and newest talent is Origin of Earth. As long as it steps on the ground, it can continuously draw power from the Earth element. Subai was shocked to see that he had been upgraded to the first level of Silver, exclaiming, It seems that this money was really not wasted. Excited, Subai told Little Turtle to keep eating and level up even more. But suddenly, Little Cat's body also began to shine. A system notification appeared informing Subai that his sharp white tiger had upgraded to high bronze level. Now the white tiger bloodline was activated at 30%. Currently, Little Cat's stats were Constitution 258, Defense 205, Agility 395, Spirit 80. It had 3 skills, Sharp Gold Claws, Sharp Gold Spirit, and Sharp Full Move, but it did not gain any new talents after upgrading. Subai was surprised to see that Little Cat had also leveled up. Laughing, he petted Little Turtle and Little Cat, saying, Hanzon has worked hard to cultivate until he's 20 years old, and is only at the beginning of the silver level, but with my 2 little eaters, I leveled up straight to silver. But just as Subai was celebrating, his room door suddenly swung open, and Han Jing came running toward him, shouting, Brother Su, you are my god! Subai was shocked to see Han Jing behaving like that and asked, What's wrong with you? Han Jing, overcome with excitement, immediately grabbed Subai's legs. Subai asked him to calm down and speak slowly, but Han Jing couldn't contain his excitement. He told Subai that he had awakened his Beast Tamer ability and that he was now an honorable and powerful Beast Tamer shifter, just like Subai. Then, Han Jing pulled a normal sea turtle out of his bag and excitedly asked Subai to take a look at it. Surprised, Subai asked Han Jing, Why did you also get a turtle? Han Jing then told Subai that when his grandpa found out he had awakened the Beast Tamer ability, he was so excited that he insisted on spending a fortune to hire someone to catch a bronze rank beast for Han Jing. Both Little Turtle and Little Cat were surprised to see the normal turtle, but Han Jing was extremely excited. He asked Subai what kind of prospects a bronze rank beast could have, adding, If I'm going to raise something, it'll be a turtle. A beast tamer who doesn't raise a turtle isn't a good beast tamer. Subai was at a loss for words after hearing Han Jing's logic. He laughed awkwardly and tried to explain, not all turtles are... But before he could finish his sentence, a system notification suddenly appeared, congratulating Subai for activating a new talent, Domination. Now he could use the Sacred Beast's blood essence to help those who admire him and subconsciously desire to become beast tamers, awaken their abilities. This ability allowed their tamed pets to inherit the bloodline of sacred beasts, making them descendants of sacred beasts. Subai was shocked, wondering, what the heck is this domination ability? Suddenly, another system notification popped up in front of his eyes, informing him that beast tamers awakened through Xuanwu's blood essence could inherit up to 10% of Xuanwu's bloodline. Additionally, the host, Subai, could control their power and even their life or death. Subai was stunned. He could help other beast tamers awaken and turn them into descendants of sacred beasts? He couldn't help but wonder, does this mean Little Turtle and Little Cat are going to have disciples and grandchildren? Seeing Subai's surprised expression, Han Jing asked curiously, What's wrong? Why do you look even more excited than I am? Subai immediately grabbed Han Jing and reassured him, It's okay. Then, with a serious face, he told Han Jing, Actually, I think you were right all along. If you're going to raise something, it should be a turtle. A beast tamer who doesn't raise a turtle isn't a good beast tamer. He then asked Han Jing to show him his turtle. Hearing this, Han Jing became overjoyed and eagerly handed his turtle to Subai. Meanwhile, at the Jiangzhou Martial University Admissions Hall, many new students had gathered to submit their applications. An instructor approached the crowd and asked, Are you all here to further your beast tamer studies? The students responded enthusiastically, Of course! Jiangwu is a top university now, and we want to study under the great Subai. Hearing this, the instructor was delighted. She smiled and gestured for the students to settle down, saying, Since you've all chosen Jiangwu for your advanced studies, we will naturally welcome you with open arms. She then asked everyone to release their tamed beasts. Hearing this, the student at the front opened his bag, took out a turtle, and proudly said, This is my tamed beast. Not only him, all the students behind him also took out turtles from their bags, revealing them as their tamed beasts. The instructor was shocked to see that all their tamed beasts were turtles. The students confidently told her, It has to be a turtle. Anyone at Jiangwu who doesn't raise a turtle isn't a real beast tamer. Hearing this, the instructor became frustrated and said, This isn't an enrollment process, it's a turtle convention. She then strictly questioned a student named Huo Guang. Are you really a beast tamer? Huo Guang held up his turtle and replied, Of course, teacher, this is my tamed beast. However, the instructor shook her head and said, I don't believe you. You don't have any spiritual power. You clearly have strong blood chi. You're a warrior, not a beast tamer. And your turtle, it's just an ordinary wild, soft-shelled turtle from the market. She then pointed at the boy behind Huo Guang, saying, he is a lightning attribute esper, and many others here aren't beast tamers either. But Huo Guang refused to back down, saying, I don't care, I'm a beast tamer and I want to join the beast tamer department. I want to be in the same class as Su Bai. The students standing behind him immediately supported him, saying, yeah, what's wrong with being a lightning attribute esper? Who says a lightning attribute esper can't be a beast tamer? I'm raising a lightning turtle, Guoguang told the instructor. Maybe if I join the beast tamer department and spend enough time with Su Bai, I can really create a lightning turtle. Hearing this, the instructor became extremely annoyed and said this is utter nonsense. While they were arguing, Su Bai happened to walk past. Seeing the large crowd gathered at the beast tamer department, he wondered to himself, why are there turtles everywhere in the school all of a sudden? As the students continued arguing with the instructor, a girl in the crowd suddenly noticed Su Bai passing by. She immediately pointed at him and shouted, it's Su Bai! The entire crowd erupted with excitement and rushed toward him, shouting, Su Bai, I'm your fan, you have to help me stay. If I can't be your classmate, it'll be my life's biggest regret. Another student pleaded with him, look at me, I have the potential to be a beast tamer. I've been raising turtles since I was a kid. I know all about them. A girl excitedly told Su Bai, while watching your matches, I felt like I had found my life's purpose. Even if I'm not a beast tamer now, I believe I can definitely awaken my ability in the future. Seeing the entire crowd running toward him, Su Bai panicked and ran away, shouting, why did so many people suddenly appear? He bolted toward the principal's office yelling for help. Meanwhile, at the frontline military conference room, many high-ranking officials were gathered to discuss urgent matters. One official stood up and reported to the commander, according to our scouts, the myriad races have already noticed our movements. They have sent 13 tribes including the nether cat, the six-eared demon wolf, and the drill bear to gather at their base. The specific situation remains unclear. Hearing this, the head officer stood up and addressed the room. The myriad races' movements are becoming more aggressive. No matter what happens, humans must take the initiative. He continued, before this meeting, I already gave the order to select 3 warriors from this year's 100 Schools League to go to Bishui Pool and complete a reconnaissance mission. Upon hearing the name Bishui Pool, the other officers were visibly shocked. Bishui Pool is a forbidden area, one officer exclaimed. How can we send students from the 100 Schools League? They haven't even graduated yet. Isn't it too dangerous? Several other officials nodded in agreement and turned to the head instructor, Mr. Ni Qing, asking, shouldn't we reconsider this decision? Mr. Qing then told them, as warriors of the human race, students will eventually have to face the myriad races on the front lines. I believe they can complete this mission. He added, as long as I'm stationed here, the King-Reg experts among the myriad races won't dare to act rashly. This reconnaissance mission is crucial, so they should carefully proceed and execute it. The other officials acknowledged his words, responded with a firm yes, and left. Meanwhile, as Su Bai was running away from the crowd, he barged into his principal's office, exclaiming, something big has happened. Our school is almost turning into a turtle farm. Seeing Su Bai, the principal sighed and said, you came at the right time. He then pointed at a man sitting beside him and introduced him. This is Cao Man, the head of the Cao family. He came specifically to talk to you about recovering the Cao family's divine weapons. Pointing at the others on the sofa, the principal added, these are all guests of the Cao family. Hearing that they wanted to take back Zexuan's dual swords, Su Bai frowned and asked, didn't the Magic City principal say he was giving them to me? The moment he said that, the guests on the sofa slammed the table in anger. This is outrageous, one of them yelled. These 2 divine weapons originally belonged to our Elzhao's sake. Would we even need to waste words with you? Another added, we came today with sincerity to redeem the divine weapons, and this is your attitude? But Su Bai remained calm. He knew that his principal was already very angry. And he was right. The principal slammed the table even harder, glaring at the Shao family members. This is Jiangwu, not your Magic City, he snapped. Whether Su Bai sells the weapons or not, and at what price, that's entirely his decision. Turning to Su Bai, the principal declared, Su Bai, speak freely. Hearing this, Zhao Man smiled and said, tell us your conditions. Su Bai smirked and replied, I've actually been using these two weapons quite well recently. A girl from the Sao family spoke up, saying, "We'll all be going to the Myriad Races battlefield in the future. Increasing strength is the most valuable choice. Instead of keeping two useless pieces of scrap metal, isn't it better for you to exchange them for the cultivation resources you need?" Subai thought for a moment and nodded. What this friend said makes sense. In that case, let's make it 1 billion. Theo. The Sao family was stunned. The girl gasped, 1 billion? Even reforging divine weapons wouldn't cost that much. Subai shrugged and replied, "That's not true. These two divine weapons may be of little use to me, but in Cao Zixuan's hands, they're life-saving items. So, isn't Cao Zixuan's life worth 1 billion? Also, how much time would it take to reforge a divine weapon?" The Seo family fell silent, unable to refute his words. The girl gritted her teeth in frustration and snapped, "This is blatant extortion. You're so young. Why don't you just go rob a bank?" The principal, holding back a laugh, thought to himself, now they're finally seeing the true face of this young merchant. However, just as the argument continued, Salman suddenly spoke up. "It's a deal," he said, agreeing to Subai's $1 billion demand. Subai grinned, delighted. As they were leaving, Salman turned to Subai and said, "The money will be transferred to you today. I hope that upon receiving it, you'll immediately return the divine weapons to my Sao family." Subai told Cowman to rest assured, "If I get the money in one hand, I'll hand over the goods with the other, no deception." The principal nodded in agreement, saying, "I guarantee it, Brother Sao, don't worry, and please take care." After the Sao family left, Subai turned to his principal and asked, "The Sao family was so anxious to spend a fortune to redeem the weapons. Could it be that there's some major action on the front lines?" The principal was surprised to see that Subai had guessed correctly. He nodded and said, "The military's order has been officially issued. All recruited students and instructors must arrive at the Myriad Races front line within 3 days. This time, I'm also going." Then, looking at Subai, he added, "The military has arranged a special mission for you and King Shui as well." Subai was shocked to hear about another special mission. The principal continued, "This battle marks the first counterattack the human race has launched against the Myriad Races in over 100 years. On the battlefield, we are no longer principals, instructors, or students. We are all soldiers, and as soldiers, we must have the courage to face death and complete our mission." Hearing this, Subai nodded firmly and said, "I understand." A few days later, all the universities began their preparations. At Imperial Capital Martial University, the principal stepped onto the stage to motivate his students. He told them that Imperial Capital Martial University is the gathering place of the Dragon Kingdom's finest talents, and that when the human race goes to war, Imperial Martial will lead the way. Hearing this, all the students became extremely excited and cheered, declaring that they would fight for the Dragon Kingdom and the eternal glory of the Yanhuang human race. Similarly, at Magic City Martial University, the new principal addressed his students, saying, "In every great battle, Magic Martial will always be at the forefront." He expressed his wish to dedicate his life to the country and told the students, "There's no need to return alive from human pass." Moved by his words, the students of Magic Martial began chanting, "May my name be forever etched on the monument, protecting our human race, invincible in battle." 3 days later, Subai, along with his principal and senior classmates, arrived at the Great Wall Guard Fortress. All the soldiers there were working hard, as the great battle was set to begin the next day. They were double-checking all the magic crystal cannons, paying close attention to charging them properly. There could be no room for error. They kept their eyes on enemy movements, determined not to let the enemy approach within 50 miles of the Great Wall, ready to annihilate them on sight. As Subai walked behind his principal, he noticed principals and students from other universities. He called out to his principal, pointing out that students from other prestigious schools were wearing armor, while Jiangwu students were still in their school uniforms. "Our survival on the battlefield isn't guaranteed like this," he said. Other seniors agreed with Subai, adding, "Principal, let's get ourselves some armor too. Isn't our Jiangwu rich now? We can afford a few hundred sets of armor, right?" Hearing this, their principal turned around and explained that normally Jiangwu would be qualified to exchange money for military resources, but now, during wartime, they could only obtain resources by exchanging military merits. If they wanted armor, they had to kill enemies and earn merit. Unfortunately, Jiangwu Martial University hadn't accumulated much military merit yet. While they were speaking, a loud announcement suddenly echoed. Enemy attack! All units were ordered to take their positions, and the Great Wall Guards were told to assemble and prepare to leave the city to meet the enemy. Right after the announcement, an officer approached the principals of the universities, saying there was no time for introductions. He informed the teachers and students of the martial universities that the enemy had launched a surprise attack, and their responsibility was to assist the military in defending the Great Wall. Without military orders, they were not to leave the city to engage the enemy. The principals of the universities acknowledged the orders, and immediately all of them ran toward the city wall. The principal of Magic Martial University told his students, "It's an enemy attack. All warriors of Magic Martial, follow me to the city wall for support." Likewise, the principal of Imperial Capital Martial University called out to his students to follow him to the Great Wall. Subei's principal was at the front, shouting to his students, "Follow me to the Great Wall." As they rushed toward the city wall, one of Subei's seniors admitted to the principal that he was feeling a bit nervous. The principal reassured him, saying, "Don't be nervous. Our only mission is to hold the Great Wall." Following their principal up the staircase, Subai and his seniors arrived at a large room with massive windows. From those windows, they saw a huge cloud of dust approaching, but it wasn't a normal dust cloud. It was caused by the beast tide charging toward the city walls. Subai's seniors were stunned by the sheer number of beasts. "This is freaking terrifying," one of them said. Among the beast tide were many different types of monsters, some of which could even fly. Seeing the approaching beast tide, a senior asked, "Can we really kill so many fierce beasts? There are tens of thousands of them. This is a meat grinder." Subai's principal turned to his students and said, "The main force fighting the myriad races this time is the military. You only need to coordinate in battle and slowly adapt to the battlefield." As the principal was speaking, Subai stepped closer and asked, "Since the order was that no one is to engage on their own initiative, can the tamed beasts attack?" Seeing the overwhelming number of fierce beasts, Subai was extremely excited and didn't want to miss such a great opportunity to level up. His principal saw through his intentions and warned him, "Don't act recklessly. This is a battlefield." While they were talking, the army suddenly began setting up the magic crystal cannons. Seeing this, the students became even more excited. The army charged the magic crystal cannons to full power and fired powerful laser blasts at the approaching beasts. Each time a blast hit its target, it caused a massive explosion, destroying everything in the area. The destructive power of the magic crystal cannons was truly terrifying. After the first round of attacks, the army commander ordered the soldiers to quickly recharge the magic crystal cannons and prepare for the next round of fire. But before they could fire again, Subai suddenly noticed a group of fierce beasts charging in from a corner and alerted his principal. Without hesitation, Subai's principal ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The army commander then ordered the platinum rank experts to get ready to engage the enemy. Immediately, the platinum rank experts flew over the city wall and entered the battlefield. They unleashed their powerful auras and launched energy blasts at the charging beasts. Right after them, the gold rank experts also moved out to join the fight. The army commander instructed everyone to stay alert and defend the city wall at all costs. By now, a large number of fierce beasts had reached the wall, so the magic crystal cannons had to be stopped. The army soldiers and hunters rushed onto the battlefield. With full force and their various abilities, the hunters began attacking the beasts. However, the beasts were just as fierce. They were smart, relentless, and killing as many soldiers and hunters as they were losing. Watching the chaotic battlefield, one of Subai's seniors turned to their principal and asked to join the fight, saying he wanted to fight alongside the Great Wall Guards. Other seniors agreed, expressing their frustration at standing idly by. But Subai's principal firmly stopped them. "Stop talking nonsense. This is a battlefield, not a place for impulsive action. Your mission is to assist in defending the Great Wall," he said sternly. He explained that the military had issued this order to protect them, and letting them charge into the battlefield now would be a pointless sacrifice. "Once you become qualified warriors," he added, "you'll have your opportunity to kill enemies." But while the principal was still speaking, Subai quietly opened his bag and released his tamed beasts. His senior was shocked, but it was already too late to stop him. Meanwhile, as the platinum rank experts battled the beasts, a sudden laser blast shot out from the city, instantly killing a powerful beast. The platinum rank experts were stunned. "What's going on?" one of them asked. "Weren't the magic crystal cannons supposed to stop firing?" Even the commander in charge of the cannons was shocked. "Why are the magic crystal cannons still firing?" he demanded. But as he looked closer, he realized something was off about the power of the blast. He turned to his signalman and asked, "Didn't we order the soldiers to cease fire? So who's firing?" The signalman pointed below the city walls and told the commander, "It's over there, the one who fired that laser blast. It was that little turtle, Subai's tamed beast that he released earlier." Subai laughed and shouted, "Good job, little turtle. Keep blasting." His principal was stunned to see that Subai had actually released his tamed beasts into the battlefield. His seniors were equally shocked. This unorthodox method was actually working. It was the first time they realized that beast tamers could fight like this. But instead of being impressed, Subai's principal grew furious. Subai, however, ignored their reactions. Pointing toward a group of fierce beasts, he commanded, "Little turtle, aim for that nest of bronze ranks and blast them." The turtle fired again, hitting the target perfectly, but the ones it hit turned out to be silver rank beasts. Seeing this, Subai grew annoyed and shouted, "Little turtle, are you stupid? Didn't you see those were silver rank? The cannon can't kill them, and we don't get military merit for that. Just blast the bronze ranks, and be careful not to hit our own people." Just then, Subai's little cat also joined the battle, darting through the battlefield and slashing down fierce beasts with its razor-sharp claws. "Hey, little cat," Subai yelled, "put some effort into it. If you slack off, I'll feed all the beast cores to Little Turtle." Hearing that, the cat got visibly angry and began tearing through more and more beasts with ferocious speed. Not to be outdone, Little Turtle got competitive and increased the power of its laser blasts, turning the battlefield into a storm of explosions. Hunters fighting nearby were shocked by the destruction caused by the two tamed beasts. "Where did these two come from?" someone yelled. "Their strength is insane." "I heard," another hunter said. "They belong to a student from Jiangwu." Everyone was shocked when they heard that. "Impossible," they said. "A student who hasn't even graduated can actually raise such terrifying tamed beasts?" With the help of platinum and gold rank hunters, the Great Wall Guards, and Subai's little cat and turtle, all the fierce beasts were eliminated and the battle ended quickly. Seeing the remaining beasts trying to escape, the army commander gave the order. All platinum rank experts were to pursue the fleeing beasts, while gold rank experts were tasked with clearing out the remaining enemies on the battlefield. Witnessing the performance of Subai's little turtle and cat, his principal was overjoyed and praised him, saying, "You really can come up with anything, can't you?" Then one of Subai's seniors asked, "How did your two tamed beasts get so strong in such a short time?" Subai glanced at his principal and laughed. "It's all thanks to the resource support provided by our principal." Hearing that, the principal became furious in his mind. "Subai, you little brat, why don't you mention how you extorted several $100 million from me alone?" But Subai wasn't done. He asked with a grin, "Don't you think I've made another big contribution this time? How about giving me some more military merit support?" Hearing that, the principal got nervous and quickly tried to make an excuse. After killing so many beasts in this wave, you should have earned quite a bit of military merit already. As for us, we were all stationed on the city wall. We didn't even participate in the battle." Then, at noon, an officer reported to the general with the battle results. The army had lost a total of 568 warriors. All 200 magic crystal cannons were currently in their cooling and recharging phase and would be ready for use again in 5 hours and 40 minutes. In this battle, the army had eliminated over 125,000 enemy fierce beasts. It had taken exactly half an hour, but it was a great victory. The general of the Great Wall Guards, Huan Shan, was very impressed and told the officer, "Pass down my order. The main force will rest for now. There's still a big battle ahead tomorrow." The officer saluted and replied, "Yes, sir." Then, hesitating slightly, he added, "There's one more thing to report, General." He continued, "The commander of the 35th Division reports that although Jiangwu student Subai didn't leave the city to fight directly, he used his tamed beasts like magic crystal cannons and eliminated many enemies in the battle. The commander is requesting military merit rewards for Subai. The general raised his eyebrows, surprised. Used tamed beasts as magic crystal cannons? That's interesting, he said with a chuckle. Very well. Grant Subai military merit according to the number of enemies he defeated. Later, at the base plaza, a few students were grumbling. This isn't fair. He didn't even fight on the battlefield. How can he get military merit? One complained. Another replied, if you had Subai's strength, you could do it too. While they were still arguing, an announcement boomed over the plaza. The military merit list was up. All the students rushed over to check it. When they saw Subai's name, they were completely stunned. Subai, how did he get that many merits? He's just a student like us. This has to be some inside job, someone muttered in disbelief. Among the crowd was Cao Zixuan, who was extremely annoyed when he saw the list. It's Subai again? Why is it always him? Then someone shouted, look at how many military merits he got. Over 40,000. That's more than 400 million. Everyone was even more shocked. How the hell did he do that? Even gold rank experts don't get that much. Irritated, Zhao Zixuan clenched his fists and growled, I'll definitely surpass Subai. Just as he said that, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. It was Subai. With a grin, Subai said, isn't this old Cao? Long time no see. Cao Zixuan spun around in surprise. Subai laughed and said, I heard you've gotten used to wielding dual swords now. That's great. By the way, I was able to earn all that military merit thanks to Uncle Cao's generous support. If you need anything in the future, just say the word. We're good friends, right? No need to always look so serious. Cao Zixuan's face darkened and he snapped, who's friends with you? Icho Zixuan would never be friends with someone like you, he snapped. Hearing that, Subai laughed again and teased, come on, just tell me, are you still not comfortable using your weapons? Cao Zixuan's irritation grew. He turned to walk away, but Subai wasn't ready to let him go just yet. I've been reading a lot of books on forging lately, Subai said, following him. I've gained quite a bit of experience in maintaining divine weapons. How about I help you maintain your swords? I charge very little, you know. Zixuan didn't respond and simply walked away, leaving Subai grinning behind him. The next day, the sky was covered with heavy clouds. It was the day of a great battle. Early in the morning, a man soared into the air as thousands of soldiers stood assembled below. The commander stepped forward and reported, the Great Wall Guard Reserve troops have assembled, sir. The man flying above them was none other than Zhao Yi, the honorary principal of Magic Martial University. To boost morale, Zhao Yi addressed the troops in a powerful voice. Yesterday's attack by 100,000 fierce beasts was just a probing strike. Today we'll face an even greater horde, but the human race never backs down. Today marks our all-out counteroffensive. Today I want you all to raise your swords high and protect our homeland. Hearing his words, the soldiers roared with excitement, shouting in unison, we will counterattack. We will raise our swords and protect our human lands. Zhao Yi immediately ordered his soldiers to charge. Leading the way himself, he flew into the battlefield, and all the soldiers followed at full speed. The city gates opened and thousands of troops surged out, charging directly at the fierce beasts approaching the city. Subai and the other students from the university were once again assigned to support duties. Irritated, Subai asked his principal, aren't we going to attack this time either? Other seniors agreed with Subai, complaining, we can't keep hiding like turtles in our shells, but the principal once again declined, calmly reminding them, don't panic. Orders are absolute. Your time will come. There will be a moment when you can truly show your strength. While they were still talking, the battlefield grew even more chaotic. The commander gave a powerful order. Vesper Legion, begin elemental bombardment. On his command, hundreds of elemental Yup hunters entered the battlefield and unleashed devastating elemental blasts on the fierce beasts. The sheer force of the bombardment was overwhelming. Many beasts were annihilated instantly, unable to block the attacks. Witnessing this terrifying display, Subai and his seniors were stunned. This is insane, one of them whispered. No wonder they say the myriad race's battlefield is a living hell. Nothing can survive that kind of assault. Suddenly, a group of enormous bear-like beasts charged toward the city wall. The signalman shouted, "Commander, watch out! The enemy's drill bears are charging!" Hearing this, the commander immediately ordered, "Heavy Armor Legion, move out." He knew that if those drill bears reached the city walls, they could easily destroy them. "Your mission is to withstand the drill bears' first wave of assault," the commander shouted. The captain of the Heavy Armor Legion stepped forward, saluted, and said with determination, "I will complete the mission." He raised his heavy armor and ordered his Heavy Armor Legion to charge with him. With spikes on their shields, the Heavy Armor Legion collided with the drill bears' first wave. The captain and his team blocked the drill bears with full force, not letting them get near the city walls. While holding the line, the Heavy Armor Legion captain asked his party to block the beasts for him. On the other side, from the ranks of the fierce beasts, more and more drill bears were being sent toward the human city walls. Seeing that the drill bears could not advance, the leader of the fierce beasts became very angry and shouted, "How can the drill bear tribe be stopped by mere humans?" He then ordered even more drill bears to charge and crush those humans. Seeing the fierce beast speak, Subai was extremely shocked and asked, "Why is the leader of the myriad races humanoid?" Subai's principal replied, "Platinum Rage experts of the myriad races already possess the ability to shapeshift. Once they reach the Diamond Realm, they're no different from humans. Even if you live with them, it's almost impossible to detect anything unusual unless they reveal a flaw." Hearing this, Subai became even more shocked, as he didn't expect the myriad races to have such an ability. Frustrated, one of Subai's seniors asked the principal, "When will the higher-ups give us our mission?" The principal responded, "As the battlefield gradually heats up, I believe your mission will arrive soon." Just as he finished speaking, an army officer arrived and informed them, "All reserve team members are to assist the main force in rescuing the wounded and cleaning up the battlefield." All the students became excited upon hearing they finally had a mission. The officer continued, "All Marshall University members divide into squads to carry out the mission." He took out a paper and began announcing the team assignments. In the first team, there will be Subai, Hu Qingshu, and Hanzan. The team captain is Subai. Your team has no mandatory mission. You may assist in cleaning the battlefield or proceed to the Misty Mountains to join the main force. The team captain can make the final decision. In the second team, there will be Wang Yang, Chao Zixuan, Guan Jin, and Zheng Leiqiao. The team captain is Wang Yang. Their mission is to proceed to the Misty Mountains to assist the military in exploring the terrain. Just like that, the officer divided all the students into 52 teams and assigned each of them their missions. He then ordered all teams to assemble immediately and carry out their orders. All the students were shocked to learn that this wasn't a same-school team formation. Almost all the teams were mixed, but the most surprising team among them was Team 1 because it included Subai, Han Zan, and Hu Qingshu. Everyone had the same question. Are the officials really sure this isn't a mistake? While everyone was talking, Han Zhan walked over and said, "Subai, long time no see." He asked Subai, "When are we going to have another great battle?" Subai replied, "We'll talk about fighting later. What's going on with this mission?" Hu Qingshu said, "Putting the three of us in one team and giving us such a vague mission, it's really strange." Han Zan looked at Subai and said, "Since you're the captain and even you don't know what's going on, how would I?" Subai was speechless and started thinking seriously about their mission. Suddenly, he realized the meaning behind their mission. Turning to his teammates, he said, "As the orders say, the team captain can make their own arrangements. I think I'm starting to get it." Hu Qingshu asked, "Get what?" But Subai didn't answer. Instead, he told both of them to follow him. Before leaving, Subai turned to his principal and said, "We're heading off to carry out the mission." The principal nodded and warned, "Be careful, your lives are important." Without hesitation, Subai leaped out of the window, calling back, "Got it," and urged, "Han Zan, Hu Qingshu, keep up." Han Zan and Hu Qingshu exchanged glances, then also jumped out the window, chasing after Subai. As they ran, Hu Qingshu shouted, "What exactly is our mission?" But Han Zhan just laughed. "I think Subai's been cooped up too long. He just wants to let loose." And he wasn't wrong. Su-bai was sprinting toward the battlefield, driven by the scent of beast cores in the air. Even his little cat and turtle companions stirred, waking up and becoming alert at the smell. When Su-bai arrived at the main battlefield, the sight stunned him. Corpses of fierce beasts and fallen human hunters were scattered everywhere. It was truly a grim and tragic scene. The little turtle and cat immediately jumped out from Su-bai's back and began running around. Among the fallen was the captain of the Heavy Armor Legion, still shielding even in death, his body rigid but unyielding. This scene shook Su-bai to his core. Hanzan stepped forward and solemnly said, "To die on the battlefield is the highest honor for a warrior." Hearing that, Su-bai became emotional. He lowered his head and murmured, "Rest in peace, seniors. We'll carry on your path." Hu Qingshu, seeing Su-bai emotional for the first time, asked gently, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Su-bai replied quietly. Hanzan, his expression serious, added, "This is our fate as soldiers." Just then, Hanzan noticed the little cat and turtle happily munching on beast cores. He asked, "Hey, is it even allowed for your pets to eat beast cores on the battlefield? Isn't that against military regulations?" Su-bai smiled. "I don't think so. They're helping lighten the burden of cleaning the battlefield." "That's a contribution too. Cleaning up out here is no small task. Here's your passage with corrected grammar, improved sentence flow, and better structure." A few minutes later, other student teams began arriving at the battlefield. Seeing Su-bai and his team already there, they seemed a bit surprised. Noticing their arrival, Su-bai turned to the little cat and turtle and said, "All right, stop eating now. We still have a mission to complete." He opened his bag for them and added, "Work comes first. I'll let you eat to your heart's content later." Turning to Hanzan and Hu Qingshu, Su-bai said, "Let's go." "Where are we going exactly?" Hu Qingshu asked. Hanzan pointed ahead. "This is the direction of the Misty Mountains." Su-bai grinned. "See, Hu Qingshu? You're not as sharp as Hanzan. Now hurry up and keep the pace or the main force will catch up." The three of them moved quickly, disappearing toward the Misty Mountains, just as the other teams arrived. Among those arriving was Zixuan. He was slightly surprised to see that Su-bai and his team hadn't waited for the other Martial University squads assigned to the same mission. They'd already rushed into the Misty Mountains with just 3 members. Another red-haired student who looked quite similar to Zixuan commented, "Team 1 seems pretty impatient." Then, addressing his own team, he said, "Team 2, get ready. Let's head in." He reminded them, "Our mission is to assist in scouting the terrain. The Misty Mountains can still be dangerous, but as long as we avoid the known hazardous areas, we should be fine." As they ran toward the Misty Mountains, Zixuan urged his teammates, "Pick up the pace. The sooner we get in, the more military merit." Meanwhile, on Su-bai's side, while running towards the Misty Mountains, Su-bai noticed that the thick fog wasn't going to lift anytime soon, and visibility was quite limited. Seeing that, Hanzan suggested that both of them should not stray too far from each other. As they slowed down, worried Hu Qingshu said that since visibility was too low here and the terrain extremely complicated, if the human army came through, they could easily walk right into an ambush. Su-bai agreed with Hu Qingshu, saying this kind of environment suits small squads better. While they were talking, Hanzan found something on the ground and asked both of them to come take a look. Hanzan took out a red-colored mushroom from the ground and told them that this is called bloodcap mushroom. It's a grade 1 spiritual herb and a key ingredient for blood chi powder. Hu Qingshu, who knew about this mushroom, looked at it and told Su-bai that, judging by its age, it's over 10 years old, so in a materials shop, it would probably go for over 100,000. Su-bai was shocked to hear how expensive it was. Excited, he asked both of them what they were waiting for. They'd be fools not to harvest it. Hearing that, Hanzan grabbed his head in disbelief at how easily Su-bai abandoned their mission. Su-bai told Hanzan that if they were in a hurry, they could go on ahead because he was going to harvest some mushrooms first. He immediately summoned his little turtle and little cat to help him look for more mushrooms. Shocked, Hu Qingshu asked if they didn't still have a mission, but Su-bai completely ignored him and continued searching. Under a tree trunk, he found many red mushrooms. Subai's eyes lit up and he immediately started collecting them, saying this place is full of natural treasures, so there was no way he was heading back empty-handed. He suddenly noticed the little turtle and cat eating some mushrooms and asked them, "What are you two eating? Aren't you afraid of getting poisoned?" But while Subai was collecting mushrooms, Han Zhang suddenly noticed something approaching and warned both of them to watch out, because there were some energy surges ahead and a few savage beasts headed their way. As some shadows appeared in the fog, Han Zhang sensed that it was a gold-tier twin-headed giant lizard and 3 silver-tier wolf fiends. Hearing that it was a gold-tier beast at the initial stage, Subai smiled and told Han Zhang that he could handle it himself. He told Hu Qingshu and Han Zhang to continue scouting, but to his surprise, both Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu jumped towards the savage beasts. Han Zhang told Subai not to even think about claiming all the credit this time. Hu Qingshu agreed with him, telling Subai that even though he was the captain, he couldn't hog all the rewards. Subai was shocked to see that both of them were actually on the same page and were working together. Han Zhang used his long blade to attack the savage beasts, while Hu Qingshu used his wind blades. But the beast Han Zhang was fighting had 2 heads, and it grabbed Han Zhang's blade with one head and tried to attack with the other. In the blink of an eye, Subai came and, using his internal energy, kicked the savage beast on the head, telling Han Zhang to take a break for now and give him 5 minutes, saying he would handle this one. Seeing Subai's energy, Han Zhang was shocked because it had only been a few days and he was already about to break through to mid-silver tier. On the other hand, Hu Qingshu, who was fighting 2 wolf-tailed savage beasts, told Subai to stop talking and said, "Let's see who's really got the skills to take down these fierce beasts." Hearing that, Subai got angry and shouted at both of them, telling them not to kill all the beasts and to leave some for him. But Hu Qingshu laughed, telling Subai that his speed was just a bit too slow. Meanwhile, Zixuan's team also caught up to them in the fog. Noticing the energy presence, Zixuan told his team, "There's a battle up ahead. These energy surges, warriors and ability users, plus a gold-tier savage beast." Thinking someone might be in trouble, Wang Yang asked Zixuan if they should go provide support. But as they got closer, they found the dead bodies of savage beasts all around. Seeing that, a guy from Zixuan's team commented, "This is too brutal." On the other hand, Subai and his team had already killed all the savage beasts that attacked them. Hu Qingshu told Subai, who was sitting on the corpse of one of the beasts, that he was too sly, always targeting the beast's weak spots. Han Zhang agreed with Hu Qingshu and told Subai he was ruthless. Hearing them, Subai laughed and told them they were too kind. Subai then took out the energy crystals from the savage beasts and fed them to his little turtle and cat, saying, "You two are in luck again. Eat up. Once you're full, get ready to work." While he was doing that, Zixuan's team arrived. They were shocked and couldn't understand how, just 5 minutes ago, they could feel the powerful energy fluctuations from a large group of fierce beasts, yet now they had all been wiped out so quickly. Zixuan was speechless. Wang Yang told his team that it completely made sense because these 3 were just on another level. Wang Yang approached Han Zhang, saying, "As expected of the strongest prodigy of the Great Wall Guard army, your strength is indeed extraordinary." Hearing that, Han Zhang got annoyed and asked Wang Yang if he was mocking him. Pointing at Subai, Han Zhang told Wang Yang that most of those fierce beasts were killed by Subai and his tamed beasts, and that Hu Qingshu and he didn't even get a chance to drink any soup. Zixuan was shocked, hearing that all of them had been killed by Subai in just 5 minutes. When Subai saw Zixuan, he again started acting like a scammer and with a smile asked Zixuan if he had come to get Subai to maintain his divine weapons. Subai told Zixuan that he kinda missed those 2 divine weapons after not seeing them for a while. Hearing that, Zixuan got even angrier and told Subai to shut up. Then Wang Yang intervened, telling them to stop arguing because the mission comes first. He asked Subai, since he was the captain of the first squad, what his plan was next. Subai told Wang Yang that this was a great place, so he was thinking of heading deeper into the Misty Mountain range to exterminate more fierce beasts and secure a stable rear for their human army. Hearing that, both Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu understood that Su Bai just wanted to collect more natural treasures, and as for why he wanted to kill more fierce beasts, it was just for military merits. Wang Yang suggested to Su Bai that they move out together next. Su Bai said he was fine with that, but reminded Wang Yang that if they found any resources, it was whoever grabbed them first. They didn't do fair distribution here. Wang Yang agreed, saying that was fine with them. Hearing that, Su Bai immediately turned around and started heading deeper into the fog, saying he would take the lead and that they better catch up. Hu Qingshu followed after, asking Su Bai to slow down. Han Zhang also followed, telling Su Bai not to even think about hogging everything. Hearing their conversation, Zixuan's team was confused, asking what they were talking about. Wang Yang told them they'd understand eventually, so to stop dawdling and catch up. As Zixuan's team followed Su Bai's team, they entered a forest. Going deeper, Zixuan saw that Su Bai and his team had stopped in the middle. Seeing them, Wang Yang was confused and asked why they had stopped. But when Wang Yang got closer to Su Bai, he was shocked and asked, "Why are so many gold-tier beasts showing up all of a sudden?" Zixuan saw that there were 2 savage beasts at the beginner stage, one at mid-tier, and even a gold tier at the high stage. These 4 savage beasts were standing in front of Su Bai, blocking their way. There was also a humanoid beast in a hooded robe with long fangs. He laughed and called the savage beasts a useless bunch. That humanoid beast was mid-gold tier, and all the other savage beasts were kneeling before him. The humanoid beast scolded the others, asking how they dared let these silver-tier humans get this far. Su Bai was shocked seeing the humanoid fierce beast, thinking it was a platinum-tier expert. Hu Qingshu was also shocked, asking if it was really platinum tier, but Han Zhang corrected them. He told them that it wasn't a platinum tier expert, but a member of the Dezang Mystic Snake Clan, one of the 3 royal clans and the strongest subordinate species under the 9 hells, devouring heaven boa. It's a noble bloodline among the 10,000 races, capable of transforming into a human at a lower tier. Their combat power far exceeds others of the same tier. This is the hardest one to deal with here, Han Zhang warned. While he was explaining, suddenly the humanoid beast ordered the savage beasts to kill all the humans and not let a single one escape. Just as he said that, hundreds of savage beasts of different races and stages suddenly appeared and surrounded Su Bai and Zixuan's team. They were all shocked, wondering why there were so many fierce beasts. Han Zhang quietly turned to Wang Yang, telling him that since he was the fastest, he should go get reinforcements. Wang Yang agreed, activated his Earth-tier battle skill and Wind Spirit possession to strengthen his body, and before leaving, told Su Bai, Han Zhang, and Zixuan to hang in there. Wang Yang then, with lightning speed, ran toward their military base to get reinforcements. But just as he left, silver-tier gold speeds chased after him at full speed to stop him. Before Wang Yang could even escape the forest, those savage beasts caught up and appeared ahead of him. Wang Yang was shocked, wondering how they could reach here before him. He couldn't believe they were actually faster than him. Now he had no choice but to try his best. On the other hand, Zixuan jumped at the monsters, shouting that he would slaughter every last one of them. Zixuan's team, along with Hu Qingshu and Han Zhang, also charged at the savage beasts with full power. While running towards the beasts, Han Zhang asked Su Bai if he could really handle the black serpent alone. Seeing Su Bai not attacking, the humanoid beast tried to provoke him, asking why he wasn't making a move. Was he scared? But Su Bai didn't fall for his provocation. Remembering what Han Zhang had said about this humanoid beast, Su Bai realized this one was not easy to deal with. He immediately summoned his little turtle and little cat, telling them it was time to get to work. Immediately, the little turtle unleashed his earth barrier and earth gravity pull skills. The little cat activated his sharp claw fury and unyielding metal spirit skills. Seeing Su Bai and his tamed beasts getting ready to attack, the humanoid beast also summoned his pet snakes, saying, "Human, you want to fight me? Fine, time to stretch my muscles." Beasts from both sides charged at each other at full speed. Su Bai's little cat jumped high and used its sharp claws to strike down the snakes, while his little turtle gathered its energy and fired an energy beam at them. The humanoid monster jumped into the air, dodged the turtle's energy beam, and drew its sword to fight. Meanwhile, Hu Qingshu and Han Zhang were fighting the gold-tier savage beast together, but the beast was easily blocking their attacks. Seeing that, Hu Qingshu said, "This high-tier gold power is truly extraordinary." Han Zhang agreed and told Hu Qingshu that Wang Yang had managed to lure away 3 of the savage beasts, so he was in danger now. While they were talking, the gold-tier beast suddenly attacked Han Zhang, who blocked it with his blade but felt the immense power of the beast and called out to Su Bai to finish it quickly because Wang could be in trouble. Su Bai, who was fighting the humanoid beast's snake pet and was holding its mouth, shouted back that he got it. He unleashed his internal energy and tore the snake's body apart, telling the little turtle and cat to finish the fight quickly. On Su Bai's command, the little cat immediately charged at the humanoid beast and struck with its sharp claws, while the little turtle stayed behind and prepared to unleash another energy blast. Hearing Su Bai's words, the humanoid beast grew very angry, shouting, "You lowly humans dare to speak such arrogant words!" But when the humanoid beast looked at the little turtle, he sensed the energy was too strong. But the turtle didn't give him any chance to dodge and fired its energy beam at full power, directly hitting the humanoid beast and causing a massive explosion. As the smoke started to clear, Su Bai thought that a normal gold-tier beast would be dead after taking that hit. But for this humanoid beast, it wasn't enough. He was right. As the smoke cleared, the humanoid beast transformed back into its savage beast form, turning into a giant snake. The giant snake roared, telling Su Bai that he was strong because he had actually forced him to reveal his true form. Seeing the giant snake, Su Bai was shocked and said, "That's a pretty big head, even bigger than little cats." After transforming into the giant snake, the beast lunged at Su Bai to bite him. Seeing that the beast was targeting him instead of his tamed beasts, Su Bai said, "Seems like you've got some brains, you know to attack me." But before the beast could bite Su Bai, he activated his internal energy and dodged with lightning speed. Su Bai stood on the back of the little turtle and mocked the beast, telling it that its speed couldn't catch up to him. He then ordered the little turtle to attack. The turtle roared loudly and, with full speed, charged at the giant snake beast, using its body slam technique. The turtle hit the giant snake in the stomach with a solid impact, making the beast bleed from its mouth. Su Bai followed after the turtle, telling the little cat to attack and finish this quickly. The little cat leapt at the giant snake beast and began striking it fiercely. Meanwhile, Hu Qingshu and Han Zhang were still fighting the gold-tier beasts. Han Zhang was shocked by how incredible Su Bai's 2 tamed beasts were. They had actually managed to put a mystic snake leader in such a state. But Hu Qingshu was very worried because the fight had been going on for a while and they didn't know whether Wang Yang could hold on. Su Bai told them to stop messing around because they still had other missions to complete. Saying that, he jumped and kicked the giant snake beast on the head. Right after, the little turtle also leapt high into the air and attacked the giant snake beast. Seeing the little turtle, Su Bai asked the little cat who was biting the giant snake beast to move out of the way. With full speed, Su Bai's little turtle smashed into the giant snake beast with its heavy body, making it bleed heavily. After that attack, the giant snake beast stopped moving and fell unconscious with its tongue out. Seeing that it had stopped moving, Su Bai thought it was finally over. He then turned around to go save Wang Yang, but before he could leave, suddenly the giant snake beast's body started swelling, shocking everyone. Before Su Bai could react, the giant snake beast's body exploded in a massive blast. Han Shang and Hu Qingshu shouted for Su Bai, thinking he was caught in the explosion. But at the last second, Su Bai activated his little turtle's earth barrier and was protected. Su Bai was surprised to see that the beast still had another trick up its sleeve. But when Su Bai looked ahead, he saw the giant snake beast's size had shrunk, and it was running away into the forest. Su Bai was shocked to see the beast was still alive, but Han Zhang, who was fighting the gold-tier beast, told Su Bai not to chase it, as he had already crippled the mystic snake. Now, saving Wang Yang was more important. Su Bai was very angry and wanted to go after the snake beast, but he agreed with Han Zhang and said he would spare its life today. He immediately turned and went in the direction Wang Yang had gone. Before leaving, Su Bai told Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu to hold the position and he would go save Wang Yang. Han Zhang told Su Bai to hurry, they would take care of things here. On the other hand, Wang Yang, who was fighting 3 gold-tier beasts, was heavily injured. He had underestimated the speed of a gold-tier beast, thinking even though this white-armed ape isn't an agility-type beast, its physique and strength are too formidable. He started wondering if he was really going to die here. But Wang Yang was determined that even if he died, he would take one savage beast down with him. He unleashed his internal energy and charged at the gold-tier beasts with full power, attacking with his spear. In response, the 3 gold-tier beasts also charged at Wang Yang. The first beast dodged Wang Yang's spear and punched him in the stomach with solid impact. Hit by the beast, Wang Yang flew backward toward the other 2 beasts. The second beast punched him in the side, breaking his ribs, and the third beast kicked him in the back with full power, sending him crashing into a tree. The collision broke the tree and Wang Yang fell to the ground, heavily injured, thinking, "This is it, I'm done for." The gold-tier beasts stood in front of Wang Yang, and one of them was holding his spear. Seeing them, Wang Yang shouted, "Come on, you beasts! Killing me is easy, but one day you will all be slaughtered by our human race." Saying that, Wang Yang glared at the beasts. The beast holding the spear raised it to strike. Thinking he was going to die, Wang Yang said, "Han Zhang, Su Bai, looks like I won't get another chance to fight beside you." Just as he said that, the beast threw the spear at him. But before the spear could reach Wang Yang, it was blocked and sent flying into the air before falling to the ground. At the last second, Su Bai appeared, using his little turtle's energy barrier to block the spear. He asked Wang Yang how he was and told him to hang in there. Seeing Su Bai, Wang Yang thought, "Is he here to collect my body?" As Wang Yang lay heavily injured, he collapsed completely to the ground. Before losing consciousness, he asked Su Bai to avenge him. Seeing him falling unconscious, Su Bai shouted, telling Wang Yang to wake up. This made Su Bai extremely angry. He looked at the beasts and shouted that he would tear them apart. He summoned his little turtle and cat, who immediately attacked 2 of the gold-tier beasts. Seeing this, the third beast, which Wang Yang had fought and injured, jumped toward Su Bai to attack. As the beast came at him, Su Bai said, "Beast, you're still so arrogant with only one arm left?" He grabbed Wang Yang's spear to fight. Fueled by rage, Su Bai channeled his internal energy and threw the spear at the gold-tier beast with full force. The spear pierced through the beast, sending it flying and crashing into a tree. Su Bai had used so much power that the spear not only pierced the beast, but also the tree behind it, pinning the beast to it. The gold-tier beast died instantly. Meanwhile, the little turtle and cat also killed the beasts they were fighting. After killing them, Su Bai turned to Wang Yang, asking him to wake up now that he had avenged him. Then suddenly, a system notification appeared, informing Su Bai that a high-quality target capable of becoming a descendant of the White Tiger bloodline had been detected. But they were currently in critical condition. The system offered Su Bai the option to use White Tiger essence blood to save their life, and asked if he wanted to convert them into a bloodline descendant. Su Bai was surprised by the notification, but there was no time to waste. He rushed to Wang Yang, trying to wake him up, telling him that he had a way to save him. But Wang Yang was not responding, and began to lose consciousness. Seeing that, Su Bai shook him and told him again that he had a way to save him. But the price was that from now on, Wang Yang would lose his freedom and be forever under Su Bai's control. Su Bai asked Wang Yang if he was willing. Before completely losing consciousness, Wang Yang confirmed, saying he was willing. As soon as Wang Yang confirmed, Su Bai immediately turned to Little Cat and asked it to give him 3 drops of its essence blood. Little Cat unleashed its sharp claws skill and threw 3 drops of its essence blood. As Su Bai received the blood, he ordered Little Turtle and Little Cat to protect him while he worked to save Wang Yang. He then turned to Wang Yang and told him to endure it. He first applied the 3 drops of essence blood to Wang Yang's wounds and then infused them into his body using the bloodline recast technique. As Little Cat's essence blood entered Wang Yang's body, all of Little Cat's power awakened within him, overwhelming him with spiritual energy. The energy was too much for Wang Yang to handle and he screamed in pain. His clothes burned away from the energy his body released. Then, after a few seconds, as the spiritual energy of Little Cat accepted Wang Yang's body, it stopped resisting and began to heal him. As Wang Yang regained consciousness, Su Bai asked him how he was feeling. Wang Yang looked at his body and was shocked to see all his injuries completely healed. He asked Su Bai, "How did you do it? This power definitely doesn't belong to a mortal. Not even a king-ranked expert could do this." Su Bai didn't answer the question and instead warned him, "Wang Yang, before I saved you, I obtained your consent that you would be under my control. You must never reveal anything about my secrets." Just as Su Bai told him that, Wang Yang suddenly had a vision. A large and powerful unknown entity stood in front of him. The entity warned Wang Yang, saying it was forbidden to reveal any secrets about Su Bai, and that violators would be punished by heaven and earth, their souls annihilated. Hearing the entity's voice, Wang Yang became terrified and replied that he understood. Su Bai then began his money game. He turned around and told Wang Yang, "I put in so much effort to save you. Your life is worth more than those 2 swords of Zixuan, so you can't short me on this bill." Wang Yang was shocked at Su Bai's words, but before he could respond, the ground around them suddenly started shaking. Wang Yang felt something approaching and immediately stood in front of Su Bai, warning him to be careful. Su Bai also turned and asked, "What's that?" Before they could react, tens of giant snakes burst from the ground. Wang Yang was stunned. "What the heck is this? Where did all these snakes come from again?" Seeing the snakes, Su Bai said he shouldn't have let that wretch escape. He ordered Little Cat to get rid of the disgusting creatures. At Su Bai's command, Little Cat immediately jumped onto the snakes and began slashing them with its sharp claws. But as it cut them, the snakes' bodies turned into liquid. Su Bai was shocked and asked, "What's going on?" As the snakes died, more emerged from the ground. Their numbers kept increasing. As the snakes began surrounding Su Bai and Wang Yang, Han Zhang, Xiang, and others arrived. When Han Zhang came, he told Su Bai he had cleared his side. As Hu Qingshu arrived, he asked Wang Yang if he was all right. Wang Yang said he was fine, but Su Bai was a little angry at them, asking why they had only arrived now. Both Hu Qingshu and Han Zhang immediately began attacking the snakes, telling Su Bai that it seemed the snakes couldn't be killed, but there must be someone controlling them. They urged him to quickly find the source. Su Bai told them it must be the giant snake beast they failed to kill earlier. While everyone else was fighting the snakes, Su Bai asked Wang Yang to lend him his gun. He looked around and spotted the giant snake beast hiding behind a tree, controlling the snakes. As soon as Su Bai saw it, he fired an energy beam at it using Wang Yang's gun. However, the beast jumped and dodged the attack, then laughed at Su Bai and the others, calling them a bunch of insects daring to oppose his 9 Nether clan. When the giant snake beast emerged from hiding, Hu Qingshu was shocked and asked how it was possible that the beast had returned to its original form after being struck, only to recover back into human form moments later. Su Bai agreed, saying it seemed this snake beast was truly no ordinary enemy. This time the snake beast looked different. Its aura had become much stronger. It was not alone. It was holding the dried-out corpse of a human. The beast laughed and told Su Bai and the others that the one they fought before was merely his clone. Seeing the beast laugh, everyone grew angry, but they became even more furious when they recognized the body it was holding. It was Zhang Lei Xiao from Zixuan Academy. Seeing his dead friend, Zixuan became furious and shouted, "You snake bastard, I'm going to kill you." Han Zhang was also shocked and couldn't understand when Zhang Lei Xiao had been killed. He immediately warned everyone to be careful, saying that this snake beast was far stronger than before. Hearing Han Zhang, the enraged Zixuan turned to Su Bai and asked him to kill the snake beast, promising to give Su Bai any amount of money he wanted in return. Upon hearing that, Su Bai immediately told Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu to deal with the snakes, saying he would handle the snake beast himself. Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu agreed and charged at the snakes. Hearing that Su Bai wanted to fight him alone, the snake beast laughed and said, "You lowly insect, how dare you speak so arrogantly?" It raised its hand and unleashed its aura into the sky. But Su Bai didn't stop. He also released his energy and leapt to attack the snake beast, shouting that he would slaughter it and turn it into snake soup. Subai then buffed himself using Little Turtle's Earth Spirit Possession and Earth Barrier, as well as Little Cat's Sharp Golden Spirit and the Fierce Golden Ghost Shadow effect. As Subai approached, the snake beast swung its arm and struck with an energy blade. Their attacks collided, exploding in a massive blast that filled the area with dark smoke. The snake beast stood in the smoke, laughing. As expected of a human, "You've got a few tricks up your sleeve," it said confidently. It called Subai an insect again and demanded he come out. Little did it know, Subai had used the smoke to sneak behind it undetected. Suddenly, Subai appeared behind the snake beast, shouting, "Grandpa's here!" He covered his fist with earth energy and swung it hard at the beast. Subai landed a solid punch, sending the snake beast flying toward the forest. But even after taking a direct hit, the snake beast didn't fall. It turned around and smiled. Seeing that, Subai realized the snake beast was much stronger than before. To finish it off, he told Little Turtle and Little Cat to activate the 7-star 3 evil formation. Subai used it because this formation was the ultimate technique he could unleash using the same origin current, which allowed him, Little Turtle, and Little Cat to complement each other's strengths and cover each other's weaknesses. In this formation, Subai, Little Turtle, and Little Cat would surround the snake beast from 3 directions to attack simultaneously. As they got into position, Little Turtle and Little Cat fired energy beasts from their mouths. Subai gathered energy into his hands and launched it toward the snake beast, shouting, "Prepare to die, beast!" But right before their attacks could land, the snake beast began to transform. It taunted Subai, saying, "That move was creative, too bad, it's too weak." With that, the snake beast transformed into its giant snake form and generated a powerful barrier around itself, blocking the energy beams from Subai, Little Turtle, and Little Cat. As the snake beast transformed, all the smaller snakes that Hanjiang and the others were fighting began slithering toward Subai. Seeing this, Hanjiang shouted a warning, "Subai, watch out! More snakes are coming your way!" Subai was shocked and turned around, seeing the swarm of small snakes rushing toward him. At that moment, the giant snake's eyes lit up. It had activated its Earth rank battle technique, Green Snake's Demise. This was a control skill. As the small snakes surrounded Subai, their bodies suddenly began to glow, then exploded in a massive blast that destroyed everything in the area. The entire forest was engulfed in smoke. Everyone was stunned by the terrifying explosion. Seeing its destructive power, Wang Yang exclaimed, "Impossible! Someone like Subai can't be defeated." Zixuan, shocked, shouted toward the smoke, "Subai! Whether you're alive or not, at least say something!" On the other hand, Subai, who had activated Little Turtle's shield skill at the last moment, was equally shocked at how powerful the explosion had been. Even Little Turtle's shield had cracked under the force. Suddenly, Subai, Little Turtle, and Little Cat felt immense pressure weighing down on their bodies and began coughing blood. But as Subai felt that pressure, he smiled, because he knew what it was. The next second, a massive surge of energy flooded into Subai's body. Not just his, Little Turtle's, and Little Cat's bodies were also filled with pure energy. All 3 of them roared as they unleashed that energy into the surroundings. Seeing their enemy emerging from the explosion with renewed strength, the snake beast grew enraged. It charged at them, shouting, "You dare to break through right in front of me? You're seeking death!" It launched another technique. All the little green snakes' bodies glowed again, turning into energy. The snake beast gathered it and fired it as a powerful energy beam directly at Subai, who was in the middle of his breakthrough. The energy beam struck and triggered an even bigger explosion than before. The shockwave was so powerful that it sent everyone flying. Witnessing such overwhelming force, Han Zhang became worried for Subai, thinking he might be in danger. Wu Qingshu said, "We have to find a way to save Subai." But no one could move. The wind alone from the explosion was too strong to resist. Then, suddenly, Wang Yang saw something rising into the air and shouted, "Look, quickly! What is that?" Wu Qingshu was shocked by what he saw and asked, "Could it be what I think it is?" Even the snake beast sensed the fluctuation in the energy. Before it could react, 3 beams of light shot into the sky, and a voice rang out, "Want my life? You're not worthy." The snake beast recognized the voice and was stunned. Those three lights were Subai, Little Turtle, and Little Cat. As all three soared into the sky, Little Turtle and Little Cat transformed into energy and were absorbed into Subai's body. Subai's expression changed completely. He became deadly serious. The light in his eyes grew colder, more determined, filled with merciless intent. His appearance transformed as a glowing battle armor materialized on his body and a long sword appeared in his hand. This was Subai's sacred beast armament, a legendary power returning to the world once again. Everyone was stunned by Subai's new form. They exclaimed in awe, "Heaven and earth return, the divine soul is immortal." Seeing the divine weapons gather around Subai on their own, Han Zong muttered, "This is sacred beast armament. Plant's root and origin flow together." Hu Qingshu was equally shocked, asking, "Is this really the legendary sacred beast armament?" An excited Wang Yang confirmed it to everyone, saying, "This is the ultimate combat power, the sacred beast armament. The very power with which Lord Luo Fan once charged 10,000 li, fought countless experts, faced 2 kings alone, and killed them both." Even the giant snake beast, witnessing this overwhelming phenomenon, began to question, could this be the sacred beast armament? The ultimate technique of that man from 100 years ago? As everyone processed what was happening, a system notification suddenly appeared. "Congratulations to Subai for awakening the sacred beast armament." Subai's status window popped up. He was currently in a sacred beast armament state. Constitution 5942, base 430, inherited 3435 from Little Turtle, 2077 from Little Cat. Agility 5906, base 420. Inherited 1800 from Little Turtle, 3686 from Little Cat. Spirit 4000, base 800, 1600 from Little Turtle, 1600 from Little Cat. New talent acquired, Sacred Beast Armament. In this state, Little Turtle's and Little Cat's Sacred Beast bloodlines were temporarily awakened to 80%, unleashing a portion of their divine might. Their attributes surged, and all talent powers increased threefold. Another system notification followed. Morning. Due to premature awakening of the Sacred Beast armament and 80% Sacred Beast bloodline power, the strength far exceeds the host's current limit. This will rapidly consume the vitality and spiritual energy of both the host and the Sacred Beasts. The host's strength is insufficient to fully control this power. When vitality and energy reach critical depletion, the Sacred Beast armament state will deactivate and the host will enter a period of weakness. Estimated remaining time, 3 minutes. Please finish the battle within this time limit. After reading the notification, Subai looked down at the giant snake beast on the ground and asked coldly, "Are you ready to die?" But the snake beast still couldn't believe Subai had activated the Sacred Beast armament. In disbelief, it fired another energy beam at him, just like before. But this time it wouldn't work. Not again. Subai swung his sword and cut the giant snake beast's energy beam cleanly in two. The beast was stunned, asking in disbelief, "How is this possible?" But Subai didn't give it another chance to attack. He swung his sword again, striking the giant snake beast with full force. Realizing it was about to die, the snake beast cried out in its final moments, calling upon the Lord of the Nine Nether Realms to avenge him. Just as it finished speaking, Subai's sword struck true, completely erasing its existence from the face of the earth. All that remained was a massive crack in the ground from the sheer force of Subai's strike. At the Great Wall Guard Fortress, the human race's only ring-rank expert, Ni Qing, was standing atop a crystal cannon when he sensed Subai's transformation. He remarked, "This kid is growing quite fast." But suddenly, he felt a powerful presence behind him and turned, asking, "Is the Lord of the Nine Netherrealms attacking a junior?" Lord Ni unsheathed his sword and swung it toward the distant presence, saying, "Did you really think I was dead?" His sword strike traveled across space toward the battlefield, where the Lord of the Nine Nether Realms had appeared, but the Lord of the Nether Realms countered, slashing down and destroying Lord Ni's strike with ease. The dark figure then appeared in full, taunting, "Ni Qing, Don't be so arrogant. Your days are numbered. After your death, the human race protector will be annihilated. Hearing that, Lord Niching laughed and replied, Then I'll be waiting for that day. Meanwhile, back in the forest, after defeating the giant snake beast, Subai's little turtle and little cat separated from his body and collapsed onto the ground. Moments later, Subai himself also fell, all three of them utterly exhausted from using the sacred beast armament. Immediately, everyone ran over to Subai, asking if he was all right. Han Zhang was ecstatic, exclaiming, Subai, how do you keep surprising us like this? Hu Qingshu nodded and said, We've gained a lot from this battle. 1 Earth Treasury Mystic Snake, 1 Gold High Rank, 1 Gold Mid Rank, 2 Gold Beginner Ranks, and over 80 Silver Ranks. We actually killed them all. Wang Yang enthusiastically agreed. This is awesome. I can brag about this for a year. Han Zhang added excitedly. This battle was way too dangerous. If you hadn't awakened the sacred beast armament, we'd all be dead. Zixuan, a bit saddened, said quietly, It's a pity we couldn't save Zheng Lichu. After regaining some energy, Subai stood up and warned everyone, The smell of blood here might attract fierce beasts from other areas. We shouldn't stay long. But just as he said that, a shadow appeared in the sky, and a chilling voice echoed, None of you will escape. As the shadow revealed its aura, Han Zhang shouted, Everyone be careful, this enemy is above Lord rank. Before anyone could even react, the figure in the sky summoned a giant snake made of pure aura and sent it crashing down toward them. Subai, too exhausted to dodge, closed his eyes and raised his hand, thinking it was the end. But after a few seconds, nothing happened. Surprised, Subai opened his eyes and saw Lord Huan Shan, a Lord-rank expert of the human race, standing in front of him. Lord Huan had blocked the attack and saved them. Anzan quickly thanked him. Thank you, Lord Huan, for saving us. Lord Huan looked up at the shadow in the sky and said sternly, Long Ao, a Lord-rank beast attacking a group of juniors? That's going too far. From the shadows, Lord Long Ao, a Lord-rank beast from the 9 Nether Realm, emerged and replied, Your presence changes nothing. Today, I'm taking the one who awakened the sacred beast armament with me. The myriad races will never allow a second Lofan to exist. Hearing that, Lord Huan flew into the sky and shouted, You'll never take him, not while I'm alive. In response, Lord Longao raised his hand and fired energy into the sky, saying, Then let's see if you can protect him. The energy shot into the sky, then split into multiple beams, crashing down to the ground and transforming into a horde of giant snakes that surrounded Subai and the others. Everyone was stunned by the overwhelming number of enemies. An Zhang quickly assessed the situation and warned, These snakes are at least gold beginner rank, and I can see platinum ranks too. As the Beast Lord released the snake beasts on Subai and the others, Lord Huan looked back to check on them. Seeing him turn around, the Beast Lord became angry and shouted, demanding to know where Lord Huan was looking. He then unleashed a powerful energy beam into the sky and directed it toward Lord Huan, shouting for him to take it. A very powerful energy strike came toward Lord Huan, and at the same time the snake beasts charged at Subai and the others. Seeing the beasts charging, Subai told everyone to prepare for battle. Watching all this, Lord Huan smiled and said, It's time to stretch my muscles a bit. Saying that, he unleashed his power. Immediately, the entire sky turned yellow and formed a massive tree. This was Lord Huan's parasol tree under the moon skill. Subai was amazed by Lord Huan's power. Han Zhang explained that it was Mr. Huan's parasol tree technique. As Lord Huan unleashed his energy, it completely covered the Beast Lord's aura, erasing it entirely. The Beast Lord was shocked to see that Lord Huan had actually comprehended the power of a law. He realized that the faint trace of law power currently eroding his vitality was impossible to defend against. Panicking, the Beast Lord tore open the space itself and created a portal to escape. Lord Huan, I'm no match for you today, he said. You may protect the boy who awakened the sacred beast armament for now, but you can't protect him forever. The myriad clans will surely kill him. As soon as he appears outside the Great Wall, they will send powerful experts to eliminate him. With that, the Beast Lord entered the spatial portal and escaped. After his escape, Lord Huan swung his hand and cleared away the Beast Lord's lingering aura. With just a single motion, the powerful presence vanished, along with all the snake beasts attacking Subai and the others also disappeared. Han Zhang was amazed by Lord Huan's power and asked, "Is this what a battle between powerful opponents is supposed to be like?" He added, "With each move, it feels as though the power of heaven and earth itself is at work. Its might is vast and boundless." This was Subai's first time witnessing Lord-rank professionals in action, and he wondered when he would be able to possess such strength himself. Seeing them all motivated, Lord Huan descended and said, "Remember, no matter how strong one's power is, there will always be opponents that cannot be overcome. The only person you need to surpass is yourself." Hearing Lord Huan's words, everyone greeted him with respect and said they would keep his teaching in mind. Then Lord Huan landed on the ground and created a teleportation formation, saying, "All right, little ones, we should head back." Just as he said that, he activated the formation, and in the blink of an eye, everyone was teleported into the human defense fortress. Subai was amazed, exclaiming that they had returned in an instant. "That was way too fast," he said. Han Zhang was equally astonished, impressed that one person could activate the teleportation array using only their own strength. "Truly a master," he said. Zhuxuan also wished he had such power. But before they could return to their rooms, Lord Ni suddenly appeared and praised Subai for his efforts, congratulating him on mastering the sacred beast armament. Subai, however, didn't recognize Lord Ni and asked who he was. Lord Ni didn't answer. Instead, he vanished after instructing Lord Huan to take Subai to the meeting room. Lord Huan greeted Lord Ni with respect and replied, "Understood." Subai was shocked to see him vanish so suddenly. Turning to Lord Huan, he asked, "Who was that person just now?" Lord Huan was surprised to hear that Subai didn't recognize the man. He told him, "That person is a hero of our human race, a king-level expert, Lord Ni Qing." Subai's jaw dropped upon hearing the name. "He's Ni Qing?" he exclaimed. Lord Huan nodded and said, "Come, let's go. We can talk on the way." The two of them began walking toward the meeting room. As they walked, Lord Huan explained, "Lord Ni is from the same era as Lord Lo Fan. During that time, spiritual energy had just begun to recover, and martial arts were awakening. At only 20 years old, Lord Ni Qing witnessed humanity being crushed on the battlefield of the myriad races. It was then that he boldly proposed the idea of using martial arts to protect the nation." Subai grew curious and asked, why would people ridicule him for that? "At that time," Lord Huan replied, "people believed only technology could save the human race. Relying on martial arts to fight against the myriad races was seen as a fantasy. Only Lord Luo Fan believed in him." Upon hearing Lord Nia's words, they became close friends and made a solemn vow to dedicate their lives to the rise of martial arts and the prosperity of humanity. Hearing this, Subai was amazed. "They're truly admirable," he said with admiration. As they talked, the two entered the main building of the war fortress. Everyone working inside looked up at them. One girl pointed and said, "Look, that's Luo Fan's disciple, Subai, the one who awakened the sacred beast armament." Hearing this, everyone in the building was astonished. A man remarked, "If it weren't for Lord Lo Fan's fallback then, we wouldn't have had to endure such a long struggle against the myriad races. But now, with Subai here, humanity has finally seen a glimmer of hope." Another girl replied, "Our generation doesn't mind struggling, but if Subai rises, the next generation will surely enjoy the benefits." Seeing everyone looking at him, Lord Huan leaned over and asked Subai, "Do you feel the immense pressure?" Lord Huan told Subai, "You're not yet at the stage where you need to shoulder the responsibilities of our nation. For now, just focus on improving your strength." Subai nodded and replied, "It's okay. I understand." From there, Lord Huan took Subai to the meeting room, just as Lord Ni had instructed. As they entered, Lord Huan announced, "I've brought Subai." Subai followed him inside and was surprised to see many high-level professionals seated around the table. Seeing so many powerful figures gathered in one place made Subai feel a bit nervous. Among the elite, Subai spotted someone he recognized, Lin Jianan, also known as Old Tiger Lin, the strongest Diamond Realm expert and the father of his waifu Yanran. Subai was shocked and a little frightened to see him, wondering why he was present at this high-level meeting. Then Lord Ni stepped forward and said, "Since everyone is here, let's get straight to the matter." He addressed the room, saying, "The myriad races have been greatly disturbed by Subai's awakening of the sacred beast armament. They even went as far as sending a Lord-level expert to assassinate him. I ask everyone here to share their thoughts on how we should respond to this threat." A blue-haired man then spoke up. "After 100 years, Lord Luo Fan's sacred beast armament has finally reappeared in the world," the blue-haired man continued. "As long as Subai can grow stronger, he will surely lead the human race to glory. That's why we must protect him at all costs." A bespectacled man spoke next, adjusting his glasses. "I propose we assign the best mentors to guide Subai in breaking through his current bottleneck. Along with that, we should allocate top-tier resources to support his cultivation, enough to help him reach the Lord level or even the King level." Other members agree with the glasses guy, saying Subai must be protected at all costs. They cannot give the myriad races any chance for assassination. Hearing those people saying all that, Subai get very happy, thinking they all are good people. But suddenly, Lin Yanran spoke up, saying in his opinion he thinks Subai should continue to gain experience on the battlefield with the myriad races. Because the strength of a powerful being comes from constantly pushing their limits through life and death battles, it is through refining their spirit, energy, and essence that they achieve an invincible form. Moreover, strong individuals cannot be forged in a sheltered environment, but others don't agree with Lin Yanran. Old Man stands up, asks Lin Yanran that right now, the myriad races are in a frenzy over the sacred beast armament, so they let Subai continue to train on the battlefield of the myriad races, and if something happens to him, can Lin Yanran bear the responsibility for that? Others agree with that old man, saying Subai is the only successor of Lord Lufan in a century who awakened the sacred beast armament. They can't take this risk, but Lord Hugh support Lin Yanran's view, saying a majestic eagle doesn't falter in a storm, and a wolf pack doesn't fear the long night. Hearing Lord Hune's support, Lin Yanran Subai gets shocked. Lord Hune continues and told Lord Lai that back in the day, Luo Fan almost treated the battlefield of the myriad races as his home, and he nearly perished more than 10 times. If he knew of this from beyond the grave, he would definitely support Subai continuing to fight on the battlefield, but Subai don't agree with Lord Human and thought that if he was given unlimited resources, he would be crazy to want to go to the battlefield and fight. He value his life too much. Hearing everything Lord Life said aright, it's settled then. He stands up and announced that a warrior should be tempered on the battlefield. Whether the necessary precautions must be in place, so they will send 3 Lord-level experts, 38 Diamond-level warriors, and 1 million soldiers to support the front lines in the misty mountain range. Hearing that Subai take a sigh, if relief, saying with so many people sent to protect him, he can finally relax, but suddenly Lord Lai throws another bomb and told everyone that they will use Subai as bait to orchestrate a massacre of the enemy's strong forces. Hearing all the high-level professionals agree with Lord Lai, saying the human race will win for sure this time, but this was too shocking for Subai. He can't believe that they are going to use him as bait. At the same time, at Nine Nether King's castle of the myriad races, side the palace, the Lord of Nine Nether, who was seating on the thrones, told everyone that the scared beast armament had reappearance, and many present likely still remember the terror of Luo Fan from back then. He told everyone that they absolutely cannot allow another Luo Fan to rise from the human race. They must spare no cost to kill this Subai, the Lord of Nine Nether declared, his voice cold and commanding. He turned to his generals. Reinforcements will be dispatched to the Misty Mountain front line. They will include 8 Lord-level experts and 42 Diamond-level warriors. He paused, then added, "To ensure success, I will personally restrain Ni Qing, alongside the Grand Elder of the ancient Demon Phoenix clan and the Great Elder of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan. However, before he could say more, a calm but firm voice echoed through the hall. It was the Grand Elder of the ancient Demon Phoenix clan. She stepped forward and said boldly, "Our clan will not send a single member for this operation." The hall fell into stunned silence. Even the Lord of Nine Nether narrowed his eyes. "Why?" he asked coldly. The Grand Elder of the Nine-Tailed Heavenly Fox clan also spoke up, addressing the Lord of Nine Nether. "Our clan will not participate either," she said firmly. Hearing that, the Lord of Nine Nether grew furious. "Are the two of you trying to rebel?" he shouted. The three great royal clans were jointly ordered to assemble on the Myriad Race's battlefield, and now, when our greatest enemy has appeared, you dare avoid the fight? The Grand Elder of the ancient Demon Phoenix clan stepped forward, her gaze unflinching. "Lord of Nine Nether, are you threatening our two great clans? If you wish to make a move against us, say it plainly." The Fox clan elder added sharply, "What great enemy are you even talking about? You seek to invade the human race, but we are here only to explore the forbidden area. That was the agreement." The Phoenix elder nodded in agreement. "It seems to us that it is your Nine Nether clan that seeks slaughter. We came for the endless resources within the forbidden area, not for bloodshed. Therefore, we won't be accompanying you." As they turned to leave, the Fox elder glanced back and added, "For pointless killing, our Celestial Fox clan will not participate either." With that, both elders left the hall with their people. The Lord of Nine Nether trembled with anger. "Very well," he roared. "Even without your aid, my Nine Nether clan will complete this operation independently. Just don't regret it later." But neither elder responded. They simply departed in silence. As they traveled, the Phoenix elder turned to her subordinates. "The Great War is imminent. Human and Myriad race experts are already moving in secret. Have we still not found Her Highness, the Holy Maiden?" The subordinate replied, "The Holy Maiden is mischievous by nature. We've already ordered our clan members to expand the search area. Find her before the war begins," the Phoenix elder ordered. "At all costs." "Yes, elder," the subordinate said and rushed to fulfill the command. Back at the human fortress, after the meeting concluded, Lord Ni approached Subai and took out a jade pendant. "This is the Sky Dome Jade," he said. "As long as you wear it, it will shield your presence from all detection, except by me. Not even the King of Nine Nether can trace you." He handed it to Subai. "Wear this. It will keep you hidden from the Myriad Race's experts." Subai accepted it gratefully. "Thank you, Lord Ni." Then Subai decided to try his luck. With a grin, he said, "Just hiding my aura isn't enough. Wouldn't it be better if I had more equipment and resources to strengthen myself too?" Lord Ni laughed heartily. "Your principal was right. You really are the best at taking advantage of situations." He took out a small box. "Then take a look at this." Subai's eyes lit up as he opened it. Inside were a diamond rank armor 10,000-year dragon soulgrass, 10,000-year ice heart, and even a lord rank core hiss. Jaw dropped. These are all for me?" Lord Nie nodded. "They are. However, giving them all to you at once would be like pulling up seedlings to help them grow. You'll receive them gradually, step by step." Subei's expression fell. "So, this is an installment plan?" With mock disappointment, he took out the diamond rank armor and held it up. "But surely this one should be given to me right now, right? Otherwise, if I die out there, you'll all regret it," Subai said dramatically, clutching the diamond rank armor to his chest. Lord Ni burst into laughter and with a swift motion snatched the armor right out of Subai's hands. "Nice try," he said with a grin, "but it's not time yet for you to have this armor." Subai looked devastated. "So stingy, even after saying I'm the future hope of the human race?" Lord Ni chuckled, patting Subai on the shoulder. "You'll get what you need when you're ready. Until then, focus on staying alive and growing stronger. The battlefield will teach you more than any classroom ever could." Subai was shocked and told Lord Ni, "This is too ruthless." Lord Ni smiled and left Subai outside the office. telling him to hurry up and train hard. Standing alone outside, Subai started crying, thinking about the countless treasures that had just been laid before him. Yet he had hesitated for a moment, and now he truly regretted it immensely. While he was crying, he noticed someone waiting nearby. Shocked, he saw it was none other than Yanran's father, Lord Lin. Seeing that Subai had noticed him, Lord Lin turned and said, "Come with me for a moment. I have something to tell you." Hearing that, Subai thought it must be about Yanran. He wanted to tell Lord Lin that neither he nor Yanran had done anything wrong. They were both innocent. But he held back and simply said, "All right, Uncle Lin," before following him. As they walked, Lord Lin said, "Subai, I suggest keeping you on the Myriad Races battlefield. You won't blame me, will you?" Subai laughed and replied, "Of course not," knowing Lord Lin was doing this to help cultivate him into a true expert. Hearing that, Lord Lin sighed and said, "I don't know what this girl sees in you." When Lord Lin mentioned Yanran, Subai quickly assured him, "Yanran and I are good friends. We know what to do and what not to do." Lord Lin waved it off, saying, "Never mind, I'm too lazy to manage youngsters' affairs anyway." Then he took out a golden armor and handed it to Subai. "This armor is a gift from me. Be careful when you train on the battlefield, and don't lose your life." Seeing the golden armor, Subai's eyes lit up again. He thanked Lord Lin sincerely. Lord Lin nodded and told him to go train. As he left, Subai promised, "I will train well and won't disappoint your expectation." The next day, all the bodies of the fallen soldiers were brought back from the battlefield so their loved ones could say their last goodbyes. Zixuan and Han Zhang were there to mourn Zhang Leixiao, who had died fighting the snake beast yesterday. Zhang Leixiao was part of Zixuan's team. Zixuan told Zhang Leixiao to rest in peace, saying, "Subai has avenged you." While Zixuan was speaking, Han Zhang noticed Subai arriving. Subai was wearing the golden armor that Lord Lin had given him. Surprised, Han Zhang asked Subai about the equipment. Subai quickly covered the armor and told him not to worry about it. While they were talking, Lord Ni appeared on the stage and announced to the warriors of the human race that the Myriad Races army had advanced toward the human Great Wall. This time, their numbers exceeded 1,000,000. Lord Ni shouted that although they were many and the humans were few, the human race would prevail. Upon hearing his words, all the warriors cheered, shouting that they would prevail. Seeing that Lord Ni was also joining the battle this time, Han Zhang told Subai that among king-rank combatants, Lord Ni Qing was certainly stronger than the King of Nine Nethers. To contain Lord Ni, the Myriad Races would inevitably send several stronger Lord-rank experts to join forces with the King of Nine Nethers. Hearing this, Subai grew a little worried and asked Han Zhang what they should do. Han Zhang smiled and told him, "Naturally, we use strategy. Just follow the commands." Subai was confused and didn't understand what Han Zhang meant. While they were still talking, the army general began assigning tasks. He ordered all military academy scouting units to follow the combat units and head to the Misty Mountains to carry out reconnaissance missions. This was the task given to Subai and all the academy students. A few hours later, the army of the Myriad Races arrived at the battlefield, and the war began. The human race's gold and diamond rank experts charged at the Myriad Race army with full power, blasting them with their elemental attacks. Subai and the others were positioned a little farther from the main battlefield. Seeing the explosions in the distance, Han Zhang said, "It looks like the diamond rank experts from both sides have engaged." Looking around cautiously, Hu Qingshu warned, "Be careful. The surrounding aura is chaotic, and the enemy's numbers are not small." Just as he said that, Subai noticed a large wave of beasts heading their way. He immediately told everyone to get ready. The enemy had revealed themselves. Among the incoming beasts, there were thousands. Han Zhang recognized them and informed the group, "It's tortoiseback wolves and giant-horned demon deer." Seeing them, Wang Yang got excited. "They're just minions," he said confidently. The beasts quickly surrounded them and charged from all directions. Wang Yang drew his spear and charged at the beasts from behind, shouting to Subai, "Leave these few tortoiseback wolves to me." As the beasts closed in, Han Zhang laughed and said, "It seems they're afraid we'll run." Zixuan unsheathed his sword, grinning. My hands are already itching. Han Zheng also charged forward, telling Su Bai, "They're all just minions, you can take it easy." But there was no way Su Bai would let go of a free opportunity for military merit. "Even if they're minions, I can't let you guys take all the credit," he replied. He opened his bag and ordered Little Turtle and Little Cat to come out. Immediately, Little Cat leapt into action, slashing the beasts with its sharp claws and killing them instantly. Little Turtle wasn't far behind, using its massive body to crush the beasts without giving them a chance to react. Seeing them fight, Han Zheng turned to Su Bai and said, "Su Bai, you're too ruthless. You're not even leaving us these few military merits." Zixuan agreed, "You always hog everything." Meanwhile, as soon as Little Turtle and Little Cat joined the battle, their terrifying aura scared the tortoiseback wolves and giant horned demon deer. The beasts began to tremble in fear. They felt an overwhelming pressure deep within their bloodlines and couldn't muster any resistance. Little Turtle and Little Cat roared, unleashing their aura across the battlefield. In front of them, all the tortoiseback wolves and giant horned demon deer dropped to their knees. Su Bai was confused, wondering why the beasts had suddenly stopped and what Little Turtle and Little Cat were roaring about. Before he could make sense of it, a system notification popped up before his eyes. "Congratulations, you have awakened the Legion function. You can now conquer alien races and transform them into your personal legion. Conditions for conquering. The target must be willing to be commanded by the host. Once conquered, the host can control their life and death and issue commands through mental power." The system asked, "The Turtleback Wolf Clan and the giant horned deer tribe surrender to you. Do you accept?" Seeing the notification, Su Bai became extremely excited. "What the hell is this? Legion function? Recruiting?" Seeing that all the beasts had stopped attacking and were kneeling in front of Su Bai, everyone was very confused. Han Zheng approached Su Bai and asked him what was going on. Had he tamed them? Su Bai, just as confused, told Han Zheng that it looked like he did. Su Bai then proudly asked, "Could it be that they were won over by my charming personality?" Hearing that, both Han Zhan and Hu Qinchu just stared at him in disbelief, thinking, how can Su Bai be this stupid? As Su Bai walked toward the beasts, they began to tremble in fear. Seeing this, Su Bai told them that since they had submitted to him, they must now follow his orders. He commanded the Turtleback Wolf Clan to secure the rear. As for the giant horned Demotic Deer Clan, he ordered them to guard both flanks. The leaders of both clans nodded and left to carry out their duties. After that, Su Bai and his team returned to their task of scouting the Misty Mountain. But now they were much more relaxed as they moved forward. Han Zheng told Su Bai that with the beasts guarding their rear and flanks, they could speed up their forward scouting. Su Bai agreed with Han Zheng and told the others to pick up the pace. However, Zixuan still hadn't gotten over the fact that Su Bai could control those fearsome beasts. He asked Su Bai how he managed to talk the turtle wolves into it. Before Su Bai could reply, Little Turtle suddenly jumped out of Su Bai's bag, surprising everyone. As soon as Little Turtle emerged, it placed its ears on the ground and released its internal energy into the earth. Seeing that, Su Bai was confused and asked Little Turtle what he was doing. Had he found some kind of treasure? But before Little Turtle could explain anything, a huge centipede suddenly burst out of the ground, sending Little Turtle flying into the air. Seeing the giant centipede, Su Bai was shocked. Han Zheng immediately recognized it and warned everyone to be careful, saying, "This is a sawtooth centipede." Hearing that, Zixuan was also stunned and explained, "It's also known as the ghost of hell." Within seconds, more and more centipedes began to appear. Su Bai, who was clueless about these centipedes, turned around and asked his team, "Are these centipedes really that terrifying?" Hu Qinchu told him, "These beasts have bodies like centipedes, capable of burrowing and disappearing underground without a trace. But their legs are like saw blades. Nothing can withstand them." Han Zhang added, "Wherever the sawtooth centipede passes, not a single blade of grass remains. It's a true disaster." Wang Yang explained, "Once its saw-toothed legs wrap around a target, those many sharp feet can instantly slice it into countless pieces." Hearing their terrifying descriptions, Su Bai looked at the centipedes and asked, "Is it really that exaggerated? Because what I'm seeing is a world apart from what you're describing." Subai pointed out that the centipedes were running around Little Turtle, letting it play on their bodies without doing anything to stop it. In fact, it looked like the centipedes were actually enjoying it. Suddenly, a system notification popped up in front of Subai, saying, "The Saw-Toothed Centipede Clan offers their allegiance. Do you accept?" Subai was shocked to see the notification and asked in disbelief, "Is this even possible?" But since there was no harm in it, he tamed the centipedes as well. Meanwhile, deep within a valley in the Misty Mountains, a mid-gold tier beast reported to a high-level platinum beast elder that the human ants had already entered the Misty Mountains, and he believed the humans would pass through there by tomorrow. But before he could finish his words, the elder beast stopped him as she sensed the ground shaking. Before she could understand what was happening, creatures hiding underground suddenly charged at them. An ape beast standing beside the elder stepped forward to protect her. The elder beast immediately ordered her entire army to be on guard. However, before the army could react, those creatures attacked the ape beast. The attackers were none other than the centipedes Subai had just tamed. The ape beast was shocked by the sudden attack and shouted, "What the hell is this thing?" After killing the mid-gold tier ape beast, the centipedes charged at the other ape beasts. A high-gold tier ape beast recognized them as saw-tooth centipedes. Hearing this, the elder beast was stunned and asked, "How can saw-tooth centipedes be here?" She ordered the 8 beasts to quickly send a distress signal to the 9 Nether King, but there was no time. The centipedes attacked the 8 beasts and began killing them one by one, not even giving them a chance to react. Seeing her subordinates dying like that, the elder beast grew furious and activated her green snake domain skill. She placed her hand on the ground and created a glowing purple summoning formation. As the formation opened, many giant snakes emerged from the earth to fight the centipedes. But against the centipedes' saw-like teeth, those beasts didn't last even a second. The centipedes slaughtered all the snakes in the blink of an eye, then turned their attention to the elder beast. She was shocked that her summoned snakes couldn't even stall the centipedes for a moment. Enraged, she unleashed her internal energy and transformed into her beast form, a giant snake 10 times larger than the centipedes. But even then, the centipedes did not back down. They climbed onto the elder beast's body and, using their saw-like teeth, pierced her flesh. The elder beast was stunned to see her tough scales being pierced so easily. The centipedes didn't give the elder beast any chance to counterattack and tore her body into pieces, killing her instantly. Sometime later, another human team arrived at that part of the Misty Mountains. Seeing the dead body of the snake elder beast, they wondered what kind of ferocious creature could have defeated the Veiled Land mystic snakes so thoroughly. One of them suggested, could it be a sawtooth centipede? Hearing that the sawtooth centipede, also known as the Ghost of Hell, might have appeared on the battlefield, the others grew frightened, knowing how terrifying it could be. Their team leader ordered them to report the situation immediately and notify the entire army that sawtooth centipedes have appeared in the Misty Mountains. If any human encounters them, flee immediately, do not stay and fight, the leader warned. Everyone agreed and quickly left the area, while on Subai's side, Han Zhang and Hu Qingxiu followed him, while Wang Yang and Zixuan returned to report to the human war god. As they walked, Han Zhang said to Subai, "According to the map, the entire Misty Mountain stretched just over 300 kilometers, and we've been traveling for quite a while now. How is it that we still haven't reached Clearwater Lake?" Hearing this, Subai got offended and asked Han Zhang if he was questioning the route he had planned. But after checking the map, Hu Qingxiu also realized that they were lost. Subai still couldn't believe it and said, "That's impossible, it must be the map's fault." Han Zhang told him that the map couldn't be wrong because it was a military map. Hearing that, Subai said doubtfully, "Could it really be my mistake? Although, I really am a bit hopeless with directions." Hearing this, Han Zhang got furious and shouted at Subai, "If you're bad with directions, why didn't you say so earlier?" Now, all 3 of them were standing in the middle of nowhere, not knowing where to go. Hu Qingxiu asked Han Zhang, "What should we do now? Who can lead us to Clearwater Lake?" Han Zhang and Hu Qingxiu both declared at the same time that they were bad with directions too. Hearing this, Subai got angry and shouted, "You two are bad with directions too, and you are blaming me?" Zhang sighed and said, "Now we're done for. 3 directionally challenged people. How are we supposed to make it to Clearwater Lake?" Hearing that, Subai became serious and said, "If that's the case, then we have no choice but to use our last resort." The last resort Subai was referring to was the little turtle who had been sleeping in the bag. He took it out and said, "An old horse knows the way, so an old turtle should work too." He took out a blood energy pill, gave it to the little turtle, and asked it to lead them to Clearwater Lake. The little turtle got very excited upon seeing the pill and immediately ate it. Seeing how much it enjoyed the pill, Subai called it a foodie, and then ordered, hurry up and lead the way," Subai ordered, seeing the little turtle leading the way. Hu Qingsu sighed in relief and said, "Thanks to the little turtle, we're safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known what to do." Han Zeng agreed, saying, "Yeah, I also feel like this is the right direction. The little turtle is really much more reliable." Hearing this, Subai got annoyed and asked Han Zhang, "Are you seriously saying I'm no better than a turtle?" But setting that aside, all 3 of them continued to follow the little turtle into the deep fog of the misty mountains. After following it for a few hours, Hu Qingshu noticed that the fog had thinned significantly. Han Zhang agreed with him, saying, "It really does seem so." Subai laughed proudly and said, "Thanks to the little turtle, we actually made it out of the misty mountains. I didn't expect it to really know the way." The little turtle looked very happy upon hearing Subai's praise. But just as the fog cleared, Hu Qingshu looked ahead and saw something unexpected. In front of them was a mountain range, and directly ahead lay a deep cliff. Hu Qingshu turned to Subai and said, "This doesn't seem to be the Emerald Water Pool." Subai, now confused, looked at the little turtle and asked, "Where exactly did you bring us?" Han Zhang opened the Misty Mountains map and told them that, based on their current location, they were now on the outskirts of the Emerald Water Pool. But just as he said that, a very dense fog suddenly surrounded them, followed by a loud noise that echoed across the area. All 3 of them looked ahead to see what it was, and to their shock, a huge dragon rose from the mountain range and let out a deafening roar. They were stunned, asking in disbelief, "What's going on?" The dragon was so massive and powerful that its roar alone uprooted trees and sent them flying into the air. Seeing this, Subai, Han Zhang, and Hu Qingshu didn't hesitate for a second. They turned around and ran as fast as they could. While running, Subai shouted at the little turtle, "You idiot, where the heck did you bring us?" He then asked Han Zhang, "Did we run outside the map and into some unknown territory?" As they were fleeing, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Help me, you 3 lowly beings. Wait for this holy maiden." Hu Qingsu heard the voice and asked Subai if there was a sound coming from behind them. Subai snapped, "Who cares what that sound is, just run." But as they were running, a loud whooshing sound of high-speed wind suddenly swept past them, and the dragon disappeared. The 3 of them stopped in confusion, staring at the now empty space where the dragon had just been. "What the heck was that thing?" Subai exclaimed. "It was actually that terrifying?" Catching his breath, Subai asked, "Can someone tell me where in the world we are? Didn't the map say the danger level outside the Emerald Water Pool isn't high?" He added, "I knew this map was unreliable." Hu Qingshu admitted, "This is definitely not the place marked on the map. There's nowhere this dangerous mentioned." Han Zhang guessed, "Could it be that the little turtle led us the wrong way again?" But before they could make sense of anything, a small figure appeared in front of them, stepping forward with tiny feet and saying, "You 3 lowly beings! How dare you not come to my aid during a crisis, only caring about your own lives?" It was a red-haired little girl with elf-like ears. Seeing her, Subai was stunned. "How did a little girl end up out here?" he asked in disbelief. Han Zhang was also shocked. "I was so focused on running I didn't even notice her," he admitted. Before they could say anything else, a system notification popped up. Qualified system notification. "Congratulations, you have discovered a demon phoenix with the phoenix bloodline." The system continued. "The demon phoenix race is inherently arrogant and extremely difficult to tame. Please find a way to subdue her." Subai was completely stunned by the revelation of the phoenix bloodline. He immediately opened the little girl's status window to check her details. The little girl's race was Ancient Demon Phoenix. Her attributes were fire and life, but they were unawakened. Her level was Silver High Level. She possessed a certain amount of Suzaku bloodline, but had not yet met the conditions to be tamed. Her constitution was 1538, defense 862, agility 1420, and spirit, her specialty, was 2650. Her first talent was Demonic Phoenix Fire. It used mental power to transform the fire element between heaven and earth into the fire of the demon Phoenix, increasing the lethality of the fire element by 300%. Her second talent was Fire Spirit Possession. It consumed a certain amount of physical energy to cover the entire body with fire element energy, increasing the fire element's lethality by 100% to 200% and defense by 200%. Her third talent, which was in a sealed state, was Attached Spirit. It could use her huge mental power to help others open the second origin element. Her fourth, and also sealed, talent was Nirvana. This granted extremely strong vitality and recovery ability. As long as the damage was not devastating, it could be transformed into its own life source through the fire element. The system told Subai that the sealed innate skills could only be unlocked after being tamed by the host or after cultivating the pure Suzaku bloodline. Seeing those stats, Subai was impressed and walked toward the little phoenix, saying, "The phoenix I've been looking for is just a kid." Hearing this, the little phoenix got furious and asked, "Who are you calling a kid?" She warned Subai to be careful or she would roast and eat him. Thinking about her tone, Subai thought, "It wasn't this hard when I tamed Little Turtle and the cat," and started to wonder how he should tame her this time. He tried to grab her, wondering if she would be obedient after a beating. Seeing him approach, the little phoenix got a little scared and asked, "What are you trying to do?" She called him presumptuous and warned him, "Don't come any closer." But seeing that Subai was not stopping, she activated her demonic phoenix fire and shouted, "You dare be disrespectful to this holy maiden?" Han Zong was shocked, realizing this little girl was not easy to mess with. Seeing that her temper was quite fiery, Subai made his first move. He activated his internal energy and moved with lightning speed, getting behind the little phoenix and grabbing her from behind, saying, "If a child doesn't listen, they need to be beat." The little phoenix was surprised by Subai's sudden move, but it made her even angrier. Thinking, "How dare this lowly being actually make a move on me?" She unleashed more terrifying demonic phoenix fire, shouting, "Vile race, you are dead today! This holy maiden will absolutely not let you off." Seeing her getting out of control, Subai immediately slammed her to the ground, shouting, "Lie down for me, little kid." Just as the little phoenix hit the ground, her demonic fire disappeared. Without giving her any chance, Subai started hitting her back, saying, "Little kid, you've got quite a temper." He slapped her again for yelling at him, then slapped again, asking if she still wanted to breathe fire. He continued slapping her, saying, "Are you a holy maiden or not? It doesn't work on me. Breathing fire in the forest is very dangerous. Didn't your elders teach you that? If you want, I can help rewrite it with more style or make it more natural. Just let me know." After that, he slapped her again and asked if she was submitting to him or not. He told her that as long as she said, "I submit," he would let her go today. Seeing Subai disciplining a little Lolita, Han Zhang and Hu Qingshu were shocked. Han Zhang asked Subai if it wasn't too harsh to treat a little girl like that. But Hu Qingshu didn't intervene, knowing she was a myriad race demon beast. When Subai was beating the little phoenix, she started crying and called Subai a vile race. She warned him, "Just wait. When I grow up, I will definitely come back to settle the score with you." She added that she was also going to beat his butt until it blew. Seeing her still resisting, Subai got irritated, thinking, "Why is this girl's temper so stubborn?" He raised his hand again and said, "You still dare to talk back? Still not begging for mercy?" He told her he would let her go if she begged. But the little phoenix was very stubborn and didn't submit, so Subai continued beating her. Time passed and night came. Han Zong and Hu Qingshu started a fire and prepared some food. Han Zong called out to Subai, asking if he wanted some chicken legs. Hu Qingshu told him to replenish some stamina and then continued the beating. Hearing that, Subai stopped beating her and said, "Let's stop the beating for today, let's eat first." But even after all that beating, the little phoenix didn't submit and was even angrier. While crying, she said, "Human, I'm not done with him yet. If you have the guts, wait until my clan's great elder comes and watch how she'll beat you up." Subai grabbed the little phoenix by the collar and dragged her to the fireplace, telling her that if her great elder came, he would beat her too. He then asked her to come quickly and said, "Let's eat first." But the little phoenix tried to break free, demanding that he let go of her. As Subai sat down with, "If you have the guts, wait until my clan's great elder comes and watch how she'll beat you up." Subai grabbed the little phoenix by the collar and dragged her to the fireplace, telling her that if her great elder came, he would beat her too. He then asked her to come quickly and said, "Let's eat first." But the little phoenix tried to break free, demanding that he let go of her. As Subai sat down with the little phoenix, Han Zhang gave him a piece of turkey leg. Subai was surprised by the smell of the turkey and said, "This turkey is so fragrant." Han Zhang told him, "This is a bronze-gray demon chicken." Hearing that, Subai finally understood, as he had been wondering why it smelled so good. It turns out it wasn't an ordinary chicken. Seeing the chicken leg piece in Subai's hand, the little phoenix turned her head to the side, thinking, what kind of heavenly materials and earthly treasures hasn't this holy maiden eaten? So just a mere bronze-grade chicken is nothing. But suddenly, the smell of roasted chicken reached the little phoenix's nose, and she was surprised by how fragrant it was. She asked Subai what he had sprinkled on the turkey. She wondered if the food became more fragrant after being roasted over flames. Hearing this, Subai realized that this holy maiden hadn't eaten cooked food before. This was a great opportunity for him. He told her, of course it will become more tasty, and asked if she wanted to try it. The little phoenix wanted to say no, but the irresistible aroma of the roasted chicken made her hesitate. Subai added some seasoning to the chicken and told the little phoenix, "Don't worry, it's even more fragrant with seasoning." He handed her the piece, encouraging her to have a taste, saying, "It's very delicious." The little phoenix immediately grabbed the chicken, saying, "This chicken is really fragrant." She took a bite of the chicken leg piece, and the next second, she tasted something indescribable in words. She felt as if she was flying into the clouds, admitting, "This chicken leg is too delicious." She began eating big chunks of the chicken leg, saying she wanted to eat this every day from now on, adding that this chicken leg was much more fragrant than the Great Elder's spiritual materials. This was exactly what Subai had been waiting for. He told her that eating this chicken every day was too simple. As long as she agreed to follow him and listen to him, he would give her chicken legs for every meal. Hearing this, the little phoenix immediately agreed, saying that as long as he gave her chicken legs to eat, she would listen to everything. Subai then reminded her that she had to keep her word. The little phoenix said, "Okay," and promised to keep her word. Immediately, a system notification popped up right in front of Subai, congratulating him for successfully taming the ancient demon phoenix. Along with that, his level increased to silver high rank. Seeing the notification, Subai laughed because he hadn't expected to tame the phoenix with just a chicken leg. He then called the little turtle and the cat to come out and get acquainted with their new comrade. When Subai summoned little turtle and cat, they immediately started eating the chickens Subai had been eating. Pointing at little phoenix, Subai told little turtle and cat that from now on, little phoenix was also family. Little phoenix got very excited, calling them cute little turtle and kitten. Hearing this, little turtle and cat got annoyed. While eating, little turtle called Phoenix little girl and told her that he was her big brother. Little cat told her the same, saying she was being disrespectful by calling them little. But little phoenix didn't even listen to them and hugged them tightly, saying, "Clearly, it's a little turtle and a kitten. They're too cute." Seeing little turtle and cat getting annoyed, Subai joined in, correcting little phoenix and telling her not to be disrespectful, adding that they were her brothers. From the other side of the campfire, Hu Qingxu and Han Zhang were watching little phoenix playing with little turtle and cat. Looking at them, Han Zhang asked Hu Qingxu if he thought Subai would really raise that little girl as a tamed beast. Hu Qingxu replied that it looked that way. Hearing that, Han Zhang asked why he always felt like Subai's intentions weren't pure. Hu Qingxu agreed, saying he also didn't expect Subai to be a lolicon. Han Zhang was also suspicious, noticing that Subai had quietly improved in levels again, and thought there must be something fishy going on. He approached Subai and asked him if he had been promoted to silver high rank. Subai immediately admitted it, asking, "Isn't this a very easy thing?" Hearing Subai say it was easy, Han Zhang became very annoyed. He asked Subai if he had some breakthrough secret and how he had been promoted so fast. What Han Zhang thought was true, but Subai couldn't just tell him about the system, so he started acting. He laughed and told Han Zhang that he actually did have a secret and, given their relationship, it's not like he couldn't tell him, but there was a saying in Dragon Country, the Tao cannot be personally transmitted, especially a secret concerning cultivation to the king rank. He asked Han Zhang if he knew what he meant. Hearing about the king rank cultivation method, Han Zhang's interest increased. He smiled and told Subai that he got what Subai meant. Han Zhang immediately took out a gold rank beast core to give to Subai, but before he could hand it over, Hu Qingshu, who understood that Subai was just lying, stopped him and warned Han Zhang to be careful about being tricked. But before Han Zhang could process Hu Qingshu's words, Subai snatched the gold rank beast core from his hand, saying, "Not bad, Han Zhang. I have high hopes for you." He told Han Zhang that what he was about to say was something Lord Ni Qing had personally told Subai, so Han Zhang must write it down carefully. Han Zhang agreed. With a serious expression, Subai told Han Zhang, "Martial arts cultivation means cultivating the realm, but what I have cultivated is a Tao heart." He patted Han Zhang's shoulder and told him that as long as he had the heart to seek the Tao and the unwavering belief to become stronger, he would be able to go farther and faster than others. Hearing this, Han Zhang got very confused and told Subai that he still didn't quite understand. Subai then pointed at a mountain ahead and asked Han Zhang to look at it, saying, "When they only look at this mountain, it seems full of difficulties and obstacles, but if they focus on the summit, the journey from the foot to halfway up won't seem so hard. They will break through obstacles all the way and reach the top in one go." Hearing that, Han Zhang looked at the mountain and said, "I seem to understand a little, and yet I don't. You seem to have said something, and yet said nothing." Hearing Han Zhang talk like that, Hu Qingsu told him that Subai had tricked him out of his gold beast core. But Subai immediately denied it, saying what he had shared were all secrets to reaching the king rank. Suddenly, Han Zhang turned around and thanked Subai, saying he finally understood. Surprised, Subai asked him what he understood. Han Zhang told him that as long as one tells themselves every morning that they can definitely become king rank, there will be no bottlenecks. Han Zhang jumped onto a rock in excitement, saying, "I can't believe I only understood the principle of the great Tao being simple today. I must use all my time to improve myself." Seeing him talking to himself, Zhu Bu Jiangsu said, "It's over, he's gone mad." Even Subai was surprised, but he still praised Han Zhang, saying he didn't expect Han Zhang's comprehension to be so high. Then Subai turned to Little Phoenix, who was lying on the ground with Little Turtle and Cat. He told her to stop playing and help Little Turtle and Cat awaken their second origin talent. Hearing that, Little Phoenix got confused and told Subai she didn't know how to awaken it. Subai smiled and told her she didn't know before, but now she does. He asked her to use her mental power to feel the changes in her body, saying there was an ability that could help others awaken their second origin talent. Little Phoenix said, "Okay, I'll try it." She stood up and started to use her mental power to feel the changes in her body, and suddenly, a new energy covered her. Little Phoenix opened her eyes in excitement and told Subai that she could really feel it. She immediately turned and used her newfound power on Little Turtle, saying, "Brother Turtle, you come first." As that unknown energy entered Little Turtle's body, he screamed in pain, asking Little Phoenix to stop quickly. In the next second, Little Turtle transformed into his true, massive form and tried to endure the pain. Little Phoenix was shocked to see how big Little Turtle's true form was. Subai asked Little Turtle to bear with it. As Little Phoenix continued to pour more and more energy into Little Turtle's body, suddenly his tail started glowing very brightly. As Little Turtle's whole body started glowing, he roared loudly, and the next second, his tail transformed into a snake-like head. Immediately, a system notification appeared, congratulating Subai and telling him that his Earth Spirit Tortoise had successfully awakened its second elemental talent, Water Origin. Hearing that it was a success, Subai got very excited and immediately opened Little Turtle's status window. He saw that Little Turtle now had two attributes, Earth and Water, but only after reaching gold level could the power of the Water Origin truly be unleashed. His level was Intermediate Silver, but with the awakening of his water origin talent, his fourth talent was strengthened. Currently, his constitution was 1,538, defense was 2,262, his specialty, agility was 400, and spirit was 400. Little Turtle had 4 talents. First, Earth Barrier. Second, Earth Spirit Possession. Third, Gravity. And fourth, Earth and Water Origin. Now, possessing the dual elemental origins of Earth and Water, Little Turtle could absorb and mobilize both the Water and Earth elements between Heaven and Earth, providing extremely strong defense and recovery capabilities. Seeing Little Turtle's status window, Subai was very impressed, saying that now that the water element was awakened, the defensive power of the dual Water and Earth system was even more terrifying. By now, Little Turtle had returned to his small form, but even in this form, his tail remained a snakehead. Subai then turned to Little Cat, who was slowly trying to escape after seeing Little Turtle in pain while evolving. Subai said it was Little Cat's turn to evolve. Just as he said that, Little Cat jumped high and tried to escape, but Little Phoenix wouldn't let him go and used her energy to stop him. Subai cheered Little Cat on, telling him he had to bear with it if he wanted to awaken. As Little Phoenix's energy entered Little Cat's body, Little Cat transformed back into his original large form and roared loudly. As Little Cat landed on the ground, his body grew even bigger and his claws became sharper. Little Cat's eyes started glowing, and many black marks appeared across his body, releasing a terrifying dark energy. Immediately, a system notification appeared, congratulating Subai and informing him that his Gengjin White Tiger had successfully awakened its second elemental talent, Shadow Origin. Seeing that Little Cat had actually awakened the Shadow element, Subai was overjoyed. He immediately hugged Little Cat, saying, "White Tiger bloodline with shadow enhancement. This is truly a feast of strangeness and slaughter." Subai then declared, "Now that my 3 sacred beasts are in place, this time let's see if I don't slaughter my way through the myriad races." After that, all 4 of them slept around the fire. The next day, while packing up, Hu Qingsu said that, after resting for a night, they must reach the Emerald Water Pool today. Hearing this, Han Zhang asked Subai if he knew where they were. Since Subai didn't know, he asked Little Phoenix if she knew. Pointing at a mountain range ahead, Little Phoenix told them that they were about 80 kilometers away from the core location of the Emerald Water Pool Forbidden Area. Hearing this, Hu Qingsu suggested they should quickly set off in that direction. Han Shang agreed, saying he didn't expect them to actually reach the outskirts of the Emerald Water Pool. Subai also agreed, saying, "Without further delay, let's depart quickly." As they were traveling, Subai suddenly remembered and asked Little Phoenix about the faintly visible divine dragon that had appeared the previous day. Little Phoenix told Subai that it was the Azure Dragon, the guardian of the Emerald Water Pool area. She explained that the Azure Dragon's strength was extremely formidable, and any creature approaching the core area would be slaughtered by it. This was the first time Subai had heard about the Azure Dragon, so he asked Little Phoenix for more details. Little Phoenix told him the Azure Dragon was terrifying. Previously, even Lord-level experts who entered by mistake could not escape. Anjant was shocked to hear that even Lord-level experts were eaten by the Azure Dragon. Hu Qingsu then asked Little Phoenix, since there was an Azure Dragon here, why hadn't the King of Nine Nethers come to subdue it? Little Phoenix replied that back then the King of Nine Nethers had assembled the great elders of the 3 royal clans, but they still couldn't subdue the Azure Dragon. Hu Qingsu was shocked to learn that even the King of Nine Nethers couldn't subdue it. He asked Subai if rushing over like this wasn't too dangerous. Subai told Hu Qingsu that since they had now encountered the Azure Dragon, it was just the 4 gods and beasts. He immediately asked the system to detect the nearby Azure Dragon bloodline, declaring that today he would subdue the Azure Dragon. A system notification immediately appeared, telling Subai that an Azure Dragon bloodline had been found nearby. The bloodline was extremely pure and its strength had reached half-king level. However, it was in a state of madness and was extremely dangerous. The system informed Subai that his current strength was too low and he was unable to subdue the dragon, urging him to increase his strength before exploring again. Seeing this notification, Subai was shocked. He couldn't believe that he was unable to subdue the dragon, but he wasn't stupid. Seeing that even the system indicated the Azure Dragon was extremely dangerous, he decided it was better to evacuate quickly. He turned to Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu, suggesting that they should retreat from here first. Hearing that, Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu were shocked. They couldn't believe Su Bei, who always rushed to fight first, was saying this. Su Bei then turned to Little Phoenix and asked if she knew the way out of the Misty Mountains. Little Phoenix told Sube that the path in the Misty Mountains changes with the weather, so she didn't know the way either. Hearing that, Subai grew a little worried, realizing it was going to be difficult. Then Hu Qingsu suggested that since the Misty Mountains are west of the Emerald Water Pool, as long as they walked east, he was sure they could return to the Misty Mountains. Han Zhang supported Hu Qingsu's idea, saying the principle was simple, but the key problem was that they couldn't tell which direction was east. Subai suggested following the sun, but Hu Qingsu told him that the sun on the Myriad Race's battlefield was the least reliable, and the mountain range interior was full of dense fog, making it impossible to see clearly. Suddenly, Little Phoenix remembered and told Subai that there was a small tribe nearby, so maybe they could ask them for directions. Hearing that, Subai's eyes brightened, and he patted Little Phoenix's head, asking why she hadn't said so earlier. Su Qingshu praised Little Phoenix, saying she seemed to be more reliable, and asked everyone to go quickly. Little Phoenix got very happy when they praised her. She told them that this small tribe was called the Spirit Serpent Clan, and it was the nearest tribe within 1,000 li of the Emerald Water Pool. Subai agreed and asked Little Phoenix to lead the way. He told Hu Qingsu and Hanzhang that they would go to the Spirit Serpent Clan, and both agreed. All four of them started walking toward the Spirit Serpent Clan. While they were walking, Little Phoenix told Subai that the Spirit Serpent Clan had originally been guarded by a platinum rank expert, but the expert had led all the clan's elite to join the army expedition, so currently only some old, weak, sick, and disabled were left guarding the clan. The highest strength was now an elderly high-rank gold elder. After passing through a forest, they arrived at the Spirit Serpent Clan. Hiding in the bushes, Little Phoenix pointed at the village ahead and told Subai that this was the Spirit Serpent Clan's tribe. Looking ahead, Subai said it really looked like a serpent's home. The reason Subai said that was because in the village there was only one big house and many caves in the ground where snakes normally lived. It was a snake den. Looking at the village, Han Zhang said that although the Spirit Serpent tribe was small, judging from the number of snake dens and auras, the entire tribe had about 10,000 fierce beasts. Hu Qingsu agreed, saying it was unknown how many fierce beasts were currently left behind. Hearing that, Han Zhang suggested they invade the snake den from 4 directions and lure the serpents out of the dens. As long as they divided their forces, they could defeat the serpents piece by piece. But Hu Qingsu told him it was too dangerous. They should first capture a gold-rank beast and force it to reveal the route. Hearing their plans, Subai got annoyed and said, "You two only know how to fight and kill." He smiled and reminded them not to forget that Little Phoenix was a dignified royal clan holy maiden. Seeing his cunning smile, Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu understood that he had a plan. They asked him what method he had, and Subai smiled, telling them he had his own brilliant plan. After a few minutes, Subai came out of the forest and shouted, "The envoy of the ancient royal clan has arrived! Hurry and come out to greet them!" Hearing his voice, all the serpents were surprised and came out to see what was happening. Just outside the snake den, Subai, along with Han Zheng and Hu Qingsu, who were wearing black robes, acted as Little Phoenix's guards. Subai shouted again, "The holy maiden of the ancient Fiend Phoenix clan has arrived! Hurry and come out to greet her!" As the serpents sensed the royal clan bloodline aura of the ancient Fiend Phoenix clan, they became very nervous. One serpent asked the others how an adult of such noble status could grace them with her presence. Another serpent pointed out that there were also 3 earth-profound tortoise adults behind her. While they were talking, a large serpent came out. He was the second elder of the Spirit Serpent clan. He greeted the ancient Phoenix adult and the 3 earth-profound tortoise adults, apologizing. "4 adults have honored us with your presence. We have failed to welcome you properly." Hearing that this serpent was the Spirit Serpent clan's second elder, Subai, with a serious expression, told him they were preparing to go support the front line. He instructed the serpent that if he had any spiritual materials or spiritual medicinal herbs, he should offer them all to him to help recover his strength. Hearing this, Han Zheng asked Subai, "Weren't we here just to ask for directions?" Hu Qingsu agreed, asking Subai why he was requesting spiritual materials. Subai coughed and told them it was best if they both just kept quiet. Hearing Subai's demand, the nervous serpent elder immediately said, "The 4 adults have come from afar. Our Spirit Serpent clan will naturally treat you well." He asked them to wait a moment, then brought out some materials and offered them to Subai, saying, "These small spiritual fruits, it's not much, but please accept them." Han Zhang immediately recognized them and was amazed, telling Subai, "These are grade 4 spiritual medicines, 100 spirit fruits. They contain ample spiritual energy." Hu Qingsu added that, eating just one could allow a gold rank expert to fully recover their blood energy in a short time. Hearing that, Su Bai's eyes lit up with amusement, but he controlled himself and told the Serpent Elder that his clan had performed well. He added that since the hour was late, they planned to rest there. Pointing at the building above the snake den, he told the Serpent Elder they would stay in that building and asked the Serpent Elder to send him a copy of the nearby terrain map later. When Su Bai announced they would be staying overnight, Han Zhang asked him, "But it's only noon, the sun is still high, are you planning to sleep already?" The Serpent Elder also explained that the building was the clan leader's private quarters and they could not enter without the clan leader's permission. He offered to immediately have someone build a larger house for them to stay in, asking if that would be acceptable. Hearing that, Su Bai shouted, "Presumptuous!" Pointing at Little Phoenix, he told the Serpent Elder that even if their clan leader were here right now, they wouldn't dare refuse his request. "Do you mean to say that the holy maiden of the ancient Fiend Phoenix clan is inferior to the clan leader of your small race?" Seeing Su Bai angry, the Serpent Elder immediately got down on his knees, saying they wouldn't dare. Still, the Serpent Elder tried to make excuses again, but Little Phoenix immediately used her flame and threw a fireball at their feet. Recognizing the flame aura of the ancient Fiend Phoenix clan, the Serpent Elder became terrified. While he was already scared, Su Bai got face to face with the Serpent Elder and told him not to worry, saying, "We're just staying for one night." The Serpent Elder, even more frightened, immediately agreed. After that, Su Bai, along with Han Zhang, Hu Qingshu, and Little Phoenix, walked toward the building, reminding the Serpent Elder to remember to send the map later. The Serpent Elder replied that he understood. When Su Bai went inside the building, he laughed, saying, "This place must be hiding a lot of treasures from the Spirit Serpent clan." Hu Qingse told him not to get too excited yet and to wait for the Serpent Elder to bring the map. Meanwhile, Han Zhang, dying of thirst, asked everyone to have some water first. While they were talking, the Serpent Elder also arrived at the building, holding the map in his mouth. He gave it to Su Bai, saying, "This is the map you wanted." As he handed over the map, the Serpent Elder looked around the house and saw no signs of disturbance. He thought, "It seems I was just overthinking." The earth-profound tortoise adults are of such noble status, they wouldn't stoop to touching the property of our small Spirit Serpent clan. After assuring himself there was no issue, he greeted Su Bai and the others, saying, "If there's nothing else, then this humble one will take his leave." As he was leaving, Su Bai told him that the few of them were going to rest for a bit, so they shouldn't be disturbed. The Serpent Elder agreed and left the building. As soon as he left, Su Bai and the others immediately removed their black robes and got ready. Su Bai ordered Han Zhang and Hu Qingsu to search the first floor for anything valuable and asked Little Phoenix to come with him to search the second floor. He told everyone to remember to check under the beds, on top of wardrobes, in all boxes and chests, and to search carefully. Everyone was very excited and immediately started searching. Han Zhang was so excited he started punching open boxes on the first floor. While checking, Hu Qingzu found grade 5 spiritual liquid and jade qiang juice. When Su Bai, who was going up to the second floor, saw Han Zhang destroying the boxes, he got very angry and told him to be gentler, warning that if they made too much noise, they could get into trouble if those outside heard them. Han Zhang said okay and resumed searching more quietly. Suddenly, Little Phoenix, who was searching the second floor, came to Su Bai and told him she found a box of grade 4 spiritual materials, 100 spirit fruits. Hearing that, Su Bai was very happy and told her to keep looking, suggesting there might be some hidden compartments. Little Phoenix agreed and got back to searching. After a few hours of searching, they collected tons of rare materials, spiritual herbs, and many other treasures. Su Bai then asked everyone if they were ready. Han Zhang immediately replied that they were. Little Turtle also roared, saying he was ready too. Hearing that, Su Bai said, "What are we waiting for? Let's eat!" As soon as he said that, Han Zhang, Hu Qingshu, Little Phoenix, Little Turtle, and Little Cat all jumped on those spiritual herbs with Su Bai and started eating like crazy, not even stopping to drink water.